Man, my bad, y'all. I was sitting here running my mouth, man. I ain't even and my apologies, man. I ain't even add myself to the stream. Oh man, yo, y'all ain't even say that. My bad, y'all. I was just talking for like I was just talking for like 2 minutes just now, but my bad. Take two, y'all. Take two. Take two. Take two. But yeah, man, we back. We here. We early, man. We got to talk about this, man. It's a bit of a hot topic. I see everybody reacting to it. I see some people, coming to the defense of it. I see people arguing against it. I'm not really here to do neither. I'm not here to go to the defense or argue against. As I stated time and time before, yesterday, right? I want to see the guy make his money and then some, right? I don't care if he made well over 100 million. Good, make your money, Dad. Right? But I think I think a lot of people are hesitant to accept this or believe this deal exists simply because of the situations that we've seen play out just recently with different fights at 47, right? We seen them, we seen Shakur beat T.O., right? And then we seen Devin come out and tweet that him and Shakur is the biggest fight in boxing. He said that, right? Boom, cool. Ryan Garcia beats Mario Barrios. He becomes the WBC champion at welterweight, champion for the first time in his career, right? Um, you know, then he comes out and says, the biggest fight in boxing is him versus Ryan Garcia. Cool, no problem. But then we see, him, come out and say, oh, Ryan is not enrolled in VADA. So, he pretty much ain't trying to fight because he ain't signed up. Cool. We come to find out that Devin himself is not enrolled at the time. Cool, no problem. They move on to Rolly Romero. There's some negotiating going back and forth. Rolly ends up sending the offer that Devin ended up saying was favorable and it made sense to him and his team. Then he came back and said something different. People could try to defend that all you want. He should have been very careful how he chooses his words, simply put, bro. If you're going to say something makes sense and it's favorable, then people going to accept it is what you just said. They're going to be like, okay, what changed? That's what the question going to be. So cool. I'm no criticism. I'm not grilling the man. Like, he's entitled to try to negotiate and get whatever money he see fit, right? Cool, no issue. But we seen this fight fall by the wayside, did we not? And then Rolly said this dude don't want to fight. He pretty much moving on. He not wasting his time no more. This is what Rolly said. The PBC is not about to spin the block and renegotiate the fight. Like, what's going to change? Devin number is his number. The PBC ain't budging. Cool. That fight is scrapped. The Ryan fight is scrapped. Connor Ben was just exposed by his former promoter and Eddie Hearn saying this dude turned down fights with Lewis Crocker, Rolly Romero. He don't want to fight fights like with Devin Haney because he not going to make the money and they're too risky. So you could kind of process up elimination. You could start eliminating these fights. And this is what I was saying yesterday. And people, you got to make it make sense. Let me say what's up to the fan before I go any further. DP Rocker, my dog. Marcus, my homie, man. Appreciate you, man. Always in the building. Joe, what's good with it, man? Moon Man is in the building. He said he going to the retirement league. Damn, Troy, what's good, homie? Robert in the building. Big Mason, what's good, homie? Everybody hit that like button. I don't know what side y'all on. Double tap the screen. We gonna build. We got a lot to talk about. We here, we early, and we gonna build on it. But like I said, y'all, I understand the reservations that people are gonna have because of how they're seeing fights not materialize for you, and for one reason or another, whether it's they're not treating you right or they're not paying you what you weigh or what you want, anything like that. The fights just simply are not happening, and your reasoning for it was money. So when people hear about $100, $100 million, $100 million deal out of nowhere, they're gonna get the question and they're like, bro, how the hell you go from now dig this? Because I know this is what people are thinking, right? I know people are like, how did you go from not being able to secure a $5 or $6 million guarantee is what they was reporting that you wanted for Rolly? How wasn't you able to secure that, right? How wasn't you able to secure the biggest rematch in boxing? I think it's you and Ryan, for real, rematch wise. I think it's them two, right? So, and the biggest fight for you because of the history behind it, right? And the controversy. So, like, people are watching these fights not happen. We're watching you not be able to get the money that you're seeking. You know what I'm saying? And then boom, oh, you know what? Over $100 million deal signed. Like, people like, what? What? You hear me? Jay, what's good with it, homie? How you feeling? You get me? Shout out to Jay 702 in the building. Market demand. Hey, man, it's a lot of money. So, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, when people see that you just had issue reeling in, you know, a guarantee for a Rolly Romero fight for unification. You had issues securing the other big unification. That was the rematch for yourself, right? And money is the common denominator, man, or steroids used or drug testing. So now you in a situation where things went quiet. Remember, look how things move from one thing to the next thing to the next thing to the next thing. They stay in front of that narrative, bro. They stay in front of it. Look, dig this. Remember, it went from like, oh man, they made a life-changing, career-changing offer to Shakur to fight him on Zuffa. Remember that? That shit just disappeared. Do y'all remember? And I'm about what they put out there. Do y'all remember them saying he signed a 3-fight deal for $36 million? Don't think I forgot, because I did not forget. Do not forget, they said that. They said it. The first it was 3 fights for $36 million. Now out of nowhere, it's like over 100. Like, y'all playing with some real money, and why it's hard for people to believe and just take it for what it is because if that was the case, like, if somebody's willing to pay you that, you know, substantial amount of money, or sign you onto a deal worth that much money, that lucrative, bro, you got one of the biggest deals in all of boxing. Do you understand? So what people are confused about is to how did you get from not being able to secure a rematch and get your guarantee with the PBC, but somebody just came out of nowhere and says, you know what, sign him up. We about to pay him $100 million, over $100 million before the age of 30. And I want to see him get every red cent, but I'm just saying how people gonna question it because they went from life-changing, career-changing offer with Shakur on Zuffa to that's dead. Then, you know, Rolly was negotiating, that went dead. Ryan got told he wasn't in by all the fights are literally falling by the wayside. Keyshawn don't got none we should want, so we don't want to fight him. Like, everything just going crazy. Like, I want to know what we gonna fight. Dante's Boxing Talk. What's good, homie? How you feeling? He said, man, Haney supporters are not. Nah, Haney supporters are going wild. One side is happy, the other side is blowing steam. Hey, Teach, I'm right there in the middle, bro. I'm just right here in the middle, looking at both sides, enjoying it, man. You know, yeah, Ryan definitely cheated. You know what I'm saying? That's why I wanted to see Devin get his rematch, because I wanted to see him get that scalp. I wanted to see him beat that dude for that. You know, I really did. I wanted to see him beat him. You know what I'm saying? Ryan gives no love for that fight from me. You know what I'm saying? No respect for that, because it's a tainted fight, you know, but I really wanted to see him get these fights. But what I'm saying is, according to his own words, the two of the biggest fights for you was Shakur and Ryan. That's what you said, right? Your biggest supporters are saying you signed some deal with Zuffa. You're going to Zuffa. Now, it didn't officially get announced, but that's what your inside people are saying, right? The people that take pictures with you, to go to dinner with you, go over your house. Like, they out here like, man, $100 million to Zuffa. That's what he got. All right, man. Who the hell you about to fight, G? Like, seriously, who are you going to fight? Big Mason, I definitely remember. So I'm just having fun calling him non-digit Devo. Teach a fool. Teach having fun with it. He said non-digit Devo is a funny. That's a good one. Non-digit Devo. Said it is what it is. Nah, it is though. And real quick, y'all, we switched back to StreamYard today because I want to see if this fixed the connection issue. If that fixed the connection issue that I was having, I'm gonna have to do away with Restream, unfortunately, man. And I'm paying for it, man. It's a little shaky. Shout out to Mike Kirk. How you feeling, bro? Always good to see the real ones in the building. Rome, what it do? 100 mil from where is what I want. That's all we want to know. We not, you know what I'm saying, Rome? We not saying here talking about what he ain't getting because we don't care. We want to know like the interest lies in the fights because you know one could only guess that if somebody's gonna pay you that much, like I tell you who he about to fight right now. Hold on, I'm gonna pull the picture up for y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Now I got Shakur and Devin in this particular picture, but I'm gonna tell you who he really got to fight for 100 mil. I'm about to tell you who he about to fight. He said details, how many fights, years, and who. A 702. I'd rather know about that more so than his money. His money is his, right? I'm with you. Like who are these people? But I'm about to tell you, hey, I got an idea right now as to who it's gonna be right here. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to hear nothing. Yo, man, he went from 40 mil bill to 100 mil bill, man. That's a hell of a jump. That's a hell of a pay jump. You get what I'm saying? Hell, god damn. That's who he fighting, y'all. Right there. One by one, too. You know what I'm saying? One after the other, bro. ASAP, what's good, homie? You get me at a 702. That's right there, bro. That's who it is, bro. Living the dream versus the mighty Avengers, bro. That you ain't got no. I don't want to hear nothing else. Like I'm done speculating. I rest my case here, bro. I'm convinced that look, Shakur not going to 47. Yeah, he didn't even know nothing about the fight that y'all was negotiating. I might play that interview. It's like 30 minutes, 30 plus minutes. I might play that because he said some things in there that I want to like, you know, go over. But yeah, man, I'm good. Like, don't all right, keep it to yourself. But I figured it out. Like, I figured it. I solved the riddle. I get it. I know who we gotta fight. Avengers, bro. All of them. One after the next, bro. Ain't no other way. 100 million. How many Avengers is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you gotta divide that up. Figure them, do the math. I don't know how the math is gonna go. Because once he gets to the Hulk, like I'm pretty sure they're gonna have to roll out the Brinks truck for that. So the Brinks truck gonna have to get rolled out, backed up for the Hulk. They're gonna have to open up the bank vault and everything, bro. Because it ain't nothing. There's nobody in boxing that you can fight that's doing that. And I hope I'm wrong because I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong. And I want to say that shit all gonna work out smoothly. But you just know, man, when you jump out there with those bogus announcements, trying to get the attention of the people. And look, I'm just throwing everything out there. I'm not saying this is what he's doing, but I hope this ain't get done because stuff was drying up. And what I mean about stuff, like all the news about the fights was drying up. There was no more Shakur Stevenson talk. He went on an interview. He shut it down again. Conor Ben got exposed. He said he not fighting none of those top guys. That's why he went over there to Zuffa. Ryan Garcia was talking about fighting Rolly and somebody else, and that fight not happening for you. Boom. You get what I'm saying? Like they just one after the next. So everything started kind of getting quiet. And then, hey, boom, $100 million. You hear me? Like it just came out of nowhere. Perfect timing, man. Bill is a master at marketing and promoting, man, and just pushing his son. I got to give it to him. And whether people want to say this ain't happening, this ain't real or not, he got us talking. And I think that's what mattered to him. Mon George was good. He said, he ain't fighting now. He gonna fight them Avengers. Oh, he gonna get in there and fight them. Creole, my dog, was good with it. Shout out to Mon George. And they gonna fight. Hey, look, he said Devin versus Overtime. The Stole Benavidez fight. Damn. Anybody else besides me want to see Keyshawn beat up Conor Ben? Absolutely. Absolutely, Rome. Shout out to my dog Creole, man. Absolutely, Rome. Hell yeah, I love to see it. I might play. I think I got the video where he was talking about Conor Ben in there. And I might play it. You know, we go over everything, but Big CP, what it do? But look, y'all, am I far off? Cause nah, bro, you gonna fight Iron Man. You gonna fight Iron Man. Yeah, you are. You gonna fight Iron Man. You gonna fight Captain America. you get me? You gonna fight Thor. You get me? You gonna fight what's the dude name with the arrows and shit? Yeah, you gonna fight him too. Black Hawk, whatever his name is. You gonna fight him. Black Panther. Bro, I forgot to add Black Panther in there. You ain't getting off the deal. 100? Nah, you gotta fight. Boy, they about to have you fight a comic book. Boy, a whole comic book, man. The whole Marvel roster, bro. You about to get a fair one with the whole roster to get 100 million. Yeah, throw the Silver Surfer in there too. Yeah, because look, ain't no other fights doing that, bro. And I heard somebody say one fight. Nah, one fight is diabolical. I'm not even going to entertain that one because I have to talk crazy if you trying to tell me somebody gonna pay him $100 million to fight one person. But let me be clear because I don't want to be misunderstood. We want him to get his money. We don't care about that. But we boxing junkies and we want to know what your opponent's looking like because people reporting that the deal is through Zuffa, right? If it's through Zuffa, they kind of thin when it comes to the welterweight division that they got over there. And on top of that, some issues with the sanctioning bodies. Will you be able to keep your belt? So let's just be clear. I don't want nobody getting in their feelings. We want to see Devo make his bread, but I'm gonna have a little fun with it because, and I'm being serious. Like, of course, you're not gonna actually see him in there with Iron Man, Thor, and the Hulk. But I'm saying that like figuratively, right? Like those are the kind of tough fights I would think you would have to be in to garner that kind of money. It's not just on you. You would need great dance partners, is what I'm getting at, right? Devin Haney would be half of the fight. He would need a great dance partner on the other side to make it make sense. That's all I'm saying. And maybe there's a reason why Richardson Hitchens tweeted about fighting him in 2026. Maybe they know something we don't know. Or maybe it's just wishful thinking. Or maybe he heard something too, right? Because it can't be like who could it be? This shit ain't about to be no mystery. If Dana White don't rock with Oscar, you could take Ryan out of the equation. Shakur ain't coming up at 47. He told you how to make the fight. You're not trying to do that. It's over with. So you get me? Conor Benn is on Zuffa, but Eddie Hearn already said he went over that way to try to get away from fighters like Devin Haney. So you get me? No, he ain't even want to fight Lewis Crocker. Conor Benn ain't want. He said, "Nah, I'm gonna get this bag. I'm a late bloomer. I'm gonna just go get this bag. I ain't fighting them dudes." But that leaves Devin to have to, you know what I'm saying? Fight. He gonna have to fight Captain America, right? Like, hey, Damon, man, who you want to see him in there with first? Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, the Hulk, like Thanos. Oh, I forgot about Thanos. Damn. He gonna have to fight Thanos. He gonna have to fight the Avengers, Thanos with the Infinity Stones, bro. I'm telling you, bro, that's a lot of damn money, man. That's a lot of money. Only because it's Devin. We were no. You worry about the money. You gotta listen, bro. You gotta listen, man. You gotta listen, Damon. I don't want you to be too. You gotta whatever you heard anywhere else, don't apply it over here. Notice just do wants him to get his money, but we're gonna have a little bit of fun with it because for me, I just watched multiple fights fall out and money not be able to be secured on the front end, and now all of a sudden you fast forward to today. Now we got a deal being talked about over 100 million. And we just seen a multitude of different, like I said, promotional entities have an opportunity to do business with you, and they didn't do it. And I think the only new show in town is Zuffa. So no, we not worried about the money. They did the same thing to Tank, to be fair. They did the same thing to Tank. Tank says something about a deal, people start questioning it. They still bring it up to this day. They do it. Get me, but I'm not doing that to him because I would love, and I mean this wholeheartedly, bro. I would love for the man to make his money. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta admit, bro. You gotta admit, hearing him be a part of a deal worth so much money, it don't make you ask some questions. It don't make you say, like, damn, you get me? Like, what changed? Because you just was hearing about how he was overpaid and then boom. You know what I'm saying? This one takes it over the top. But I said this before, like, I think it could be possible because, maybe you got a new starter up company in Zuffa, right? And I don't think they just started, but they need a splash, right? They need a signing that's going to do something. And maybe they feel like Devin is the guy. Maybe, you know what I mean? I'm trying to piece it together based off what his biggest supporters are saying. Like, they saying Zuffa, so they got to be willing to overpay him or just pay him a whole lot. But like I said, in order to get to that money, you have to fight. Remember how they did with Conor Benn? It came out 15 million, and it looked like for one fight. Then we come and find out it was 2.5 years, 5 fights they had him locked in for. So that's much different than $100 million deal sound good, but I just want to know who you're gonna be fighting, because that's the fight fan in me. That's the question we all should be asking. I don't care for the money. That's going to work itself out. That'll come to the light on its own. That's not for me to prove or disprove. I'm not here to do that, because I'm not against him getting his money. No way. I got to keep saying this because people will hear what they want, but it has to make sense. This is boxing we talking about, and we talking about business. And you would think that in order to get to that kind of bag, you got to fight people that are dangerous. That's why I said I'm joking about the Avengers, but that's what I mean. It's going to be Devin Haney versus the Avengers at this point. And bro, you're going to have to beat ass. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have to go through a damn gauntlet, in my opinion, to make that kind of money. If the deal is just about boxing, right? I don't know. It could be something else involved in it, but I'm just strictly talking boxing because that's why we watch them, right? We want to see who the next fight going to be for him. And you would think if you just signed a lucrative ass deal that was worth over $100 million, then you would think that the next question would be, well, damn, who the next person you going to fight, right? And then if you're going to Zuffa, what happens to your title, right? Do you keep your title, right? Is you going there, does that put them in a position where they're willing to try to make that big ass rematch with you? Because that'd be a missed opportunity for boxing. If you sign him on the Zuffa, bro, he got a belt. Y'all got to work with the other sanctioning bodies and the other, promotional entities, or it ain't gonna make sense. It's gonna be really hard to make it to through a deal where you can accumulate that kind of bread without the fights. That's all I'm saying. Devin, get your bag, man. And for people that listen to me, didn't y'all hear me say they was going to figure something out? Now, I don't know if this is them figuring it out, because I know it's so early and that people got questions, but this might be them figuring it out. They might have just figured it out. They might have figured out the next move for themselves. So I know people like, man, this better not be a lie. And, I get that. But I don't know if Bill would be willing to come out and just throw out, that's $100 million worth of lies, man. That's a lot of lies, bro. That's an expensive lie. You get me? So maybe they work something out behind the scenes. We don't know. But I mean, I seen Devin Haney repost it too. So he co-signed it. So they talking. But I guess y'all gonna see his ass against Iron Man next. Don't say I ain't tell y'all. Don't say I ain't tell y'all. I see the two. He gonna be fighting Captain America. You're gonna be like, Just was right. Y'all. Captain America, bro. Have the crossover event against the UFC top dog. Damn, he must be fighting Dana White. I don't think it's even a fight big enough for $100 million. Yeah, not one fight, not one. I'm with you, not one. Bounce back was good with it. That's the thing we know about Dev. Yeah, but I think he gonna really need an exceptional dance partner, should I say, bounce back. You know what I'm saying? And I'm only saying that because I'm expecting him to be able to get to the bag, but it's not gonna be easy. I would seriously doubt somebody want to fork over that kind of bread without making sure you earned it, right? Or they got their money's worth. So I think it'll be a tough road, and I want to see it. I'm here for it. I would like to see who he gonna fight next. You know what I'm saying? I'm really interested in seeing if he gonna fight at Hitchens next. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a good fight for him. You know what I mean? Maybe that could be the start to some things. And I think that would be the objective. We don't know the details inside the deal. We just know that roundabout figure that they threw out there, right? But I think if you're trying to make that kind of money, you don't want to take any fights off the table, right? You want as many options as possible because you want to be able to make it make sense. So whether it's certain big name fights that's going to help you accumulate that money, or it's going to be some of the in-between fights that's going to help you accumulate and get to that bag, I'm just here for it. I want to see it. Like my whole reason of talking about this today is because I want to know who his next opponent is, or like, I'm just curious, like, damn, is Zuffa throwing that kind of bag? Like, I'm curious, man. We're going to talk about it. No, nobody should be sensitive unless I'm up here talking about how Devin Haney's a liar and Bill's lying. That ain't me. That ain't for me to argue about. You know what I'm saying? He put it out there. We're going to talk about it. We're going to analyze it, make it make sense. You know what I mean? They were quick to post it and retweet it, and people co-signing, and cool. You know what I'm saying? We seen the videos, the live stream. Shout out to the Hanos clan. We just want to know who he fighting. You know what I'm saying? Y'all call him man Debo. With a name like Debo and with $100 million contract, we expect Debo to be fighting everybody, right? That's what y'all said. That's what y'all do. So look, I just want to see the next opponent for him. You know what I'm saying? What fight make the most sense? But just looking at the chessboard, and when you see the fights, the two fights that he called the biggest are don't seemingly like are on the table per se, with Shakur being one, Ryan is the other one. There's no reason why you should be at 147 pounds, and that's not a fight that's definitely on the table. He don't got nobody to fight. I'm telling you, man. I don't know everything that's going on behind the scenes, but Devin, go beat Ryan ass if you can, man. If you can make them, because look, I'll say this: his people are reporting Zuffa, right? I heard we covered the interview with Ja Opatai when he went on there with ring champs with Akin Barak, and he said one of the conversations that he had with Zuffa was making sure that these fights were able to be made. You get what I'm saying? Like he said, he had a clear understanding of that. Like no fights will be off the table. So, like I said, it's so early, we don't know what the details are. I would think that that would be a conversation that, you get what I'm saying, Devin Haney would be having as well if it's with Zuffa, right? Yeah, you want to make your money, but you want to also ensure that you're not taking fights off the table so you can actually make this money and you don't end up just putting out a big juicy headline that look and sound good and then it don't materialize into nothing. You don't want to see that. Nobody wants to see that. You get what I'm saying? Man, I be trying, man. I be trying, bro. Y'all be like, y'all goal is to like y'all whine too much, bro. Like Damon, man, you got to come over here with your big boy pants on, man. I told you before. Have you ever heard me speaking double standards? When it was Tank's deal, those were the same questions. You say 6-fight deal. So he was naming people. People are actively still getting on his case because they saying, what happened to that fake deal? You ain't fight. What happened to the list? You ain't fight none of them people. Don't talk double standards in this chat, because you don't hear me do that. Like, don't do that, man. Just listen, just build. Let's build. Stop whining, bro. Stop whining. We're talking real boxing. You're whining right now. The objective fan, what's good with it, homie? Y'all gotta stop whining. Y'all whine too much for me, man. Y'all fans whine too much. Nah, man. If your name already Tank, you probably got blocked for being a super fan. James, what's good with it, homie? KJ, what's good with it? Damn, Crawford getting Canelo money. Damn, he get that. Hey, KJ, you get what I'm saying, bro? Like, we just got questions. Like, that is Canelo bread. You get me? Damn, now what we supposed to be like? Yeah, man, yeah. We just seen him not be able to secure whatever guarantee he was looking for to fight Rolly, right? That tells you it's an issue with getting paid. You got Eddie Hearn out here saying, yo, his number is his number. We ain't getting anywhere near that. So he's not going to fight for what we looking for. He getting paid, right? We had to overpay him back in the day. Now we at a different point. Pretty much we don't have to do that. Zuffa is probably now in a position that Matchroom and Eddie Hearn was years ago. So now maybe this is why we hearing the Zuffa deal, the 100 million. Maybe they like, man, we got Debo, man. We got Debo, we in action. I will unblock you when you start supporting whoever you are. I start seeing support, I'll unblock you. Rick Timms, what it do, homie? I ain't trying to hear that. I ain't trying to hear none of that. Conquest, what's good with it, homie? You know what I'm saying? Nah, man. I'm not even engaging, bro, because you're gonna piss me off today, man. You're gonna piss me off. You're not a super fan, but you're a fan of Tank. You're not a super fan, but your name is Tank. Okay. Yeah, good luck trying to convince somebody of that one. Rick Timms, what it do, man? Yeah, Damon, you gotta stop whining, bro. You gotta stop whining. I haven't said one thing bad yet, and you in here on your monthly acting weird, man. You know what I'm saying? Calm down, B. Like, that's what's wrong with y'all. Y'all quick. Y'all want everybody to celebrate $100 million without using no logic or reason as to how a guy can make that kind of money when we all know he ain't the biggest ticket seller. We know this. Yes, he's one of the most paid, and he's been being paid for years. But I said it before. Maybe he's exhausted that avenue with these other promoters, and maybe now the new show in town is Zuffa for him. Maybe that can work. He beat the game, if you ask me. If I'm 33, I think, what is Devin? 33 fights in, undefeated, 3 division champion, former undisputed, and y'all telling me, oh, I've been overpaid. I'm winning. What are we crying about? I'm winning. But again, if you're going, Bill Haney gonna drop a bold statement, $100 million, you don't got no questions, then you really are a fan. So let me be a little more transparent with you. Let me make it make sense to you. If they told me Shakur Stevenson just signed $100 million deal, I would ask the same questions, dude. The same ones. Why? Because I know it's no malice or ill intent behind me asking real boxing questions. That's the problem. If I'm up here saying, yo, this dude, there's no way he ain't making this money, he ain't getting it, they lying, then you can get in there, you can get in the comments and whine. But if you hear me building and saying, look, hope he get his money, but let's talk about the fights. I don't care about his fucking money, man. I don't want to talk about that man bread. You know what I'm saying? I ain't getting none of it. The only way I would want to talk about his money per se, is if I'm getting paid to do so. Not getting paid to talk about the man money. We said that, and it's crazy how I set the stage and set the tone saying, I want to make sure I'm being understood here. And you still got somebody crying. Like, yeah, well, it's only because Devin, not my Devin. My Devin is worth $100 million. He's going to get that and some. So now since we talking, he said more than $100 million. You know what I'm saying? More than $100 million. You know what I'm saying? So, nah, man, you can't think that nobody is gonna have no real questions. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody gonna, y'all be not my Devin. I know he didn't just say that. Like, bro, what? He gonna fight, like I say, he fighting the Avengers. Jordan was good, homie. I think he can beat Rolly. I think he could beat Ryan in a rematch on an even playing field. I've been a heavy advocate of wanting to see that kid get in there and get his rematch back and beat Ryan on an even playing field and take his belt. I've been constantly saying that. I've been constantly building them up, but you still be having these super sensitive guys because we asking boxing questions. So let me say this to the Super Hanos fans. If you think that man is worth $100 million without asking no questions and you don't have no kind of concerns about who he going to fight and how he going to get to it, then go ahead and be a fan and live in La La Land. But I'm not living in La La Land. I'm living in reality where I see him struggle to make fights for a number of different reasons. One side is steroids. The other side is, no guarantee. They're not paying me enough. He went from they not paying me enough to a lie about a phantom deal to Shakur Stevenson to fight him on Zuffa that we know never happened. And now, just conveniently, like Team Hanos, they moved the goalpost somewhere else. And now today it's $100 million. And I'm trying my best to get them their just due and say, cool, y'all figured it out. You making your money. Who you gonna fight? And y'all still like, no, because not my Devin, not my Devin, not my Shakur. Shakur could never, not my Devin. Like, Bill Shakur, I'll be saying the same shit. The same shit. 100 million? Bro, who you fighting for that? I would say, what's wrong with that? That's not a bad question. Like, damn, who they going? Bro, you must be lined up. And how many years they got you tied into? They got Connor Ben 2.5 years for that fit in. So you thinking that you just don't go by the Connor Ben, man. Let's say 2.5 years per every 15. You know what I mean? Million. Is you signed up for a long time, a good time, or a long time? That's all, man. You know, we speak the real, bro. We ain't mad. You know, we fight all night. What's good with it, fam? Yeah, man. Everybody hit that like button. Support the griggity grind, man. Shout out to my brother Mike Kirkland, always holding me down, supporting the bill, man. Said for dealing with these dudes, that's all for energy. Shout out to Mike, man. Hey, Dre, what's good with it, homie? Yeah, Damon, my guy, but he be acting like I'm dissing, man. Nah, I told you can't come over here and talk like I'm one of the other channels that's tearing him down. And like, I want to see you. Maybe I need to go to the channels where they going crazy on him to see if you over there with your chest out for him. You know what I'm saying? Like, pom-poms up. You better not. You got your switch just in case somebody. You better not dare talk about Mike Devin. He's gonna make that 100 million and then some. You know, and he don't even have to fight nobody to do it. You know, yeah, because he's worth that much money. That's a lot of money in boxing, bro. That's a lot of money in boxing, bro. That just put him in a whole different bracket. You don't even get it. And that's all I'm saying. Like, the conversation is fun when you allow it to be. When you get past the big figure that they're dropping, I'm cool on that. You know what I'm saying? But I know it's going to be Iron Man. You know what I'm saying? You got, get what I'm saying? Thor. Get what I'm saying? Hulk with the glove, with the Infinity Stones, bro. They going to make you earn. Black Panther. What bro said earlier, the Silver Surfer. They pulling out all of bro. They gonna have you fighting the Flash, bro. I'm telling you, damn it, Superman. You're gonna get a little bit of air. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. So look, I just want to know what that next fight gonna hit like. You know what I'm saying? Cause I want to see it. You know what I'm saying? I root for this dude. You know what I'm saying? I root for him. You know what I'm saying? He proved me wrong once before. I want to say I picked against him. I ain't root against him. I picked against him once. He proved me wrong, but I'm right back. You know, I'm right back rocking with him, win, lose, or draw. I just want to see him get the fights that make sense. Like for me, it would just be simple. You know what I'm saying? Get your bread, be happy. I gotta start blocking. I forget the block button be working. Man. I gotta start blocking folks, man. Let me block. Let me block them real quick. All right, block. Yes. Boom. Anybody talking weird, I'm blocking. I ain't even giving them no heads up no more. I'm just blocking. Say something weird to me, I'm blocking. first 10 year fight. Shit sounded like a lifetime contract, man. Yeah, but I told you, Damon, I'm gonna say this the last time, bro. If you on this type of time, I have to ignore you. Why talk about what other channels say over fucking here, man? I had to catch myself. Why bring up what another channel says over here, Damon, and type that in the chat and say y'all with the double standards all day, and then you type it in caps. So who is y'all? I'm the only one talking. Do you see my point? I'm trying to see what like level of comprehension you on. Are you on some grown man shit? Or are you on some like weird shit? Why are you typing about what another channel says over here? This is one of a kind. Don't corrupt my chat with bullshit with other people talking about. You know, I don't even check people out for that very reason. I don't care what people got to say. That's why I don't listen. Right? I build the way I build, and people do them, and that's cool. I respect everybody that do what they do. But I asked you that earlier. I said that don't type nothing in my chat that don't apply to me. How am I talking about this topic, but you in the chat typing paragraphs about people with double standards? Do you see how that makes zero sense? Are you hearing the person speak the double standard over here? Go to them other channels and tell them about their narratives and shit. That you come over here and you support and build, bro, because your guy is actually getting his just due, and you still bitching. That's crazy to me. That's wild, bro. That to me, you supposed to really be able to listen to boxing, bro, and you know what my intent is. You hear me set the table a certain way. I hope he get his money. Nobody else is saying that. Somebody else is telling you how it's a fucking lie. You get what I'm saying? They saying it's a whole lie. There ain't no way. Bill Haney just put up a lot. Did you hear Just do that? So it don't make sense to type how people talk double standards in a chat that doesn't do it. That comment is not for me, and it ain't for nobody in the chat either, because I'm the only one talking. So what are we talking about? Get me? And that's the last thing. We gotta get back to this cook though, man, because that's a distraction. That's unnecessary too. I don't like it. I expect you to be a little different, especially holding a wrench, bro. I gave some wrong people the wrenches, man. I'm telling you, y'all be in here having me over explain the most simple shit to y'all. Get me? You talking to a Devin Haney supporter, bro. When he fought on pay-per-view, I spent my fucking money. When they was calling him a thug and building Cambosis as some patriot, I did a whole live stream. You could go type it in, type my name, type that live stream in, and go watch it. And then you're going to hear me shoot down the false narratives of him being chinny, pillow-fisted, and all that. Have you ever heard me sit up here and talk about how he can't sell and try to drag him? You ain't never heard that. So again, that's why I said I asked you, that should be a little annoying. It's like you see what people saying, but it's like, nah, that don't apply to me. You know what I'm saying? Go tell somebody that don't know how to keep it solid, don't know how to talk this boxing. I do. You know what I'm saying? So back to the cook. Devin Haney is the $100 million man. And we want to know what's going on. You feel me? We want to know who you're fighting, who you're not fighting. You get me? Is it Turkey? Is it not Turkey? Is it Dana? Is it Zuffa? Is it not Zuffa? You get me? That's all. That's all. You know what I'm saying? His fans already saying, look, it's Zuffa 100%. Yeah, all right, man. Now that watch, they ain't gonna ask no questions. Like it was cool for him to ask questions on Tank Deal, right? They still bring it up to this day. Like I said, he's gonna get asked questions, bro. We just watched him, we watched him for better or for worse. Like I don't want to say his value. It seemed like he didn't really start having these issues with the with his value until the Ryan Garcia debacle. And then it seemed like things got a little shaky and dicey for him in that area. You know what I'm saying? Which I think spurred the lawsuit. But, you know, he put that to bed. You know what I'm saying? All this shit could be put to bed by him making the right fights. We don't care. You get what I'm saying? But it got to be, you would think if you're making that kind of money and it's not going to be against neither of the guys that you said is two of the biggest fights in the world, think about that. Man, that's crazy. And like I said, man, it got to make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? We thought Conor Ben had a lick, one fight, 15 million, bro. Bro had 5 fights for that. 5 fights for that 15. You get me? They like, yeah, you ain't, I don't know what you thought this was. This ain't no charity, G. We gonna make you pay. You have to pay that money, man. Turkey might as welterweight to fight middle. Man, Turk, man, I don't know. Maybe he found it, man. Nah, man. Nah, bro. You're not getting it. You're not getting it, yo. It's sad that you don't get it. I'm really disappointed in you, fam. And I rarely be disappointed in people. I'm disappointed that you don't get it. Now you making it about having your own opinion. Yeah, I'm not even gonna tell you how that just make me feel right now, bro. Like it's disappointing. It's not about opinion. I'm gonna say this to you again. Your opinion is not valid if what I'm talking about is not. You get what I'm saying? Who is your comment about double standards to if I'm the only one talking? Shouldn't even be the talk. Like bro, man, you gotta tune into some other people then. Max 7, what's good, bro? So these so-called DHP deals, 3 deals. And then look, let me pull up the fucking tweets. Let's build, bro. Let's build, bro. You maybe you'll get it at the end of the live, Damien. All right. I'm gonna show you why I got questions. I don't know why everybody else, but I asked you nicely. If it's something you heard that's negative on another channel, please don't type it over here because it don't got nothing to do with me. I can't control these other people tearing down boxing or tearing down DHP as a brand and his father and all that. You ever hear me go F Bill and F that? You ever hear me go like, you don't never hear me do that stuff. Not one word have I uttered. Even if Devin Haney and Bill Haney was listening on the sideline, they couldn't say that anything I said was negative. Only the most joke I did is say he gonna fight the Avengers to make that kind of money. That's a lighthearted joke, bro. You still sensitive. Like, it's no way. No way in the world. It's not my Devin. So y'all forgot about the 3-fight deal? So y'all forgot about the 3-fight deal that they just talked about as for Saudi? 36 million? So what happened to that? I got questions, bro. Team Hanos, talk to your boy. Talk to your boy. See, just got questions. That's all. I'm a real dude. I got questions because y'all just said, and when I say y'all, I'm talking about the Hanos clan, Team Hanos, whatever the Haneyites, whatever y'all want to call yourself. DHP, cool. All that stuff is cool. But y'all told me signed a 3-fight deal before with Turkey for $36 million. Now you're telling me again over $100 million deal, and nobody's supposed to have a single question. We're supposed to just eat it up. Yeah, man. Yeah. Nah, bro. No. These announcements are coming too fast and nothing is materializing. That's what I'm saying. Then we get a fake announcement about him and Shakur. They really fake negotiated a fight with Shakur. And he said it. And matter of fact, I'm going to pull that up because he talked about it early in the interview. They literally just used his name to make an imaginary fight that nobody was trying to make. And y'all ran with it. And I was supposed to come. You had people questioning. They hate Shakur so much, they was willing to say that he's lying about being offered a fight with Devin Haney. He told you nobody from his team heard anything about that shit at all, and they kept pushing it. Mike Coppinger sat up there, his bald head ass, talking about they in negotiations. What kind of negotiations is there going to be if one man is dead set on fighting at 47 and the other guy is dead set at meeting you in the middle? Devin Haney was clear he's not going back down to 44 where he had to eat steaks and burgers at, right? So we let that shit live and we just told him to move on. I've been said he needed to focus on welterweights, but they literally used that man's name for a fake-ass fight. And I'm telling you, had he got beat by T.O. or had that fight not sold out, I guarantee you they wouldn't have been doing that shit. That's what made it look crazy. Come on, man. Y'all dropped mad announcements. Then they said he made a career-changing offer to Shakur to fight him on Zuffa. And they lied about that. Come on, man. Now it's oh shit. You know what? After all the other that the fight's not happening, the Shakur fight not happening. You can't get a lightweight to come to welterweight. So y'all making him out to be some type of duck, like he don't want to fight whole time. You ain't spoke to him or nobody on his team. Full of shit, man. And y'all know how to get in touch with his team. The man told y'all what it was. Negotiate what? One guy, they're both dead set on what y'all said. One guy's at 44, the other guy says 47 or nothing. Period. It ain't nothing to negotiate. But again, we keep hearing all these announcements and they're just falling by the wayside. Oh, you negotiating with Rolly. Oh, the money made sense. We got a reasonable offer, a favorable offer, and it made sense for me and my team. 2 weeks later, the money ain't make sense, man. They ain't trying to give me no guarantee. That's all they do. You tell Ryan, he's not enrolled in Nevada. Devin, you ain't either. Oh shit, damn. Like, y'all don't get it. They just move. They move very fast, but nothing has been materialized. And I give them all the benefit of the doubt. You don't hear me calling them a capper, a liar. I'm just calling it what it is, bro. That shit is very like convenient that this news came out at a time where shit was drying up, respectfully, where people stopped talking about what was going on with them. Then boom. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, people gonna ask some questions. Like I said, man, I love to see people win in life, man. I'm no hater. I love to see people win and do their thing. But you know, I just got questions of what fights can we see? You know what I mean? Just give them any platforms, things to talk about to keep them in the algorithm. And bro, the way they put up resistance, even when you talking positive about them, it makes me feel like that. It makes me feel like that, Jordan. Makes me feel like it was just something. I don't even want to call it clickbait. It was like a headline to get people talking, bro. To get people talking. Like, you literally got Devin Haney fans still posting Shakur Stevenson and De Los Santos. Like, y'all literally, and y'all cry whenever somebody asks a single question about your favorite fighter. They still talking about De Los Santos, bro. Still to this day, in 2026, anybody still posting clips about that fight is goofy, bro. Shit is crazy, man. Shit is crazy, bro. Y'all just some weird ass fan base, man. Y'all weird ass fan base. Anybody that don't run with everything y'all push, y'all be in there whining and complaining. That's why y'all probably part of the reason why his business is the way it is, because y'all help facilitate and push that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all use anybody name for a fucking headline or for some clicks. Straight like that. That's the part of the game I don't like. Straight like that. Shakur Ben called y'all asses out. He said nobody spoke to me and my team, and y'all still up here talking about, well, how you know? Well, how you know it just didn't get to Shakur yet? Shut up. Y'all always, when it come to y'all, the business of boxing is rewritten. The rules are rewritten. All of a sudden, you can send an offer with no money when it's DHP involved. Some shit that never happens. All of a sudden, you can negotiate a fight without the other half of the fighter in the team involved when you DHP. Y'all really want us just to believe anything. People send offers with no money attached to it. Now you can negotiate fights without the other fighter. Yeah, I can just tell Mike Coppinger, yeah, we negotiate right now. It's cool. Yeah. Conveniently, after he just had the highest attendance at MSG in a shutout performance over TL. Missed me with that shit. Very calculated and convenient. Then this is the problem that I have. When all his super fanboys push all these narratives and none of this stuff come to fruition, y'all don't walk none of it back. Y'all don't correct. Y'all don't give an update. Y'all just move to the next narrative. That be my point. That's why I be here with questions. I could go a lot harder on them if I want to, because they do shit that turn out to be flat out lies. I'm sitting here telling y'all, I know somebody that's out that way with Team Korat, and we can get information and we can find out if these dudes be keeping it a buck, and we be knowing they be lying. Knowing it be a fucking lie. Should be crazy, bro. Zuffa brought the energy back to boxing. I hope they make an announcement so we can understand where all this shit came from. You know what I'm saying? I see Showbiz. I usually don't do this. I should play his video. I see him do a video that Devin Haney really signed a $100 million deal. I would like to hear what he had to say, because he got a huge platform. You know what I'm saying? Nah, man. It's all, but you got to understand where I'm coming from, bro. I'm a solid person. You know, you never a hater. You just pick up on bullshit. You feel me, Mike? Like, that's all. I just don't want to be looked at as the guy that's saying anything that's crazy. I'm not. His bill has not hopped on the boxing was to talk about some shit like this. He doesn't want awareness questions about this shit or the Shakur fight. I'm telling you, They don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about that. What happened with that fight? They said they were negotiating. What happened with the fight? Then you sat on a public platform with the ring and you said nothing about it. Y'all didn't even say nothing about it. Y'all complained about the ring rankings. The ring rankings. Crazy, man. Crazy. Crazy. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this to John. I've tried to watch my own lives, fam, and they tell me why I'm live unavailable. My guy Mike Kirkland up on the screen, he's tried to watch my lives and they wouldn't even let him comment, super chat, or support. So you coming to my live and it buffering on your end don't got nothing to do with my internet at all. Nothing at all. Like, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard somebody say. My internet can't affect your internet. If my show was buffering, it will be buffering for everybody, not just you. So I don't know what to tell you, fam. Log out and log back in. Shout out to Emmanuel, but we back to this cook bodega time. My dog was good with it, Brody. How you feeling? We gonna keep building, man. It be YouTube. I'm trying to tell you, it be YouTube. I went to my own channel, like physically with my phone, and I clicked my live stream, and 2 seconds later it said live unavailable. I closed the whole app out. I went back. I clicked it again. It said live unavailable. It wouldn't even let me watch my own YouTube. My girl said the same thing. I get messages, DMs about people clicking my lives and they can't watch them. So I don't know what to tell you, bro. I think it'd be YouTube for real. Like, some days I'm in the algorithm, some days I'm not. I think it's YouTube, bro. Vince was good with it. Kyle Cooler, blessings, family. So let's keep building, man. Objective fan was good with it, homie. My guy, A1. If Zuffa got a bunch of fighters on the roster for the low, then you can overpay the big name to build the no names, like a Bacoli versus Jared Anderson. Big Baby sold his fame with that loss to a degree. He wanted that money. But look, A bounced back. Now you talking. See, you talking boxing. That's what I like, man. Somebody that got something to add to the conversation. Hey, bro, why I level with what you just said? Because I said something similar with Zuffa being a newer thing in boxing, right? They kind of like a startup. They need a splash, and maybe they're using Devin Haney to make that splash. Like you said, they'll snatch up some lower tier fighters. Maybe they don't have to pay them as much, so they can overpay Devin Haney. And maybe they're in the same situation that Matchroom was once in. Maybe they're willing to do that in an effort to get people to get on board with what they got going. You get what I'm saying? You get me? Oh man, appreciate you, Jordan. You know we're gonna pull this right up. We're gonna get to all this. Boots explaining 152 catch weight. Oh man, let's hear it. Yeah, man, everybody that like what, man. Shout out to my dog Jordan. But you're right, bounce back. That could be a possibility, and that's all I want to say. Right? I like that conversation because that one doesn't try to make it seem like they're not paying Devin. And I said this from the start. That's not my conversation. My conversation is not his money. I said, get it. I hope he make that and more, because he said more. Now I hope he make it all and then some. But bounce back is saying something real. Zuffa is newer to the game. They looking for people. They've been signing fighters and snatching fighters up, but none of them has made that splash. Anytime what did we all say when we seen Conor Ben go over there and they started talking about one fight, 15 million? You be like, damn, like they about to pay him. They about to pay him that much money, like to fight one fight. Damn, they got to be desperate. So now you starting to look like, all right, all his people are saying Zuffa. I don't know, because I see no official announcement. That's why I always put question marks by shit, because it's a question. You know what I'm saying? And we gonna talk about it. So again, it makes things very interesting, because anytime if you signing on deals, then they must have a plan, especially worth that kind of money. Shout out to the plug of the boxing, my dog. He said he told Boots he could have kept that. Shout out to the plug, man, my guy, man. Y'all go tap into the plug. All right, John. My mistake, man. I thought you was trying to say it's me. It be YouTube though, fam. Like sometimes I can't even go to my own live from my own phone and see what people be seeing. Yep, look for that startup overpayment plan. And the other guys won't do anymore because they can see the sales history. And bro, I said that as well, bro. I said maybe he's exhausted the avenue working with all these other different promoters and through the years where they pretty much figure they know whatever or determine whatever his market value is, and they're not willing to overpay like they once before. But Zuffa ain't them, right? Zuffa playing maybe with a different money, different budget. Who knows, right? They not them. They're different, and they might be willing to do so. That's exactly what I said. Just like the Zone did, bro. Just like the Zone. That's all I'm saying. Get that bag, bro. But you gonna fight the event. You gonna fight a little Iron Man. You gonna fight the Hulk. You know what I'm saying? You gonna fight a little Captain America. You're gonna fight some people, bro. You're gonna fight some people. You're gonna fight some people. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna fight some people. It's crazy that you got reading, you got comprehension, and then you got understanding. Some people have a tough time accepting the shit that they put out there. They put out a bold statement of $100 million to a fighter who's known not to be the biggest ticket seller, but he got paid, who's known to be overpaid according to the promoters, right? And then all of a sudden you hear that's the guy that they're willing to pay that much money for. You hear them complain about his style. I don't. They do. They push the narratives. He's chinny. He pillow fisted. His fights is boring. He can't sell. You name it, they push it. You get what I'm saying? And then that's the guy that they're gonna pay all the money to. You'll scratch your head like, damn, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? That they really about to pay you, but you gonna have to some real good fighters to fight. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we all should be at. Property of Zuffa. Zuffa needs to pay their UFC fighters better. Absolutely. You're gonna fight the big homie. You know what I'm saying? Let me get this boost joint up, man. So yeah, when y'all hear money, y'all gotta stop thinking that we focused on that. That's part of it. But it go hand in hand. For you to make money, you gotta fight the fights, right? You know what I'm saying? Or some of y'all just like being lied to. Y'all don't question nothing. They tell y'all anything and y'all just run with it. And again, I'm gonna say it again. It was just a 3-fight deal signed for $36 million. We never even knew what happened with the rest of that. And it went from that to now a new deal worth over $100 million. Everybody should have questions. It's not about if he making it or not. That's weird to me. I don't understand how you don't have questions. But being that we talking about Devin, let me pull this up from Boots. $100 million contract not paid at one time. Absolutely not. I mean, I think everybody knows that. I don't even think nobody was saying that in here. $100 million at one time.
According to fighting at 52 or something like that.
Bro, did he say that on our show? I know he was saying who.
I don't know.
He was saying who's Boots though. On our show he said who Boots, but I don't think he mentioned a weight though. But what do you
think I heard him say something about that I offered to fight at 52. That's not what happened. After I had decided to move up, after everything was going on, I decided to move up and move to 54. We get a call back a couple of days later. They like me and my team. They like, yo, would you fight Devin at 152? I said, yeah. I'm like, I ain't fighting 54 yet. I can make 52. Like, I'm like, yeah, why not? I'm like, yeah, we never heard nothing back after that. And that's another thing. People be paying these false narratives and saying that I ducked this person. How I ducked him?
Right.
I said, yeah. But y'all don't know that because y'all don't know what's going on behind closed doors.
So do you think that people sometimes these fighters will say that just to create that narrative that he didn't want to fight me?
That, and I think people be using I think people be using my name because they know they think I'm not gonna say that. But now I feel like they gonna watch themselves. So.
Now you gonna start saying what you feel.
Bro,
anybody you want to air out?
Boots ain't going.
Bro, I see them.
Boots ain't going.
I see them.
See, you still quiet.
Yeah, I'm quiet. Because I don't really be trying to talk to them. That's really ain't me. But like, they crazy. I'm telling you, they crazy.
Look, obviously your name was attached to Virgil in that fight. Supposedly.
Wow, bro. Wow, man. Now tell me they wasn't dragging Boots for this. Tell me they wasn't dragging Boots for this. So tell me you don't remember this narrative came out that Boots wanted to fight at 52 and they was dragging him for it. Y'all don't remember? Do you see why people be having questions and why people be having criticism? They are responsible, and I mean this respectfully, bro, because I think Buddy do a lot of promoting and mixtape runs. They are responsible for a lot of different narratives that not just come out from their camp about them, but about other fighters. They've literally so single-handedly been the reason that some of the most fearless fighters have been looked at as ducks. They did this shit to Shakur. They did it to Tank. They tried it a little bit with Keyshawn, right? You get what I'm saying? Did it with Ryan Garcia. Tried to shit with Boots. Boots didn't really want to fight. Subriel Matias was a duck. This is what y'all do. And that's the part that I don't rock with. And y'all sit up here and act like y'all don't know what nobody's talking about. Like they started pushing that. Oh, he wanted to fight at 52. Why did I fight at 52? I never fought at 47. Well, he said he ain't never fight at 54, so he could have fought you at 52. That's what they asked him. And he said, yeah. But see, y'all don't tell the story the right way. You say it in a way that makes the fighter look like he didn't want to fight. So then you started hearing people say Boots didn't want to fight Devin. Like, tell me y'all couldn't have missed this. This is what they was doing. Gary Russell did it with Gary, bro. Did it with Gary. Had Gary out here looking like Gary's scared to fight. Somebody that we know ain't scared to fight. Subriel Matias, unalive somebody. R.I.P. to Dadashev in the ring. But as soon as y'all get up to 40, now he decides to be scared to fight. That's the biggest issue I have. The narrative's like, y'all haven't learned. One thing they have learned is how to play the game. They definitely learned that. They know the game. But they haven't learned how to play the game without painting everybody in a negative light to make them look good. They don't know how to speak on them without shitting on the next person. They couldn't tell you about the Boots fight without making it look like Boots didn't want it. Now you hear Boots come out and speak. I guarantee you they ain't going to have nothing to say. They're going to act like this shit never was said. Get out of here, man. Y'all do this shit all the time. Y'all do it with everybody. Literally try to make Shakur look like a liar because he telling y'all that his team ain't hear nothing about no offer. Y'all still pushing it. No, they negotiate, man. Yeah, maybe the offer didn't get to Shakur yet. Then it ain't negotiating shit if it ain't get to the other side. What are y'all talking about? Y'all the only team, I'm telling you. And to me, it looked like y'all running out of options. I promise you, I hope this $100 million deal is everything that he said it was. And then some. Willing to jump from 126 to 135. He says the Haney playbook. I'm telling you, they love that duck talk. Everybody duck when it's time to fight y'all. Everybody's scared. Don't nobody want to fight. And then everybody's a bum. And then you want credit for beating a bum. Rolly's a bum, but you want $5 or $6 million to fight a bum. Make it make sense, dude. Y'all your own bosses. Put up your own money. Oh, shit, we can't do that. Nah, y'all pay me. Come on, man. Opulent, what's good with LP? How you feeling, bro? Always good to see my guys, man. Y'all hit that like button. We're going to keep building, man. I'm for Team Haney, bro. I'm really on Team Haney, bro. Know what I'm saying? You shit on everybody and then wonder why the business is becoming more difficult. The 702. Do you hear me? Do you hear me, bro? Y'all telling me you couldn't have told the truth about this boot situation? I'm tired of all. Notice when it come to y'all, it's too much convenient miscommunication. Y'all was fighting Matias, but y'all was reaching out to the wrong people. Y'all was looking for Richardson Hitchens, but you called Peter Conn, not Keith Conley. You called Peter Conley, not Keith Conley. You got to make this shit make sense. Y'all do this a lot and just be promoting. And I look at it as good fun. But when I have questions based off the stuff that they put out there, they be, oh, well, why you asking the question? Like, bro, what? Why y'all asses lying? Y'all went from a 3-fight, $36 million deal with Turkey to now $100 million deal with Zuffa, and nobody has questions. Wow. The Butcher. What's good, homie? Bad business for real. And then you work with all the promoters, and after you're done working with the promoters, your father goes on the platforms and tell people how all the promoters F them over on the money. But while he's with them, he's telling you how good the deal is. Do the Devin Haney. Don't nobody do it like us. We make the money, right? And then after you leave the promoter, you go on the platform, on the podcast and say, yo, all the promoters did us dirty. I was lost when he said that. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Because on one end, y'all on Twitter talking about the bag and the money. And then now you like, oh, but they did us dirty on the money. And then it's like, oh, yeah, but the same ones we said did us dirty. Yeah, pay me a significant upfront guarantee because we worth it. And wonder why nobody want to take the gambles, bro. Tell me that's bad business. I don't give a damn what nobody say. Facts, bro. Lying for no reason. I remember back when Bill said he spells his name wrong on contracts because he can. Bro, diabolical. That's insane, Jay. That's insane, bro. That's insane to do. No bueno. Boy, was good. Big money deals off of tweets, no official announcements ever. And look, I'm going to say this. I want to be very consistent. I don't want to be the guy that's just sounding like I'm questioning everything. But I'll say the reason why I question it is not because I don't think he can make the money. It's because the announcement's been coming back to back, and they haven't been panning out. So I want everybody out there to hear me. If you're part of Team Hanos, hear me clearly. I would love to see your Highness Devin Haney, right? That's what y'all call him. He your Highness to y'all. That's how y'all. I would love to see him make his money. You get me? But the reasons why I question the validity of the announcement is because the timing of it, and then the multiple announcements that came out that didn't materialize. And y'all really was driving the Shakur shit just not too long ago. Now, when he goes on the interview for the second time or so and shoot it down again, then it's like y'all forced to move on. And here we go. Boom. Now we got 100 on the table. It's like, all right, okay. I just want to see something materialize. That's all I'm saying, whether that's a fight or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because your money is going to be your money, dude. Get everything you deserve and then some. I promise you I'm rocking with you. But I just would like to see the fights without – this is what I would like to see. I would like to see Team Haney negotiate fights with fighters. And I ain't saying I got to be in the rooms or hear it all, but I would like to know they want to fight people without that fighter having to be torn down when their name gets attached to Devin Haney. You get what I'm saying? You could never call Shakur Stevenson a duck until he stepped in the ring with Devin Haney. All of a sudden, he's scary. He don't want fights. You hearing from the people that promote him and push him and make fights for him, that he don't turn down no fights. But then when it's time for Devin Haney, all of a sudden he turns into a duck. It's the same shit with Tank. Then you move on. You get to Matias. Matias never turned down smoke with nobody. You call him a duck. Come to find out you didn't even reach out to his team. You get what I'm saying? That's what I hate about them the most. I'm never gonna rock with that. Anybody, look, your name get attached to Boots. Now all of a sudden, Boots is scary. Boots a duck. Boots, they only wanted to fight you at 52 instead of telling a real story that they called Boots with the offer up to fight at 52. Y'all call hoe ass dude a Uber, man. Call hoe ass dude a Uber. Back to this cook. Then y'all hear Boots shoot all this shit down. You get what I'm saying? You hear Boots shoot all this down, and you get what I'm saying. Now you got another narrative that y'all pushed for a little while about Boots. How Boots ain't want to fight. Hey, why he ain't want to fight at 47? He just was down because he already made his mind up to go to 54, bro. He already made his mind up to go to 54. Get what I'm saying? And then they asked him, would you be willing to fight Devin Haney at 52? And he said yes. But that's not what y'all said. And guess what the fans did? Boots don't want to fight Devin Haney. Now I'm starting to, the fact that y'all was willing to push Boots being scared of Devin Haney was insane to me. It was insane and disrespectful, because who the hell in a right mind would believe that shit? Scared to fight him for what, though? Like, that shit is crazy, man. It's crazy, bro. So that's my biggest issue. When it come to fighting him and it's time to like throw down with this dude, if the fight don't materialize, all of these guys are gonna be pegged as ducks, right? Painted as ducks and shit like that every single time. And I gave you countless examples. You see it every single time. Shout out to Bonan's TV, my dog, man. He said, I want to see Bill Dad make big fights without premature public announcements. Bro, Killers moving silence. Hey, bro. Cause AA behind the hands. How many we seen a Shakur Zuffa announcement, right? With life-changing money to fight Devin. That came from his team, man, and his people. You seen Mike Coppinger come out and talk about negotiations, right? That shit didn't happen. You heard them talking about a fight with Rolly. That shit didn't materialize. The fight with Ryan, that shit didn't materialize. Conor Ben moved over to Zuffa first, so he already was trying to get away from that kind of talent anyway, right? Get what I'm saying? Every single time, bro, the premature announcements, and then it don't materialize. And they be like, but why y'all questioning them? Cause they just remember the 3-fight deal for $36 million for Turkey. That's why. What happened to that shit? Platt Boy, what's good with it, homie? Dude that somebody came in here and said, I don't know who he was talking to, but he said, shut up, dude. I'm assuming it was me. So call the Uber is like, get people up out of here. Mike Magic, what's good with my brother? What's good, Mike? How you feeling? Y'all hit the like button, man. Support the bill. We're gonna get to this, man. Another narrative by the wayside, bro. Another narrative. Hey, man, y'all get the weirdo out of here, man. Get the weirdo out of here. Just a weirdo gone, man. Yeah, appreciate you. Appreciate you. Yeah, get him out of here. Come in here with that weird stuff. Like I said, so let's get back to what we was talking about, man. That's it, man. You know, I rock with Team Haney, and I be there supporting and rooting for him in fights. Know what I'm saying? I picked against him one time in 33 fights. If that make me a hater, I don't give a damn. I rock with him. I just don't rock with the narratives that exist from that camp. One of the few things that they haven't been able to master is how to promote him without downplaying everybody else, even the current opposition that you about to get in the ring with, right? Y'all still haven't mastered that. Like you get in the ring, you about to fight somebody, and you want only thing you can muster up is telling people how much of a bum this fighter is. But then in the next breath, you'll tell people you always fighting the best. This is what you do. You always fight the best. But then we got multiple fighters where you fighting, where you calling these dudes as bums. So it's like, which one is it? Are you fighting the best or are you fighting bums? You shoot yourself in the foot when you do that, because at the same token, you're trying to convince the world one of your current opponents, which is of unification, is a bum. Yeah, he's a bum. But you know what? Yeah, pay me $5 or $6 million up front to fight this bum. Who the gonna do that? Who gonna do that? Tell me that's good business. Tell me that sound like that's smart. Yeah, man, this bum. He trash. He don't want to fight me. He trash. And then the same guy that you try to convince the world that didn't want to fight you is the same dude that ends up sending an offer. And because you can't rob the bank, now you make it seem like that promotional company is doing bad business instead of just coming out and saying, you know what? We wasn't able to agree to terms. I wasn't able to secure the money I was looking for, so I moved on. You don't never do that. Y'all get up there and be like, oh man, they do bad business. And then your Haneyites, they get on their YouTube channels and they go crazy on their promotional companies too and tell them how bad they are, how bad the PBC is. They literally just did this shit. Yeah, the PBC done, they doing bad business. They out here doing bad deals, man. They ain't trying to pay. Why would I pay you that much money to fight a bum? You said he's a bum. Why am I paying you that much? And you said you're a boss too? Man, you put up your money and I put up the money for him. Then that conversation get different. Then it get to something different. Shit is weird, bro. Shit is weird, man. The guys be the best fighters on his resume are trash. Canvas is him. Understood. You get me? That's all I'm saying. Y'all be acting like everybody against him. I'm telling you what I don't like from the camp. I don't like that shit. Boots being scared of him. And y'all really was running with that. Matias don't even have the kind of the awareness to be scared of somebody. If that even made it, they don't have the mental capacity to be scared. That dude is a human crash out. He'll really go in there and fight anybody. But guess what? And everybody in the world knew that. But when it was time for y'all to fight him for a second, we thought it was a fight that could happen. Guess what? Guess who was scared and who was the duck? Subriel Matias. Crazy shit, bro. Put yourselves in a corner and then you can't get your way out. You know what I'm saying? Buddy's on them short form stream. Only one mod over there. Oh, appreciate you. Appreciate you, Kyle. Yeah, pack his weird ass up, man. Weirdo. You know what I'm saying? Matias barely know English, but that ain't stopped him from lying on his ass. Hey, man, he reached out to the wrong team and everything, bro. Wrong team and everything. That's all. And when I speak that's not hate. Those are the facts. I'm telling you what I'm against. I'm not against him getting money. I'm against the narratives that exist when it's time for him to fight. Everybody got to be scared. This one don't want it. I gave him and then think about it. Imagine trying to convince somebody or the world that a fighter is scared of you and don't want to fight. But then that's the only one that makes the offer. It's the only one that made the offer. Crazy work, bro. Crazy work. Now we about to get to another narrative, man, that I was talking about that we had to shoot down, bro. We're going to get to this, man. We're going to cover everything, man. Hell with it. We here for it. Plaid Boy, shout out to my dog, man. He said, I wish my boy Gary Antoine can get a good name challenge. He in a good position, Plaid Boy. He just beat Andy Hiroka. I believe that was mandatory, wasn't it? So he should be able to get a good fight coming up. For sure, Gary. I think he will. He in a good space. He a champion again. He looking good. Lying publicly with his chest poked out. Know what I mean? Taco meat out and everything, Jay. You feel me, Mike? No, there's no more tune-ups. Turkey been trying to line Devin up since the Ramirez fight. Yeah, I've heard somebody say that too. I've heard that. Let me get to this John, man. Where is it at? We'll be having a lot of stuff in here, bro. Sheesh. Hold on, let me get this joint up, bro. Gary Antoine probably about to fight Dalton Smith. Already was working with PBC for Puello. Puello gets the winner. That'll be a good fight. Definitely. Good fight for sure. Definitely a good one. Where's this joint at real quick, man? All right. Let me get this joint up, man. This is crazy, just crazy. This one was another one, man. Running with it and wild, man. Running with these narratives, B. All right, let me get to this. You saving the last yo. Telling you, them premature announcements is gonna be y'all undoing, bro. People ain't gonna take you guys serious, man. Ain't gonna take you guys serious now. They try to run with this too. And Core called out a content creator in this little clip too, man. We're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to
it. Was Crawford like motivation for, because he stepped on big and he stepped up against the Canelo fight and the Earl fight in the biggest stage and he showed his ass.
Fact.
So I know you be trying to up him.
Yeah. Honestly, that was like one of my biggest motivations, but it's more that I got to take from Bud, because at the end of the day, like I said, with me, I kind of give a certain amount percentage with certain guys. So, and I feel like with Bud, he gives everybody 100%. So like now in the later half of my career where I'm 28 in my prime, I want to take everybody the same way. And that's something I'm going to take from Bud. But as far as like what he did on Errol Spence and the Canelo, all of that shit was like, okay, I can't wait for my moment, and I'm gonna capitalize when I get there.
Hold on, I ain't gonna listen. I want to play something.
I tried to tell you.
I ain't gonna play all this.
135, 140, and soon to be 147. You did. I'm gonna go off the rim and say 154 too. Hey, we gonna put some big. Hey, come on. Who? Booty? No. Hey. I don't care what he say. Best thing smoking. And I ain't gonna lie, because I did come on this podcast.
Yeah, you gotta address it.
To say some things about you when you was about to fight Shakur. I mean, T.O. I did say, hey, I'm a man about mine. I will say, hey.
He's gonna beat me.
Hey, but hey.
Hey, he listened to the pod.
I tried to tell you.
Hey, but no, I will say, hey, you had to make me eat, man. You know what I mean? I'm a man to come on here and say.
Push the mic closer.
I'm a man to come on here and say, hey.
Listen, I had no doubt. I tried to tell
hold up. Don't step on me. Don't step on me. Hey, you are one of the best boxers. If not the best boxer in this generation.
It's only entertainment. It's only entertainment.
Now you good. You good. I don't have no hard feelings about it.
I notice when people say bullshit, they try to. That's only entertainment when you didn't say some shit, but you said it with your chest. Nah, you meant what you were saying. You just was wrong as hell.
I've been seeing you for years. Ever since you been coming to, ever since you first started coming to, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. This was years, bro. This was years back when Ward was still in the game. You know what I'm saying? This was years ago. Yeah. So I've been seeing you around for a long time. You know what I'm saying? But I do give you your flowers. You know what I'm saying? Because you've been doing your big one in this game. You know what I mean?
Nigga, I'm the leader of the core Avengers. What you call me about?
Yeah. That's another thing. He calls us the core Avengers.
It's three.
Yeah, he calls us the core Avengers. They gonna team up against a nigga, yeah? They gonna team up against a nigga. But now, man, I will say I appreciate you for, you know what I'm saying, letting us get this interview in with you, you know what I mean? And, hey, more great things to come from you, you know what I'm saying?
Appreciate it.
But I forgot about that. I forgot about
the core Avengers. I ain't never.
I forgot that him calls us that.
I've been waiting on that one.
He be like, oh, you niggas the core Avengers, nigga.
Hey, bro, question. Leading up to that T.O. fight.
No. We got something else that came out this week that we got to address.
What we gotta do?
You got to play the X-Files. X-Files. I know you you kind of cleared it up in your tweets, you know what I'm saying? But
They gonna ask on here.
there was a news that came out this week that you in negotiations with Devin Haney at a catchweight. I know you addressed it on your tweets, but we got to ask.
I don't know nothing about it. Like, I didn't know anything about it, so when I hit my team, I asked them, I'm like, yo, this true? What's going on? Why nobody told me? They're like, no, we ain't had no conversations.
I ain't gonna hold you, so first thing I said to these was like, nah, I don't believe this. I don't believe it. That's where the X-Files comes in at. Like,
but
okay.
I understood where it came from, so I'm like,
explain that, because we also discussed that, like, why would Mike Avenger, like, he does it, you know what I'm saying, but why would he put out some news?
All the time, yeah.
But he got he really close with Team Haney, so I don't know exactly the reasoning behind it, but I just know that he's close with Team Haney, so I can't tell you if it was them or Team Haney or whoever it was, but for me personally, I ain't hear nothing about it.
Because Champside went on live, I think, the next day. He said he spoke to Bill Haney.
Champside is a liar. He's a sucker. I don't know exactly the reasoning behind it. I just know that he's close with Team Haney, so I can't tell you if it was them or Team Haney or whoever it was. But for me personally, I ain't hear nothing about it.
Because Champside went on live, I think, the next day. He said he spoke to Bill Haney.
Champside is a liar. He's a sucker. Bill Haney.
Wow.
And I don't even got no real issue or beef with like Team Haney or none of them.
No, for sure.
It just went
Damn.
certain guys
Of course.
say, oh, we rock with this guy, and then we don't rock with the other guy, and we hate the other guy, and they do things to like put out false narratives and stuff like that for the other guy when it's like it don't make no sense.
I got you. Go ahead, Q.
Hold on. Since you was still on, I do want to say, you said you ain't got nothing about it, right? You ain't heard nothing about it.
No.
But do you think like a public push or public demand for that fight? Do you think that fight one day can happen?
Yeah, I mean, I'm down. I already told them my terms, so if they want to reach out and
but that's never been an issue, though. You've always been down for that fight.
Yeah,
that's never been an issue. The problem is the Devin Haney side. He wanted at 135. They skipped out of the 140. That fight could have been made several times.
Tell him, Q.
You sitting in board office, what, 25%, 20%? Yeah, I told him suck, man. But anyway.
Tell him, Q.
Okay, so back to the question I had about the T.O. situation. You've been on T.O. for a minute. You and T.O. came up in amateurs together. This is when T.O. used to whoop on when T.O. popped up on the scene that Daddy had when he beat Gamez and he beat in Colorado. So T.O. was hot in the amateurs. I mean, because he popped up on the scene because he had won Golden Glove Nationals and then he won
Q, what's your question?
USA Nationals. Hold on. So,
everybody.
Don't interrupt me.
Nigga say, get to the point, Q.
Hey, this is going to be Q's segment.
I'm getting somewhere when I'm asking this. So me and Shakur have conversation over the years and he was always telling me, man, T.O. makes mistakes. He drops this right hand. I can beat him. And I never had no doubt. So when the fight was made and he was telling me, I'm going to beat him with just a jab, I was thinking to myself, I know you're going to beat him.
Hey, look. Hey, Jordan. I forgot what's the champion, man. It was one of the ex-champions from back in the day, bro. And he came out and he spoke about it. And it's a respected. I'm just mad I can't remember who it was exactly. But one of the old heads from back in the day, former champions, he was like, man, everybody in boxing know, and it's been known for years, that when you offer somebody less than what they worth, they don't want to fight. That's exactly what he said. You know what I'm saying? That's coming from a real one, man. When you start already doing bad business or you start offering somebody, trying to put somebody in a call my bluff kind of situation, you already know you don't. And to me, your intent is not really where you want where you would like the fans to believe it is. That's just my thoughts on it. Because anytime that same person has ever made any other fight, they've always done more solid business, good business. When they don't want to fight, they do public negotiations and bad business and low ball offers, or phantom offers, should I say. That's what be going on. Yeah, I think he was going at him a while back too, Cal. I think he was going at him a while back. Like, that's what dudes do. That's why I don't think he like him now. going at him on his channel.
With just a jab, it's kind of hard to believe, but we're watching that shit. Watching him just beat him with just a jab. So was he always on your hit list? That's my question. Or
for sure. He been on my hit list since the times that you say, like back in the day. I think with Tio, for me, I always thought Tio was the truth. Like every time I watch him, I'm like, this is like, he nice. Like he doing like athletic shit where he putting his hands down and he touching his toes, then hit you like little dumb shit. Even when I watched him in New York when he fought Arnold Barboza, he put on a great display of skills. So, but I seen him, I'm like, I feel like I could beat him.
But you always knew that though.
Yeah.
You always, because I remember we spoke about it, and I told you he was like one of my favorite fighters, and you spoke about that.
And I told you that I could beat him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Since we on the TO topic, he was in the news this week talking about you being dirty and doing some illegal things.
Ask him explain what I did dirty.
That's what I was going to ask
him to explain.
I know what you did dirty. You did him dirty.
He probably gonna tell you some dumb shit, like me stepping on his foot or something like that.
That's a part of boxing.
He said it in another interview where he was like elbows and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But it's a part of boxing.
I felt like he elbowed me.
Yeah, you said it in the lead up. I think I posted it when you was like, "Hey, like it would like anything dirty will be reciprocated."
Exactly.
Yeah.
And, at the end of the day, this is boxing. The referee ain't say shit, so. I don't mind. Like I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Like I don't mind dirty fighting. Like I don't mind it. Like I don't need a referee to come save me.
Yeah.
If somebody start fighting dirty with me, because I'm gonna fight dirty back. So
I witnessed you spar dirty. I didn't see you. I see you call just randomly. I'm like, this nigga is evil, bro. and smile at you at the same time. Like, man, nah. It got to be the worst feeling in the world when a nigga whooping your ass, smiling at you the whole time. Like,
I just think he just need to take some accountability. Like he's blaming everybody else. He blaming his dad. He blaming, and I get the public put it on his dad because they heard
the corner.
Yeah. I get it, but at the end of the day, we're in the boxing ring. We're the fighters, so you got to realize. What did you do wrong? What did you do in there that you could have done differently? And
for sure,
that's the only way you're gonna get better through your boxing career. Because if you don't, you're gonna start getting your ass whooped.
How many times have you went back and watched that fight?
1,000,000. Actually, it might be my favorite fight because it's like
your favorite performance.
It might be my favorite fight because it's like people just talk about the jab, but that jab was like a whip.
It was a whip.
Like a belt. Like you hit him up with a belt over and over.
Yeah, that's
so
what that was.
You landed. You landed the most jabs in this fight. It's like 105, 112.
Nah, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, they say that. Yeah, they say that this is the fight that you landed like the most jabs in.
Yeah, every time Tio stepped, he jabbed. Every time he fainted, he jabbed. Every time he committed, he
made him reset.
Every time he
stepped back, he jabbed. That jab, bro. He was tearing Tio up with. Bust his eyes up and everything. Had him hesitant, man. All with the jab. Most important punch in boxing. He lit his ass up. Devin got his just due. For sure he did. Shout out to 704.
I ain't never seen a nigga get jabbed out of the video.
But it also, for me, it was a high-level fight because I done been around Tio for years, and I know his skill level. Like, I know you're a dog. You're a real good fighter. You got talent. So, for me, it's like, for me to make him look like that, it's like...
That gives you confidence.
It just makes me feel like I'm on a different level.
For sure. But you knew that.
Yeah, for real.
Like, that's like a humble brag type shit. Like,
but it's good to show.
No, for sure. Because you get to show the world.
Niggas don't know.
Yeah.
And they don't also understand, like, the Shakur that fought Tio, and I don't like talking about myself in third person because that's kind of crazy, but the version of me that fought Tio is a different version of me that fought a lot of other people. I took Tio 100% serious, and I think with the upcoming fights in the future, I'm going to take everybody kind of the same way, so.
Because you see the results.
Yeah.
I think...
I like that, man. I like that. A little concerning. Like, damn, you ain't been taking everybody as serious, but I hope that's something he truly apply. I mean, he said so. I believe he will, man. I hope to see the best version of him each and every time out.
When you say you took Tio 100%, you took Tio way more serious than you took Jamel Herring.
I took Tio more serious than I took any fighter in my career.
Well, go ahead, Sid.
Yeah. Well, I don't doubt that you didn't take him serious. I went back and watched the fight, and I say a lot of times in that fight, when Tio would try to shoot for the counter or he'll try to initiate the offense, every time he'll come in, I see Tio square up.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't you take more opportunities of that advantage or that opportunity that he will, present himself? Because I felt like if you would have, you could have pressed for the stoppage.
Yeah, it's easy to say like on the outside looking in because you got to realize with Tio is a fast, explosive fighter. So he's quick. So even if he squares up, it's like he's so fast where he can explode and get right back out.
In position.
Yeah. So honestly, it is some things that I felt like I could have did differently. The only thing that I would say that I would have done differently is try to get to his body a lot more.
Okay.
I think you made it more complete towards the end of the fight.
First
part of the fight, you use your jab, stab it, just break him down, frustrate him.
Yeah, he definitely need a new trainer. But I didn't want to play all of this. I really wanted to get to the narrative part with the Haney fight. You see how he had to get up here and shoot it down, and then from here, from that fight, that just died down. Now all of a sudden it's nothing. How you go from negotiating to nothing? Nobody got no questions. This shit is annoying. They was just in negotiations. Now it's nothing no more, right? The negotiation's not over. Think about it. They pump faking and making half-ass announcements. Yeah, we negotiating, y'all. We negotiating. We negotiating. Then we signed a 3-fight, $36 million deal. Yeah, we offer him a career-changing money to fight Devin on Zuffa. Like, y'all don't be getting it. That's why we be having questions. They be wilding, bro. They really just tell us anything. We supposed to run with it. And then when we paying attention, they're like, man, if it was anybody else, no, it ain't anybody else. It's Team Haney and they wilding. Y'all putting everybody's name in y'all mouth, and then y'all not making the fights. And you wonder why people run around here with questions. This is why. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Blunt Sports, man. Everybody at the like button. Let's keep rolling, man. I got something else we got to get to too, man. So again, man, I truly hope that, this dude don't end up having to fight the Avengers, but I'm telling you, that's what it's gonna be. It's gonna be the Avengers, man. That's who Zuffa. He over there on Zuffa. That's who they fighting next, right there. Pick the order. I don't give a damn. Whatever order. That's who we gotta fight. These guys. Ain't no way all that damn money, bro. They gonna have you fighting lions, tigers, and bears, bro. I'm telling you, man. At this point. Lions, tigers, and bears, bro. That's what you gonna be fighting. People don't know. Quentin Randall know more about technical boxing. 95% of the game. Yeah, man. That is a smart guy, man. I like to hear his breakdowns and the way he see shit, because he see it from a real standpoint, man. Yeah, they sick out here, bro. They sick because they can't keep pushing these lies. And they getting caught up. They getting caught up to them all that damn line. It should start catching up to you after a while. You can't lie. It's only so long you can fake it till you make it. You got to be real with yourself after a while, man. For real. Hold on, man. I got some more stuff we got to get to, man. I think I was done with Haney, though. So, yeah, man. I'm sitting here and I'm waiting to see what the next step is going to be. You know what I'm saying? What the next, what's the next big fight that makes sense for him? But hopefully he'll make it make sense, fight a Hitchens or somebody even better. I don't know. Green bandana switched up so bad. Shakur sitting in front of him. Yeah, remember he was talking about, remember the one I was playing? We was talking about how T.O. got better defense and shit. I thought he was wilding with that. The fact that he said T.O. had better defense, it was mind-blowing, bro. He was passionate about that shit, too. He was adamant, bro. He was like, man, that's what I be saying. T.O. got better defense. I was like, bro, what? That's what you be saying. Better defense, my ass. Based off what? That shit was crazy. I'm like, bro, better defense is insane. Especially for a damn T.O. Man, y'all tripping. Ah, that's what it was. Paulie. That's my bad, y'all. I was almost losing my Shout out to Dan. He said, David, the face of boxing, pound for pound #1. David is my guy, Dan. I've been arguing all throughout the early part of the day about the elbow situation, man. I had so many people talking crazy to me about the elbow. David is that guy, for real, man. I just don't got nobody from cruiserweight down beating him right now. None of them. Any versus Hitchens on a ring card through Zuffa for the WBO would be fired. You get me behind the hands? That's what he need to do, man. That's what I want. I just want a real announcement where we ain't got to tear a fighter down. I want to hear, all right, Devin Haney versus Richardson Hitchens, WBO title on the line, ring card, Zuffa. Cool. We with it. You get me? I think that's the fight anyway. Richardson Hitchens is free. He don't got nobody. He want to fight you. He done said F you and your father publicly on TV. Called y'all. You know what I mean? He called y'all the JJs. He called y'all a couple of the JJs. You get what I'm saying? Like, you gotta want to fight that dude. You hear me? You gotta want to fight him, man. Got to. You know what I'm saying? But now we got to get to this. Paulie had a conversation with Ariel Helwani, and he was talking about Zuffa, the Ali Act, and all that. And I being that all this talk about Zuffa, I felt like the conversation was fitting, man. So we're gonna get to it, man. We're just gonna get to it, yeah. Me pull his John up, man. Paulie. That elbow was just part of the action to me. Yeah, man. They like, man, I counted 2 elbows. I counted 3. I counted this. He's putting fighters' lives in danger. I'm like, bro, y'all doing the most, man. Y'all just looking for something to whine about. That man landed 151 punches in less than 6 full rounds, right? And he landed 53% of his power shots. That's what ended that fight. You know what I'm saying? I know damn elbows. That's all I was trying to say. Yeah, the elbows or something, but man, he was cooked. His ass was already done up. He was getting his ass beat. Guess that's why he wore a pink shirt. How you stupid, yo? He just told me off camera, Dad don't want it with me. I hope he take the fight behind the hands. I hope he take it. I hope they make the fight, should I say, if they both end up on Zuffa.
Another legendary spot. You've got BKB 54, Mayhem in Manchester, and the BKB Super Welterweight World title is on the line. Rolando Dai defending against the one and only Paulie Malignaggi, the Magic Man, and he's had a long day of travel, but he is kind enough to join us on this Wednesday evening over in the UK. There he is. Hello, Paulie. How are you, my man?
What's up, Ariel? How you doing, bro?
It's good to talk to you again.
Yeah, likewise, bro. How's everything going?
I'm not sure what you mean when you say likewise. Is it sincere or is it not?
Likewise. No, of course, man. Yeah, no. I thought we had a good combo.
We did. Liked it. We had ups, we had downs, but I think in the end we kind of got to a good spot.
And it was a good point, and it was good TV.
It was,
which is what I always like.
You're Mr. Entertainment.
Good for fan interaction, you know.
Of course. And by the way, thank you for doing this. I know you were traveling today, so I'm sure you're tired, knackered.
I've been sleeping all day. Now I got to figure out how to sleep tonight after training. Because I'm gonna talk to you. I'm gonna go train, and then I got to figure out a way to go back to sleep somehow.
All right, so maybe this is providing some entertainment for you as you try to wind down the evening. Can I ask you, Paulie? You know, that fight was great. It was you coming back and whatnot, but you did suffer some serious facial injuries, right?
We don't want to hear this part, though. I ain't gonna lie.
So let alone things that have scars. Take on a guy who's well known, who has some accolades in the sport, and will bring some popularity to the fight. And if I can beat a guy like that, then I could maybe fight for the title. Now after the fight, because of the injuries and the way I've been training, I would not have been able to train like this when I was younger, because I would have felt like I'm not doing enough, and I was like OCD with the way I trained when I was younger. And I think that's at the end of my boxing career. That's probably what spelled the end of my boxing career, was the fact that I was trying to train the way I did when I won world championships at an older age, and I kept getting injured, and it was just difficult, and it was running me down, and so on and so forth. And so I just felt, okay, I don't have it anymore. But I think that with this break that I've taken, I've allowed myself to become emotionally detached from the way I used to train, and I'm able to train a little smarter instead of harder.
The timestamps. I don't have it in this one. Let me get to it.
I'm just feeling good, and just having that daily discipline and that routine of discipline every single day, being disciplined every single day, and focusing on that, executing on fight night, and not really focusing on winning, losing, the world championships, and all this other stuff. Just go in there, execute, and if you execute, everything else handles itself. And that's this simplified mentality has also allowed me to take a lot of pressure off myself. It allowed me to get results last time, and it's the same mentality I've taken going into this fight.
You mentioned Pro Box TV. You and Chris Algieri, who does a part of our network, Inside Boxing. You guys do a great job. I enjoy that you guys shoot from the hip, and you don't mince words. I appreciate that very much. And so could I ask, just curious, recently we had that Senate hearing about the Ali Act, and I know you have thoughts on this as well. How did you feel how that all played out?
Bro say he can't possibly be healed from his last fight. I still see scars.
I will say this. I think I'll put it like this. I don't mince words, right?
Yeah.
So I thought Oscar and Nico Ali Walsh did a good job. I was asked to go, but I was in training camp, and it's hard to break a training camp while also, like I said, having this job that I have as well. You know? So I would have loved to go. I did not. It's not that I wasn't there because I didn't want to be there. You know me, I don't mince words. I speak up when I need to, and I speak up for what I believe in. But again, between being in a training camp and also having my job that we record every day, it was hard to get to DC. And I said that I think Oscar and Nico did a good job out there. And I thought, I think the Ali Act speaks for itself once it's properly explained the way it was and the way they're trying to change it once it's properly explained. But here's where I won't mince words. Ariel, what is the difference between a lobby and a bribe? It's the same thing, bro. It's the same thing. Just it's a fancy wording that's different. Okay, so these people they have very 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 powerful lobbyists that obviously are in the Senate or in the Congress or whatever, and everything Oscar and Nico said basically goes on deaf ears. Because in the end, what do? You end up passing stuff anyway, right? I could have been there. Oscar and Nico Ali Walsh could have been, obviously were there. There could have been tons of other fighters there. But when there's lobby money behind everything, aka bribe money, because again, a lobby is just a bribe. It just depends on who's giving it. If the wrong person's giving it that's not connected to the system, then it's called a bribe and they get arrested. If the person that's connected to the system is giving the money and donating, well, it's just called a lobby, and we'll just give it a softer touch name, right? So these people have very powerful lobbyists. And so it became very, very clear to me when everything that is clear in boxing that needs to be done, and instead you're trying to take more of it away. The Ali Act needed to be reformed, sure. It needed to be reformed in terms of having more teeth, not to take away more teeth or minimize it. You're focusing on things like minimum amount of money per rounds or minimum amount of coverage for a fight show promotionally. These things were already there, dude. These things were already there. A promoter has to have the minimum amount of money for a fight show behind in insurance. There is a minimum amount of money you have to fight for under most major jurisdictions per round. These things were already there. So these senators are either too dumb or too corrupt to really understand anything from that perspective that Nick Khan brought to the table. What you really needed, the danger that you really have are what Nico and Oscar were talking about, and what we've been talking about in general, that if you change this Ali Act in that way. Now, having said that, you want to make your own league? Go ahead, dude. It's fine. I mean, knock yourself out, light yourself on fire. You know what I'm saying? But to take away the Ali Act in general, and it's gonna spill over into the non-league aspect of it. At least that part of it where the fighters have a right to know, for example, how much money.
I respected Paulie as a fighter. He fought a lot of good guys, yo, and he wasn't no duck. He wasn't a scary guy. And for a dude with 6 knockouts and not a lot of power, he was willing to fight guys that a lot of people felt like he shouldn't have been in there with. But he'd go in there and give you a fight. And as long as he was upright, he was fighting. Paulie was a good boxer, man. Good boxer. 2-time world champion, successful career. You know what I'm saying? I give him a lot of respect because of the names that he fought. Even though he lost to some of those guys, he fought them.
He's on the table, how much money's coming in, how much money is overall involved in a show where they are the star, where they are the A side and they are the star, because I think all fighters have a right to know that, because if they're the ones carrying the show as the product being promoted, then yes, they deserve a much bigger share than what Zuffa and the UFC have been giving to fighters who are the lion's share of the promotion for certain fights, the way boxing does. But
that's why I respect him.
Even though you have to go chase it and you have to go enact your Ali Act rights, at least you had that if you wanted to go find that. Is what I've talked about with Chris Algieri on the show, where Chris himself has actually had to use the Ali Act in his favor, impose it, enforce it with some litigations he had with his ex-promoter and Star Boxing. And we've seen that used also by guys like Mikey Garcia and Andre Ward and so on and so forth. It's there, even though it needs more teeth. At least the option is there if you have the money to push the fight in court to go get what should be properly yours. Under the Zuffa rules, under the UFC rules, fighters don't even have the option. Like they don't have the option. So they basically trying to bring that into boxing, and essentially they're going to, because like I said, politicians aren't looking for the best for the people. These people are the most spineless people that on the planet Earth. You know, they wouldn't be in government and under that kind of jurisdiction unless they were absolutely spineless. So there's nothing you can be done, man. People are bought.
Are you disheartened by this? Do you think that there is going to be a serious impact on the sport of boxing? Because they often bring up when asked about this.
Definitely not my preference of fighter either, James, but got my respect.
From other people, not from the likes of me, because I don't get a chance to ask these questions, but they often bring up, hey, we're not touching that other Ali Act. You want to go by those rules? You want to deal with that status quo? We're just introducing something different over here. Do you believe that, or do you think that it's all going to get muddied?
Because here's the problem. The other Ali Act still has to have the ability to be imposed. If you now change the Ali Act, even under the regular boxing lane, which is the outside of Zuffa lane, now promoters don't have to disclose this anymore. Before they had to disclose this if you demand it from them. Don't get me wrong. Well, the Ali Act needs more teeth. It should be mandated that the promoters disclose it the right way and give you all the information. You really always had to chase for that information, even as a fighter. Even though the Ali Act was there, you always had to chase for it. You always had to, try to get the details you weren't being given. They always did try to skate around it, even though it was there. Promoters are going to be promoters no matter what. And I'm not saying, okay, every promoter is bad and every fighter is good. It's not that black and white. But nonetheless, everybody's be out for their own money. So the old Ali Act, the one that they're changing, I mean, at least under that one, you could, like I said, you could chase down your money if you felt like it wasn't being given to you. Now that the Ali Act has been changed, even the mainstream boxing, they don't have to disclose certain information to you anymore. So they won't, obviously, because they weren't doing it before. Right. That's why I give Oscar credit. Oscar's fighting for the Ali Act, but even, he's on a side where, he could probably take advantage of fighters more if the Ali Act changes the way Zuffa wants it. You know what I mean? But he's on the side of say, hey man, no, I'm a former fighter and I want to protect the Ali Act the way it is. I can ride with that. I can vibe with that. And I'm not saying everything Oscar and Golden Boy Promotions does is perfect. No, nobody is. But what I'm saying is for him to vibe on that side, that's commendable. So
it is pretty damn commendable for Oscar to stand tall, him and Nico Ali Walsh, but it's unfortunate that they couldn't even make a dent. Whatever they was gonna pass, they still went ahead and passed it. And I played this interview because he's speaking on Zuffa in here, and I also question and I wonder, is Zuffa trying to pull fast ones on fighters? And I'm just asking because. You got Dana White involved. You see how he did the UFC. You got a way of making shit sound better than what it really is, right? You seen it with the Conor Ben announcement. 15 million, one fight. Oh, shit. The next thing you know, 5 fights, 2.5 years. You're like, what? So with them revising the Ali Act and making changes, I wonder how does that impact and affect the guys that's going over there and signing to them, right? Or are they trying to blind people with the money? And, it's just weird, man. Like you come in boxing, a sport that's already established, and your goal should be to help grow the sport and work with the other guys on the other side. If you coming in there and just trying to keep your ball and stay home, like that's stupid. Like it's just, I feel like we don't even need them to be here. If that's how they're gonna move, that's exactly what we don't need. More, you don't need them to be divided. You need more unity in boxing. You need more people working together. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, facts. It can't be good to go against something there to protect fighters. No, he didn't go against it. Oscar and Nico Ali Walsh is for the fighters. The Dana White and them is, on some other shit. So yeah, man, when it sounds too good to be true, a lot of times it is. Right.
So for these guys to say, oh, we're not touching the other Ali Act, you have touched the other Ali Act because once you change the law, other promoters are going to take advantage of it as well. Why would they not? This is just, unfortunately, it's business, it's capitalism. So, that's all BS that we're not touching the other Ali Act. Once the Ali Act is changed, it's changed. Again, it goes back to the spineless, disgusting politicians who, like I said, take lobby/bribes. That's all it is, because a lobby and a bribe is the same exact thing just under different fancy wording.
And so when you were asked to be a part of this hearing, were you asked to be on the Oscar Nico side, or like?
Yeah.
Okay. And
the Oscar Nico side. I was asked to
by who?
to come to DC to speak. some people on that side. I don't know if I should. I mean,
Okay.
I was asked by some people in the WBC had hit me up.
Okay. What do you think happens to those guys? The WBCs, the IBFs, WBO, what happens to them in 5 years?
I think they'll still, be working. Listen, right now, I don't know if anything changes, if it changes in 5 years, because you've seen an alignment basically of Zuffa, Paramount, and that side, and then you've seen the other alignment where a lot of promoters have just gone to the zone, and everybody else is on that side, right? So it's become the new HBO over Showtime, right? Where people align with one network and then you go from there. It's just the only thing is Paramount has put all their eggs into the Zuffa basket, while the zone, will do deals with various promoters. I don't know how it comes about. I don't really think it opens up that quickly in the next 5 years or so, but the zone seems to have good money and be able to fund fights. Paramount has good money and is able to fund fights. Now, on the Paramount side, maybe you know this better than me, this $1 billion deal, is it half MMA and half UFC and half boxing, or is it all boxing for $1 billion?
No. So it's UFC for $1.1 billion a year, 7 years. So that's $7.7 billion. That's just UFC. Interestingly enough, that number was put out there. Very publicly. It was in, all the trade magazines and whatnot. The number that Paramount paid for Zuffa boxing has never been made public, has never been actually reported on. My theory on this is that, as you say, in the world of boxing, you have to make everything public, right? Like you as far as the Ali Act is concerned, because that is in place, you have to make your payouts and all that public to the fighters.
Sure.
The one that's currently in place, right? In MMA, that doesn't exist. So you can make it public or not, there's no ramifications. But in boxing, if you say to the public and to your fighters, hey, we're getting $150 million a year from Paramount, well, now they know how much this TV deal's worth. If you don't say anything, well, how are they going to find out? And I feel like it's very interesting that we know the UFC number where there is no Ali Act, but we don't know the boxing number where there is an Ali Act right now. Do you get what I'm saying?
That's crazy. It's a good conversation, man. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm just tired of the same old rhetoric and stuff, but it's good to hear some people talk about something other than that same BS. But I just feel like overall, man, Zuffa, you can't make the kind of mark that I don't know what kind of mark they looking to make, but I don't think you can help grow boxing and bring it to a better space if you're not gonna play ball. It's just that simple, man. You can't make the sport better by trying to be the only show in town. Right? When there's so many others with the actual talent in town. So crazy, man. It's just weird.
Yeah, I get 100% what you're saying. As a matter of fact, that's the spit in the face that the UFC fighters keep taking, because they actually get to see the money. They're like the dog who's chained 20 feet from the snack, but the snack is 21 feet away. You know what I'm saying? Now they get to know, they get to see, but they don't get to touch it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And that's where they've been spat on constantly. And that's what these people are looking to spit in the face of the boxers as well, by looking to try to change the business dynamic in our sport the same exact way. But that's what I was curious about. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think. Listen, Zuffa's had shows the way the old Friday Night Fights used to do shows, the way Pro Box TV does shows. I don't think they've been as good as Pro Box TV events. So no matter what kind of money they're funding this with, or how much money they're funding this with, I don't think it's been that great. I think you've had a handful of pretty good fights. I think the best one's probably been Vazdik versus the Serbian kid. What's his name? Hot Rod. Radzovic earlier in the year, if you remember it, Ariel.
Yeah.
Vazdik versus Hot Rod. That was I think it was a co-main event. Otherwise, they've been just decent regular fly-by-night shows, which are fine. I mean, boxing, I enjoy them. Boxing fans will enjoy those fights. A Sunday night event, it's kind of like ESPN Friday Night Fights.
Sure.
That's fine if you do it that way. But I don't think anybody who was ever talking about ESPN Friday Night Fights is going to take over the sport of boxing back the way they did things. It was just like a feeder into championship, right? It was like giving us a chance to see that middle ground, to see if anybody could come out of it, and that's totally fine. Zuffa comes in with this gung-ho mentality. We're going to change this. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. And you're not really that impressive overall. And I know Dana said, okay, judge us by the end of the year. Don't judge us at what we do right away. But I mean, so far, has it really made that big of a difference? I think the zone and the mainstream of boxing have made some really good fights this year. You know, I think even Pro Box TV's had some really good fights this year. I don't think offhand there's been memorable fights on Zuffa, you know, but I'll watch.
They've only had they haven't had a handful.
I enjoy fights.
A pretty good main event this weekend. Mosley Jr. against Boyachuk. And they're going on the road, right? They're going on the road. They've got the Chris Bilm-Smith card.
But on paper is different than in reality. Okay, so you got a pretty good main event this week. Boyachuk and Shane Mosley Jr. As a matter of fact, I think Mosley Jr. has done a little bit better than recently than has been expected. And Boyachuk obviously is taking a fall from after the Brandon Adams rematch loss. So it's a solid fight on paper, you know. But again, are you getting? Look at what boxing's put out, man. I mean, boxing had Murataya versus Andy Cruz. I mean, the zone, you know, Murataya versus Andy Cruz, which wasn't even a big part of the schedule or in January. It turned out to be a great fight. You had a Figueroa Ball. You had Pro Box TV with Najee Lopez and Manuel Gallegos. You know, which is probably the fight of the year thus far. You know, I don't know. You know. These guys, like I said, the one that stands out to me is Vazdik and Hot Rod. That was a really good fight, shootout. But you're not. I don't know. We'll see. You know, like if they weren't coming out saying, "Oh, we're taking over everything, we're changing the whole sport," I wouldn't have a problem with it. Like I said, I enjoyed the old Friday night fights. I enjoy that kind of boxing. I enjoy boxing on a day where boxing's not supposed to be around, which is like Sunday. You know, you get cool Friday and Saturday fights, and then Sunday you get your cool Zuffa fix. You know, I don't have a problem with that, but. You know, you're trying to change the dynamic of the way people get paid. You're trying to change the dynamic of the business. You're trying to change the dynamic of championships. You're trying to create a lot of things that I'm not really vibing with. That's all.
Do you think the Saudis are involved in 5 years?
I have heard no. That's what I've heard through the grapevine. I'm not sure. I've heard. Just rumors that I've heard was that this was a 10-year plan for the Saudis, and they got in 2020, which would mean by 2030 they will be out, right? I don't know how much teeth that the rumor has. That's what I was told not long ago, maybe about in the past year or two. And you know, obviously the war doesn't help the Saudis right now either, right? The war in the Middle East, right? So their involvement is sort of at least not as magnified at the moment.
Do you think AJ Fury happens this year?
You know, there's a lot of money on the table for that fight. You know? And then money will, we've seen if there's enough money, things will change, even if they don't make sense, right? Or if they do make sense. I think AJ and Fury should be in the UK. I think that's a no-brainer. But I don't know. With Saudi money, do they make it in Saudi? You also lose a big piece of the atmosphere, man. I mean, how you don't make AJ and Fury in the UK? If you make that fight, I mean, if you make it anywhere else but the UK. I mean, it wouldn't make sense to me, you know. But we'll see. I mean, you can still put Saudi money and put it in the UK. I mean, Conor Benn and Eubank did that, right? So
yeah, I think they'll be smart enough to put it in the UK. I think people would be very disappointed.
I have a question for you, Ariel. You know, while I'm on here,
sure.
You know, didn't Turkey Al Sheikhs buy like a percentage interest in the zone a couple of years ago? Right?
Yes, specifically him. I don't know if it was specifically him, but the Saudis did purchase a chunk of DAZN, yes.
So that's my question. So with the Paramount deal in Zuffa, because they're behind Zuffa, right?
Yeah.
I mean, aren't they? Yep. Their money behind Zuffa. I mean, I know there's Nick Khan and the other guy, but it's also I assume the Saudis are behind Zuffa as well. So are they kind of competing with themselves by doing this? I mean, what's your take on it?
I mean, there's a lot of fascinating things here. I mean, what about the fact to that same mindset? So they're in business with Matchroom and Eddie Hearn, right? And then Conor Benn signs a deal with Zuffa, which they are funding.
Yeah.
And so they funded to take a fighter away from someone who they're very much in business with to take him from that side of the street to this side of the street. Like, it's sort of the same thing that you're talking. I don't know. I can't explain it.
And Eddie seems like he wasn't happy about that. And Eddie seems like he's not happy. But if the Saudis own a piece of DAZN, then they own a piece of the network that you're doing all your fights on, right?
Yeah.
But are the Saudis competing with themselves? Because the Saudis are also with the Paramount deal. So you know, and then everybody involved on both sides doesn't like each other. But in reality, behind the background, the Saudis are pulling the strings and they're on both sides of it. You know, so I don't know. I'm a little bit confused with all that. So I'm trying to get some answers.
I'm confused as well. Let's end on a positive note, shall we? David Benavidez. I'm blown away by this guy. Blown away by him. What a performance.
I mean, what a performance. And he showed some boxing. He showed, you know, he's always showing the explosiveness and the power. And people always want to, I think, unfairly call him a weight bully. But, you know, he went in here and just absolutely exploded onto the scene. I mean, he was boxing very well, you know, putting his punches together nicely, combinations, which he always does. But also, you know, you saw some check left hooks, so he's got a punch going backwards in spots with a bigger guy like Zurdo. The timing of the shots, the explosiveness, the carried up the power. Granted, again, Zurdo is not Opatai.
I think that was some good insight right there with Zuffa, man. I'm just not all in on what they got going, man. You just don't know, man. Seem like it's some get down or lay down, but just in a more subtle way. And it seemed like these little announcements getting leaked out there to convince people that, you know, that's the place to be. And I won't doubt that there are some signees that definitely, no doubt, that getting treated accordingly, but nothing is never 100%. The same way you got people that's happy with what's going on, you're gonna have some disgruntled people as well, man. We're gonna have some people that's pissed off about what's going on, and we're gonna see how stagnant fights become to make when it's them being at the helm of putting the fights together, man. So welterweight will have ran rings around that Zurdo who turned up against Benavidez. Now shit, hell no. Zurdo. Oh, you saying Zurdo? Okay, Zurdo. I was thinking Benavidez. I'm like, nah, Benavidez is pretty damn fast. So let's keep rolling, man. Tim Bradley did a little interview, very short interview. He he sat down and he was talking about boots, and the boots and the Crawford topic came up as it's been coming up more and more. Every time somebody sees Crawford face on the video somewhere, they start thinking about him fighting boots, and I get it, but the man retired. I think that shit been said. But Tim Bradley has some things to say. Him be biting his tongue as a storm be on it, and he has some stuff to say, and he pretty much let it be known, man. Boots won't do the Crawford, man. He won't do a damn thing. I just don't think that's the fight that a lot of the Boots people think, right? And I'm a big Boots supporter too, but I just don't like when people make it seem like fighting Terence Crawford is just something like that you do every day, right? Like Terence Crawford is the kind of fighter that you run into every day. That's just not the case. You get me? So I understand Bradley. You know what I'm saying? I understand Desert Storm. I understand where he was coming from. You know what I'm saying? But I think this is the one. Let's get to this, man. Crawford beats Boots. Think so too. Too much experience. And he's still he still was in his prime.
Yeah, buddy. Hall of Fame, and I'm sure there's more on the way. Speaking of big fights, though, Tim, this is the biggest fight, I think, for fight fans. Well, I think it was Virgil Ortiz and Boots, but we're getting Xander Zayas putting his 2 belts on the line at 154 against Boots, who's arguably one of the most talented fighters in the world. Zayas is going in as the underdog, even though he's the champion. Is he going into the fire too quickly? He's still a young kid against a guy like Boots who has so many weapons in his repertoire.
Look, I mean, I'm 50-50 on that. I look, Xander Zayas has never been a normal, how can I say this? He's always been mature for his age. It's like he's already done this before. He signed, was top ranked, and the dude was like a junior in high school.
Right.
He was young as hell. But the way he handles himself outside the ring, he's always handled himself as a professional, and it's like he's been here before. It's like nothing fazed him. so like, it doesn't surprise me that he's like, I want Boots. He's always said that he wanted to fight Boots. He's always said and told me that he's always wanted to fight Virgil Ortiz. He said he's like, I'll beat, Fedora. He said that too. He's like, I'll beat Fedora. I'll beat him right now, But I feel like from a talent standpoint.
You're going to take Boots, call Porter, call hell with Porter at his age. I feel you. I just feel like for me, Porter gave everybody hell, right? But Crawford was the only one to stop him. You know what I'm saying? Beat him, stop him. It's impressive. But yeah, Porter was on his ass. He was on his ass for a hot second in that fight. I ain't gonna lie to you. He was. It was a damn good fight too. Damn good fight.
And he is talented as well. Xander has a really boxing high IQ. He does. And you can tell not only in the ring, but you can tell outside, even when he does commentary. He's an extremely smart kid. Or young man, I should say. But at 23, 2 belts, and you want to face that guy? Like, I'm like, man, what? If I'm managing, or I'm like, man, come on, bro. Like, calm your ass down real quick. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. Like, we can maybe beat him, but shit, we unsure. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Because like Boots is put in a situation in this fight to where he has to show the hell up and show the hell out. Because there's been so much hype and so much clout around him, and he hasn't gotten the opportunity to really showcase. I mean, the biggest opportunity that he got was when he fought against Ennis, and he passed that with flying colors. And so it's like, I don't think we've seen the best Boots yet, right? And I know one thing about like fighters that have like a really high skill set and have the mentality of a Boots Ennis. The one thing about us is that like when the competition gets better, so does our focus, so does our everything gets sharpened. Just put it that way. Everything. We
right.
Become
all you gotta do.
So dialed in, man, and so sharpened. It's like taking a knife and sliding against that little what do you call that? Metal or rock, sliding against that rock or metal, bro. And you're just sharpening it, and you're just sharpening it, and just sharpening it. Like this fight right here is woken up a beast. And Boots has to prove that, hey, everything that y'all been saying about me is real. And I'm going to show you in this fight against this guy right here who thinks just because he got 2 belts, that he can beat me, right? Boots is kind of like taking the offense to this. He's taking offense to this. And so I think it's more so a fight where Boots has to show up and show the hell out and be the best version of himself. I think that this is a type of fight that can definitely raise somebody's game in like a Xander Zayas as well. It can definitely.
I got somebody that was talking about Boots' defense because, it's a lot of talk about his defense being so leaky and all this. I think that's been grossly exaggerated, bro. I think it's been grossly exaggerated. I think anybody that's that offensive, I've seen plenty of guys offensive like Boots get touched way more than him. Yeah, he get hit with some shots because I think when you that athletic, sometimes you rely on it or you get comfortable and you do things that you probably shouldn't do. Boots is, he's guilty of that, but I've also seen it when Boots is making it his business for you not to hit him, you don't hit him. And it'd be harder to do. You get what I'm saying? He get hit more, so he'd be on the attack, maybe, at their exchange, or you get me, punch with him, any of that stuff. That's boxing, but he's being defensive and don't want you to hit him. You don't hit him. That's what I see.
So his game.
We don't get to that in a minute,
but he's not afraid. I'll tell you that much. Xander is not afraid. and he truly believes in his heart that he can beat Boots. Truly believes in his heart. And it's going to be amazing to see what happens, man, on that night. It is. It's going to be amazing to see. And if he can pull this off, oh my goodness. A new star is born. Yeah, a new star is born for sure. Puerto Rico is going to be going crazy because they know how dangerous this fight is as well. And they respect the fact that this young man is willing to risk it all. So, hey, he's young. He's 23. Hey, take a leap of faith. If he fails the mission too,
yeah, right.
I mean, he's still got a lot more years to go, right? It'd be a great learning experience for him as well. So I respect him. I respect both these guys, but I really respect Xander Zayas for, again, not ducking any smoke.
But you're calling it 50-50 at this point.
60-40.
Okay.
60-40. I 60-40
for Boots.
I think Boots is just, I think he's more talented. I think he's more talented out of the bunch. And I think that Boots right now is right in the midst of his prime. So, when you start hitting that 26, 27, 28 range, man, Xander still, even though his body looks like he's physically mature, he's not. You know what I mean? Like, he still has 3 to 4 years before he really gets to his full
instead
capacity.
Of Boots being exposed,
full man strength. I say around 26, 27-ish. So Boots is just, I think he's right in the midst of his prime. And these are moments that fighters dream of. And getting 2 belts in one night and, facing a guy that doesn't have the, I want to say, experience that you have. So, and I know everybody talks about resume and all of this stuff, right? All this resume stuff. And I understand all of that, right? I get all of that. But when you look at Boots and his style and his skill set, and you look at Xander, you go, okay, now that's a clean ass style. You look over here, you go, now that shit looks special. Like that's best. You know what I mean? Like, this dude is doing it. That's what I look at. He got fast hands. He hits hard. Like, yeah, that looks good.
He do everything.
Hey, he can fight. Right. Yeah, Xander, he can fight. Yo, he look good. Hey, he learning. He getting better. Oh, he's technical. And so that's what I see when I look at both these guys.
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup, right? You got the classic style, more lunch pail and Zayas, and then you got the athletic, kind of free, switching.
Freestyler.
Yeah.
He'll freestyle.
Yeah.
He got that freestyling style. Could get him into some trouble, but we gonna see. I think, look, I talk a lot, I say a lot. Regardless of what anybody say, I get it. Fighters were sensitive. I was once sensitive as hell with people's analysis on me and
Tim, this is a great breakdown
and so on and so forth. But I know he hears me. Oh, I know he hears me. I know his people hear me too. And I'm watching him in training, and I'm seeing he shooting shots and he protecting the opposite side. So, like, all of those small things and detailed things that I'm talking about, I could see him working on it, right? Because he knows he got to be at his very best. Because he ain't trying to lose to no Xander Zayas. Trust me, he loses Xander Zayas, bro. He ain't gonna never hear the end of me.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna hear the end of
nobody. It's crazy that if Boots lose. I think Boots got more criticism. He got less room for error. Like, if he loses, I think the people, the blowback gonna be loud. The backlash is gonna be loud. They're gonna go crazy. They're gonna, see, I told you, he's not this, he's not that. Xander lose, you probably gonna get a little bit of that, but maybe not so much because he's younger. So maybe they'll give him the grace. But trust me, it's just unfortunate where boxing's in a space where we just more about criticism than credit, and just acknowledging us getting something that we wanted to see for our money, worth our time, and just enjoying it like that. I feel like I'm supporting the winner and the loser. You know what I'm saying? If I'm wrong that Boots don't get the win, then Xander gonna get twice the credit for me, because that means he proved me wrong and he was better than I expected. You know what I mean? I still ain't gonna knock Boots. Maybe it just mean that he got to improve in areas that I didn't know. Maybe, you know what I mean? But I'm still gonna look at both of them as real dogs, man. It's gonna take a hell of a fighter to beat Boots, and it's gonna take a damn good performance to beat Xander. Both of those guys undefeated for a reason. They don't know how to lose. They're gonna have to learn that night. So for one guy to beat the other, they're gonna have to be taught that night how to lose because they don't know how.
You ain't gonna never hear the interview.
And they've never,
especially a guy walking around, man, right now and talking about that he would knock out Terence Crawford, bro. Like, bro, stop. Like, stop it. For real. You know, you wouldn't do shit.
There you go. There you go, Jay. That's a fact.
You know, and
boxing wins.
But yeah. Hey, look, what I'll say this as well.
Right.
You could have said something different.
I'm with you, Mike. I gotta see my boy show out.
You could have said something different. Like, you can be confident. Hey, we don't have to see. I feel that I could beat him, but knock him out? Come on, stop it. No. Nah, Terence Crawford, there'll only be one of them. There'll only be one of them. Yeah. There won't be another.
Right. You know, you mentioned, we talk about the flash and all that, right? And I know there's been comparisons to Roy Jones and
they better stop it.
And he, just next level, right? My all-time favorite.
The athleticism.
Right.
But I think Roy might have been a little bit more athletic than he is.
But this was what Roy will tell you. It all starts with the boxing, right? It all starts with the base. It wasn't just like he was freestyling. I mean, he was a boxer first, right?
Yeah.
But just an athletic freak, right?
Yeah, but he's right. It starts with the boxing, right? But it's like, but the fundamentals, it has to start with the fundamentals.
That's what I mean.
It has to start with the fundamentals first, man. Because if you build something that's unstable, it can get knocked down, bro. And you gotta have the fundamentals, bro. It's just like building a house, bro. You gotta have the base, right? You gotta have, a solid base, and it gotta be leveled, right? And the same thing in the boxing. So when you're building a fighter, you're building them from the ground up. Most people, some coaches might teach the hand. You start with the feet first. I learned right out the gate with the feet. And then we went right on up, and then the lead hand, and then the head movement, slight head movement, but it was more the feet where I started. Lomachenko, he was for a couple of years, he went away and he went to dance school. His father put him in that little, Ukraine dancing for his feet. So his feet can be right, because your feet gonna get you in and out of range. The feet are the most important. So, and that's why you see guys like Shakur having so much success, is because his feet, he got great eyes, but them damn feet, the feet are even better. So, but the comparison of Roy Jones, and it's because of the athleticism. It's because of the creativity that both these guys could do inside the ring. But Roy, to me, was on another dimension, man. Roy was that guy. Yeah. He'll hit you with 6 left hooks. He'll leap nasty. And with accuracy. This Boots will do it, but it ain't got a whole lot of accuracy on it. I'm gonna tell you that. Ain't got a whole lot of accuracy on it. So, but yeah.
I saw Roy in Dallas. He has his new gym out here, Tim.
Oh, you do?
Working with kids. I took my nephews
absolutely
there.
Not.
Working with kids of all ages, and like you said, he's showing them the fundamentals. He's not teaching them the Roy Jones style. He's showing them.
Yeah, teaching them putting his hands behind their back and moving side to side and catching them with the hook.
Waist down.
It was so great to watch him with these kids and just one-on-one or in a group, just showing them over and over.
Shoulders to waist.
This. Okay, you got it. Just but
waist down. No. Shout out to Tim Bradley, man. You see what he had to say. He said, man, Bud, he won't do to Bud. I know he said he'd knock Bud out, but he won't do shit to Bud, man. I expected to say that, but this conversation comes up a lot because obviously Boots' name has always been synced to Bud. The fact that he could switch hit, you know, Bud is one of them. They always make that comparison and do that. So I understand how that conversation comes up, but sometimes people make it seem like it's like an open and shut cases to, you know, Bud being beat by Boots. And I don't know how you can get to that conclusion so easily. You know what I'm saying? He said that Tim had head movement. Yeah, had some head movement, upper body movement and stuff too. Tim used his leg. He did a little bit of everything. Tim did. Yeah, he said he was watching boxing at UFC, so when no boxing is on, at least UFC might be on. Yeah, man. And that's a good way to look at it, man. I want to show this little clip from Boots though. I thought this was interesting, y'all. Boots doing this right here.
Chukazan.
Look at this.
Pick one fighter.
I want y'all to see what Boots doing, man. They asking him about Karen.
Pick one fighter, moves on. Rolly Romero versus Katzen.
Chukazan.
Chukazan, Keyshawn Davis.
Chukazan.
Nah, Boots, you wildin'. Chukazan over Keyshawn is bogus. I don't give a damn what weight it's at. I know Boots. That's how you know Boots has some respect for Chukazan.
Chukazan, Ryan Garcia.
Chukazan.
Chukazan, Devin Haney.
Chukazan.
Chukazan, Virgil Ortiz.
Chukazan.
Chukazan, Xander Zayas.
Chukazan.
Chukazan, Errol Spence Jr.
Prime Errol, probably Errol.
Errol or Manny Pacquiao?
I'm gonna go Errol.
Errol, Terence Crawford.
Probably Bud.
Bud or Floyd?
Floyd.
Floyd or De La Hoya?
Floyd.
Floyd or Purnell?
They my guys. Floyd.
Floyd, Tommy Hearns.
Floyd.
Floyd's king of the hill.
Yeah, shout out to Boots. I like those little joints. I think they'd be
Pick
funny,
one.
man. I didn't expect them to say Chukazan over Keyshawn. I thought that was wild. Boots sitting there with that look on his face like, man, y'all know that dude gave me some issues. You know what I mean? I still beat him though, but he gave me a couple issues. Yeah, facts, Mike. He know what's up. I just wanted to see Bud do what Hagler did. To Mugabe take the challenge of the young killer and show us who's better. Oh, by fighting Boots. I just don't think the real intent was behind. Like, it's one thing with you saying you will fight somebody and willing to fight them, and they're actively pursuing them. And for me, once he accepted the IBF intern and took him out the WBO rankings, I felt like that was like, that sealed the deal for me. Like that told me that I ain't saying he wouldn't fight him, right? Because it seems like that's what the problem was. It was a bunch of would you fight? And of course, fighters gonna say yeah, but when it's time to really put the fight together, what happens? So speaking from Zab, Zab said he was representing Crawford at the time. He said everybody was on board with the fight, but some other business came up, and then this fight didn't materialize. And he more so chalked it up to being business, why the fight didn't happen, as opposed to it being either Boots, Bozy, or even Bud Crawford fault, because he said they all was on board. He said he was representing Crawford at the time, and they all wanted to fight. So I ain't mad, man. I wish we could have got it, but I'm not mad at it because I just feel like, bro, man, they errors just didn't align. I always felt that. I felt like it wasn't going to happen at 47, and it was going to be a stretch at any other point after that. To me, you know what I'm saying? I felt like they was just going to kind of like run out of time, if you will. Let's keep rolling, man. We're going to keep talking about Boots, man. This guy was talking about Boots' defense, man. Yeah, I'm glad he went to 54 and getting the opportunities. You know what I mean? Because you know what? I think, look, I don't mind them fighting each other and proving who better. But it's people out there that just would want to see one of them lose. And I'm glad it ain't them losing versus
good.
You know what I'm saying?
You fight a Razor Ramon
or Donez.
Or don't.
You say we talking about the Prime situation? What's that? What's that? What do you mean? What prime situation? Say I would love to Norman versus Karen. Nah, that wouldn't be a good fight. That wouldn't be a good fight in my opinion, Damon, because of what Karen does. He a mover. I don't think you need to put him right back in there with a mover. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that, not without getting that prop. Oh, the Bud versus Boots. Tim Bradley was just saying, period. Like he wouldn't do shit to Bud. Like he wouldn't beat Bud at all. He said I know he said he knocked Bud out, but nah, he wouldn't do shit. He said, I just feel like Bud was still in his prime. Even as he retired, I still feel like that was prime Bud we was watching. And I just don't feel like the younger Boots beats the prime Bud because of the experience. You know what I'm saying? The experience, the versatility, and the fact that one guy makes less mistakes versus the other, far more proven through multiple weight classes. Bud is a difficult guy to deal with. But don't get me wrong, y'all. It would have been a great fight. And could have been one of Bud's toughest fights. For real, with Boots. Because he really one of them. Now, I mean, he going to push you in every way, shape, or form. But I just feel like the mistakes that he make, somebody with the experience of Terence Crawford and the skill, versatility, man, accuracy and all that stuff, timing, I feel like he'll be able to capitalize on the mistakes that Boots make. You know what I'm saying? When you think of a Karen fight, right? You think of a Karen fight. We've seen it for 24 rounds now. He beat him and dominated him, but just imagine if that's Bud. I know they fight differently, but you get me? If Karen can give you some issues, he's nowhere near the level of talent that a Bud Crawford is. So just think about that. What kind of fight that would be for him. You know what I'm saying? Say he probably started track and field shit. You know what I'm saying? He probably started moving and shit. You remember he got on a good foot in the first fight after he felt Boots' power. He ain't sit still at all. But in that second fight, he switched it up. So you never know. But I just think he need more experience. Like, let him work with Ronnie Shields. Don't put him in there with somebody that is where he's going to be at a disadvantage. Right now, you want to match him stylistically well so he can improve, work on some things, and get to that next level. You know what I'm saying? Oh, clear him, guy, Bud. Yeah, nah. And me too, me too, because I know what it would have been. And I'm kind of cool that it didn't happen simply because I know both of these dudes could go on to be super successful without fighting each other. I know it's a lot of haters that just will be glad to see Bud lose and say, I told you so, or see Boots lose and say, I told you so. That's the only reason I'm cool with it not happening. Other than that, yeah, get it to me, But it is what it is, I'm liking to see what Boots about to do with these opportunities now. I can't wait till this fight in June. She's going to be a banger, man. I think he's going to try to make a statement for sure. But let's hear Coach talk about his
first round KO. How you feeling, yo?
Oh, man, I feel amazing. Trainer. All the work he put in, I'm saying, from a little kid all the way up to today, it led up to today. And I mean,
that's Jordan. I knew he was going to do it.
He listened to everything that me and his pops told him, to the T. He showed almost like a veteran prowess in there, like he's only 19 years old. And just to see his control of distance, the uses of the jab, and then to finish the guy off within the first round with a body shot, pro debut. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better pro debut than that.
He looked eerily patient for a 19-year-old. It seemed like he was a guy that had 20-plus fights that wanted to start slow. Like, normally, these guys straight out the amateurs debut, they just come out 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, but, he listened to the game plan that we gave him, you know what I'm saying? Like, me and his pops told him from weeks ago, we're going to go out to this fight, we're going to control the distance right away. We ain't going to jump on nothing. He's like a human calculator. So, he went out there, used his jab, like I said, it was jabs and feints. That's what we wanted in the first minute. See what the guy.
Man, always holding it down. Appreciate the love, man. He said I would have took Boots over Crawford. I ain't no fool to think Crawford couldn't have beat him. That's why, for me, I know boxing. It's a good conversation, man. The fight, I don't think Boots is in over his head to the point where we could sit here and make it sound like he can't win. So I'm the same way you see it, I'm the other way, and I see it the same way exactly, right? I feel like Bud will win, but I wouldn't sit up here and say Boots couldn't win. You get what I'm saying? I just feel like his mistakes would catch up to him against a crafty vet like Bug. You know what I mean? Apex predator. Norman Jr. has the perfect comeback fight opponent next week. John Wagner from Canada. He will be right in front of Norman. Right? You get what I'm saying, Dub. You get what I'm saying. Get him that confidence builder. You know what I'm saying? Give him time to gel a little bit more. You know, obviously with Ronnie Shields, and just build from there. You know what I'm saying? Build from there. Yeah. He fight on the Keyshawn undercard, Cal. What is it? May 16th, right? Shout out to Mike Kirkland, man. Appreciate the love as always, man. Yeah, that's going to be a good fight, man. You'll never hear me tell you Boots can't win. I just would have to lean towards Bug because he's just far more proven and experienced. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like he make less mistakes at the highest level. But, you know, with a phenom, you can't count no phenom out. He wanted them for a reason, man. Boots one of them ones. But, yeah, man, I'm glad B Norm is back. He got an opponent where he should be able to, like, you know, work out some things with his new trainer and keep growing. That's what I hope to see.
And then touch him downstairs, see what if he can hold it to the body. When I saw he couldn't hold it, yo, me and his pops just went ahead. Hold to the body, finish it. He did it.
Yo, the part of the fight that kind of fucked me up is he stabbed him, then the guy threw a jab and he stabbed him in the same place. Yeah. It was under his left arm though, same spot.
Yes.
Like,
same spot. Yeah, I mean he's like I say, he's a human calculator. So like I can't explain it, man. The kid just has the it factor. You know what I'm saying? His dad did a great job with him. You know, all the way in the amateurs up until today. And man, we blessed, man. That's all I can say.
What can we expect going forward?
More fireworks, you know, more of that, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, hopefully gonna get him right back in the ring, you know, within the next maybe month. We want to keep him active, you know what I'm saying? He's a big kid, 5'11", you know, 126. You know, he has everything. He has everything. So we want to keep him in that ring. We want to keep him flowing. And then whatever happens. You know, in the long run, we know he's going to be a world champion. So we're just grooming him, man. You know what I'm saying? We're grooming him.
Yeah, man, I was thinking about, you know, for Friday, tomorrow's Friday. I didn't cover that yet, and I should have. So the Wardley and Dubois fight need to be covered for sure. That's a good heavyweight scrap, man. I think somebody getting knocked out for sure.
Now, you just opened up a boxing gym. Let's talk about that, man.
Yes, sir. Hellgate Boxing Club. And,
I'm going to speed up to get to what
look that up. You're going to find me. You know, it's Coach ER, a.k.a. the Playbook, a.k.a. Mr. Make It Happen. You already know what it is.
Okay. You know, I got to ask you about fights. Big fight in New York. You said you're bringing boxing back to New York.
Yes, sir.
Well, huge fight.
Yeah.
Xander Zayas, Adrien Ennis, June 27th.
Your boy's coming to town.
Yeah. What you think of that fight, yo?
Well, look, let's put it like this, right? Like, we know Boots for a long time, right? You know, that him, Bosey's family to me. And obviously, you know, I'm Puerto Rican, but I'm siding with my brother Bo on that one. I think that it's going to be an entertaining fight in the beginning. You know, I would say the first 5-6 rounds is going to be competitive. Mainly because Boots is smart. He knows that Xander can fight. Xander's a big kid. He's not just going to sit there and trade with him. You know, I don't know what they're thinking. They see. I know that Coach Javier was my boy too. You know, Centennial, great coach on Xander's side. I know they're going to have a great game plan early. But the pace that you have to keep Boots off you, man, it's a hefty price, you know. I don't know if Xander's going to be able to do that, you know. So I do think it's going to be competitive for, like I said, 5-6 rounds. But I think once Boots catches on and starts really hitting to the body, you know, touching him up with clean shots, I don't know if Xander could keep up, man. And I'm going to call a late stoppage, maybe around 10-11.
10-11?
Yeah.
I like that breakdown, man. But my thing is, I feel like Xander was talking. I feel like one of his game plan, his focal point is going to be to utilize legs and movement and try not to stand right in front of Boots. Reason I feel that way, because it says something. Didn't he say something about him fighting ghosts? Or something to that effect. And I could have swore I heard him say, you know, he questioned his resume and then he said he looked good against guys who stand right in front of him. So that kind of tells me in my head that he ain't going to want to be right in front of him, obviously, because I think that's the fastest way to get the mixtape done on you. You know what I'm saying? I'm standing right in front of him. So I think he's gonna try to come bring movement, utilize the legs, maybe angles and stuff like that, pick his shots that way. I don't see him. Yeah, fight shadows. That's what he said. Shout out to Damon. You know what I'm saying? So I think while saying that, the only way you can be fighting shadows if you're not right in front of him, if you are utilizing lateral movement, man, utilizing the ring, your feet, your legs to get you out of trouble or keep you out of trouble. But again, we all know at some point you got to sit there and you got to fight. And Xander ain't just no super fleet-footed, just use the ring and get away. He a fighter at heart, so he can box. You know what I'm saying? He can box and move. He's a well-rounded guy, but he gonna have to take chances. He's gonna have to sit in there and go on the fire and get dirty. I have to get his hands dirty in this one to win it. And I think the moments he do, those will create opportunities for Boots to capitalize on. And I just see Boots winning and possibly with a late stoppage too. I could see it. Shout out to Everything Boxing. What's good with it, bro?
Now, a systematic breakdown after round 5 or 6, or one shot?
Yeah, nah, it'll be a systematic breakdown. I think Xander's too good to get hit with one shot clean and just go. I think he has a lot of heart. You know what I mean? He's Puerto Rican. He's showed that he can fight, he can scrap. I think Xander does everything really good, but I think Boots does everything really great. So, and that's going to be a difference in the later rounds.
Now, what does Xander have to do to keep it competitive?
Movement, bro. That's what he gonna want. He gonna have to do that movement and picking shots, keep trying to keep Boots all balanced and stuff like that. But I think, Boots like to try to fight at a pace where you either keep up or get left behind and start getting, beat up. So I hope I see Boots, the best version of Boots possible. You know what I'm saying? I just want to see him make a statement. I like Xander, but Boots been getting so much flack for so many years, you get tired of hearing it that you just want to see the man go out there and just shut people up. He go out there and beat the hell out of a unified champion. I don't want to hear how young he was and he wasn't ready. I don't want to hear none of that. If Xander go out there and win, I don't want to hear about how Boots was trash. I want to hear about how Xander was good. You get what I'm saying? So may the best man win, but I got Boots doing his N1 mixtape usual.
Throughout.
He's gonna have to use his legs. He's gonna have to use his size.
Hey man, real quick, you can't, because of the way he just praised Karen. Like he picked Karen over Keyshawn. He picked Karen over everybody. Like, bro, I forgot at what point did he not pick Karen? What was it? Did Floyd or somebody came up? Somebody wild came up. He was picking Karen over everybody, bro. You know what I'm saying? Everybody. Let's keep going.
Outbox moves. You know what I'm saying? And I think that he has a classic Puerto Rican style. Like he uses his legs well, his angles. He's got a good one too. He's strong. He has good power. He doesn't have great power. So
he give him the Stan Jonas or the Via treatment, Mike Kirkland, bro. They're gonna have to call the ambulance for Xander.
That's why I say Boots is not a dummy. He's not just gonna fall in there and trade with him or try to. He's gonna box too. So in the early rounds, we're gonna see a little bit of this, But I just think that pace, once Boots gets really going and he's tagging him, he's making him miss because everybody says, "Oh, Boots is hittable." No, he's not, bro. He's hittable when he wants to be. He's hittable when he decides, yo, man, I'm gonna walk this dude down. I don't care. But if Boots makes a decision to not get hit, you're not touching that kid.
I said the same shit. I said it.
You often hear that, ever since the Karen.
You've seen it, when Boots go on the defensive, when he turned the offense off for a minute and he just making sure you don't hit him. You don't. He makes sure people don't hit him. You get what I'm saying? So that's good. That's good. That's good coverage. Bang Boogie Boxing. That's good coverage. No. He actually, yes, he do. We ain't gonna do that to YSM. He'll interview people that think Xander could win. You know what I'm saying? I seen him do it on both sides. He don't care about that. He don't care about people saying that they think Xander will win. He ain't that. I don't think he covered the sport that way. I don't see it that way. I've seen him interview people on both sides. know what I mean? What fight show what? What fight showed that? What fight showed what?
Fight,
going,
it was,
man.
he gets hit too much. Right. He doesn't know how to cut the ring off.
Oh, you talking about him not being hit? What fight showed that? I mean, do you watch Boots? Because I do. And exactly what the coach said. Like, you think the coach just said that for no reason? I said the same shit. When Boots is being defensive minded and not being offensive, he don't get hit often. It's when he is walking the guy down and or being offensive and taking chances and, probably like pretty much I don't care. I ain't gonna say nobody wants to get hit, but when he's obviously pressing and coming forward trying to walk his guy down, he's more susceptible to being hit. You never seen Boots on the back foot. You never seen Boots utilize the ring ever. You never seen Boots utilize defense. He literally got highlights of him making people miss by miles. He literally put himself in the matrix against Villa in slow motion and made him miss, and then made him pay after that. Like, that's why I had to ask the question. I get it, but that sound like too much, like, and I respect it, but it sound like, share which fight. So go watch the Raymond Villa fight. He did it there. He did it in a couple fights early. Boots showed you defensively when he doesn't want to be hit, he don't get hit. You get what I'm saying? We definitely got, I don't know how long you've been watching boxing or Boots, but the Villa fight, you can start with that. Raymond Villa, there go one. You get what I'm saying? When that guy don't want to be hit, it's not the easiest thing to do, to hit him. And pride, what it do, homie? I just thought you was being one of them, but I got you. Shout out to 444. He was just trying to get some insight of what fights to look at. My fault, because I thought you was being one of them for a second, man. Anybody said you should really don't watch boxing, they just saying shout out to Zoom, man. Yeah, man, you got to know that he got some highlights, man, like throughout his career where defensively, like he made this one dude miss. I forget his name. I got to go look at his resume. I forgot Buddy's name, but he styled on him, made him miss all types of punches. It was wild. And then he was like looking off to the side and dude threw another punch and Boots still got out the way. Hey, I'm telling you, that dude different, bro. When he do not want to get hit like that, he just don't, bro. I haven't seen people be able to consistently lay a glove on him if he's being on the defensive side, like moving and, just utilizing his reflexes and stuff like that. That shit is impressive to watch, man. That's why for him, it's all about putting it all together, yo. When Boots put it all together, you're gonna see and one mixtape. Telling you. Man, you already know. Shout out to my dog, Everything Boxing too. Kurt was good with it, Brody. How you feeling, man? Shout out to my dog, man. I had to we're gonna keep rolling. We ain't done, man. This is almost over. We got some more stuff to get to. We gotta go over some Ray Ford interview, man.
And
Ray
then
Ford.
on the other side, you're hearing, it's too early for Xander. He's too young. He's too green. Mm-hmm. Do you put stock in either one of those things?
No, there's no version of Xander that can be Boots. I don't think.
So you're doing great. That's what I like to hear. Damn, y'all agree with the coach, Coach Eric Roman? He said, man, there's no version of Xander that beats Boots. It's a bold statement, man.
Do you put stock in either one of those things?
No, there's no version of Xander that can be Boots. I don't think. I hate to say, because like I said, Javier's a good dude, he's a great trainer, he's a great guy. I know the kid's a good kid. And, they from my backyard in Puerto Rico, but I gotta call it like it is, man. Like I don't think that Xander is on that level. I don't think he'll ever be on that level to beat Boots. He's definitely on the level. He's a great fighter. He's a world champion for a reason. But I just don't see him ever being on that at a point in his career where he's gonna be able to beat Jerron Ennis.
Man, you say he don't see it. No point in his career where he gonna be able to beat Boots. Joseph, what's good? He wear glasses. I don't think they prescription though. I don't think those joints be prescription glasses from Boots. I think they be more of a style thing. But he said it, and Coach Eric Roman said no version of Xander beats Boots. I'm kind of with him, man. Look, but I will say this: if unprepared Boots, you know what I'm saying? But I don't expect him to be that. I expect him to be prepared. Like, he has to know that Xander is going to try to utilize movement and things like that, because the narrative is that he struggles with people who move. So if you come in there and don't stand right in front of him, then he's going to have a hard time. My thing is, when Boots is able to connect consistently, how will Xander deal with what's coming back at him? The reason I asked that question, I've seen him in a couple of fights where he was fighting guys that are not known punchers. And whenever he was getting close, he was doing a lot of tying up. He would get hit with certain shots. He just looked a little unsteady, uncomfortable with what was coming back at him. Now, maybe that's just my observation, seeing the wrong stuff, but that made me feel like, you know what? If that's somebody like a Boots that's like is athletic, fast, and twitchy, catching you with some of these same shots with more power on them, like how do you deal with them? And what's your go-to move if it's Boots in front of you, right? Do you go to try to tie him up? What do you do? Because let's not make no mistake. Make no mistake about it. One of, I think, Xander's best attributes, if you will, is his maturity. I think he's wise beyond his years, but not to the point where he's going to be Boots, if that makes sense. Like, he's a young champion, but he's not like a young dummy champion, like, oh, wet behind it. I don't see it that way, right? I just, maybe it's some inexperience on his side, maybe, but he's a unified champion, I think, because he won some good fights, solid fights. He's been in the right place at the right time, obviously, too, but more importantly, he won the right fights to get there. So he's solid, he legit, but I just think Boots is a lot different than what you're gonna run into in your typical day in the office, right? In the boxing ring. I just don't think you'll run into a guy that could literally do and one mixtape moves with boxing gloves. That's one guy, and that's Boots to me. That's why I call him and one mixtape Boots. That shit gonna be wild. So it's like, I get it. I can see the movement, you know, being an area of focus for a guy like Xander. But how long would that keep you honest, right? You're gonna have to stand and plant your flag at some point, you know. So I don't think you're just gonna constantly be able to move. I mean, matter of fact, I'm wrong. Xander is known to do that. He can move pretty consistently. So I will say this right off the bat: his movement and his feet, his legs, and his use of them shouldn't be overlooked or underrated, right? Don't overlook that, because that's something that he can do, and he can do it consistently. He pretty good at it, you know what I'm saying? Utilizing the legs. That's how he keep himself out of trouble most times when it seems like offensively he lacks the answers, right? And he'll utilize the legs to kind of keep things afloat, or he'll use that clinch game in the inside, but he look uncomfortable inside, you know, in close. So I want to see how he fight at all three ranges. I want to see what his approach is to dealing with Boots. Is it just going to be, oh, you know what? I seen him against Karen. Let me try to box and move, right? I think it's going to have to be a little bit more complex than that. You know what I'm saying? Specs was good. So I got Boots. I hope they don't Roy Jones him like an embarrassing loss, so he still has a career. Yeah, nah, I don't think that's going to happen to him. Say they're going to carve him up real nice. I got you, Fate. Shout out to my homie, man. I think Boots, but I think Xander going to fight well. Yeah, me too. Hey, Xander is not to be overlooked at all. Boots in a tough spot. Xander get off on Boots, but Boots still win. Boots exposed. If Boots watch Xander, he avoided for the next the next 5 years. I think if he get off on him, yeah, they're gonna say Boots is exposed and he mess around. Especially if Xander win, they definitely gonna talk that exposed stuff, hype job stuff. They're not gonna let that go. But I do think if Boots win, being a unified champion, that will make the risk worth the reward for somebody. So I think he'll still have some potential guys that want to fight him, and that would be news to 54 for them guys to just start turning into these other divisions that really don't be wanting to mix it up. I'll be so disappointed. T Hale, shout out to the mayor. What's good with it? Because Shaka's all, no, yeah, he could. And that's what I want to make sure I'm acknowledging, that dude is a real challenge, man. Xander is a real challenge. And he got good fundamentals and things that make him really solid. Shout out to my dog Feet, man, for sending this to me. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Yeah, he's showing some defense. Shout out to you. He said when Boots gets hit, his rhythm, you're not touching. I'm telling you, he get hard to hit, Fate. I'm telling you, it just don't be. They're like, you know, the difference. I'm telling you, at this point, and shout out to bro. He asked an honest question. He just wanted like some insight on what fights to watch. So not him, but the people that really watch Boots and still say that same stuff. they just really repeating what other people say, or they only watching certain instances when he get hit, and they over exaggerate, and that's that point. You know what I'm saying? He's not the easiest guy to hit, yo. Especially like I said, when he don't want to be. You know what I'm saying? That dude will make it hard for you to touch him. Straight like that. That dude will make it hard for you out there, and say what you want. He'll be out there styling. That's why my guy sent me this video. Let's see some of Boots' defense in this joint.
Starting to open up. How about that nifty move?
Hold on, man. I ain't like that, man. Seemed like the whole thing skip. Take too long to get up.
Kill him.
Oh, this was the fight I was talking about.
Got a combination to the head, and it's starting to open up. How about that nifty move?
Look, he gonna swing again. Look, made him miss again. Boots be on bullshit, yo. Yeah, when somebody can highlight reel you on defense and offense, that's an and one mixtape player, bro. He got offense and defensive moves that will make you embarrass you. That was an embarrassing sequence for dude. But Buddy missed everything. And then he had his head cocked to the side. He threw one more shot for good measure. He jumped out the way. Yo, anybody that can embarrass you offensively and defensively is a damn problem. You hear me? Problem. Who's the biggest stepper? He's going to step all over Xander. Yeah, a good fight, though. Xander going to put up a real scrap, man, because I believe he don't know nothing else. He don't know how to lose. He very confident. He believes in himself. He is a big body. There are some people that suspect that Boots or, Xander's size will be a factor in this fight, and it could play a fact. It could be too much for Boots. I don't think so. I think the bigger the body, the bigger the target. And the bigger they are, the harder they fall, bro. I don't care about how much weight you got, man. Your chin gonna be your chin. I just think Boots is a violent puncher, man. I think he's athletic, he's fast, sharp, crisp. I think he got better punch placement than Tim Bradley was alluding to in that video, because he said Boots do stuff but without the accuracy. Nah, I think he'd be damn accurate with shots. Maybe not Bud Crawford, but he's pretty damn accurate in his own right. So it's not dealing with this dude is going like you got your hands full dealing with Boots, man. And let's pick your poison, because he really can get in there. He really can get in there and make it a bad night in the office for you. And it ain't shit you could do about it. Shit you could do about it, but deal with it while he beat your ass. Be in there styling, because Roman Villa couldn't do nothing about the shellacking. You get me? Stan Jonas couldn't do nothing about the ass whooping shit. Karen was moving, and he still couldn't do nothing. He still was losing. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't do shit. He still was losing, bro. He was moving and losing still. Moving and losing, bro. He do. Xander going to go by points. Yeah, Xander gonna try to outbox him, I believe. I don't see him stopping Boots. I don't see that type of shit. I see his punching power being a problem, though, as he continue to land. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you got to get there, right? You got to land shots, but I think once he start putting hands on Xander, we'll start getting some questions answered, right? We'll know exactly what we about to get. Because how you respond says a lot. And I told y'all before, I seen a couple of fights of his. One of them was against the Jorge Perez guy. I think the other one was a Bas Peru. He boxed him up, but he has those little moments where guys get shots in, and he just don't seem very comfortable with what's coming back at him. And maybe that can show up in a Boots fight, is my guess, right? Is what I'm saying. Maybe that shows up at some point. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that shows up at some point, and he yeah, I'm telling you, body work. Gotta take the air out the tires, because he's gonna be trying to move. He ain't gonna stand there. Dude is not gonna try to stand there and box with no damn boots. And I don't expect him to, right? So I expect a mixed attack, man. Xander gonna try to be in and out, man, and make Boots have to find him in there. Present a moving target with hopes that that'll slow down the offensive output that'll be coming. And if he can do that, then he'll put himself in a good space. If he can do that, you know what I'm saying? He'll be in a really good space if he can do that perpetual movement. I'm telling you, that's Xander. That's Xander gonna be on. He's gonna be like, man, I seen the Karen fight. That's the only fight they going to, because that's the only fight you really can like really highlight some real shit. I'm telling you, everybody else is getting walked through and getting their asses beat. So I'm sold that that's the fights that they're studying. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty much sold that that's what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, let me watch let me watch these fights with Karen where it looked like he may have struggled the most, right? And I get it. You know what I mean? But this what I meant to play while we still snoozing and moving. Xander doesn't really stand with anyone, always on him. I'm telling you, I learned that in some fights, but it just be those moments where you kind of gotta, you know what I mean? I'm hoping that Boots gonna be able to force those moments. Like, he gonna have to fight me, you know what I'm saying, to make it something. I think this was Bernie talk. Was this Bernie talking about the Boots fight, man? I gotta pull this up with him in Mill City a while back, man. Boots stopping him with 8 body shots. I definitely see that being a focal point. You gotta go to a guy body, a dude that's looking to bounce around and move, especially Xander. And like Ant saying, he pointing that out because it's legit. He got a good gas tank. He can move. I think somebody was questioning his gas tank, but nah, that dude is used. He can box and move pretty consistently. I believe. I believe people were saying that Bernie was hating on Boots in this little clip, but we're gonna find out. Gonna find out. Beat his body up, man. Totally, Xander is a big guy. He said he be 180 in there. Say he be 180, but they said Boots was being hated on by Bernie in this clip. So let's get to it. And I asked the same people to show you a bet slip betting against Boots, and they never can. You know it. You know it, man. You know it's easy to talk, and we put that money up against that, man. They ain't trying to do that, ETB. They ain't trying to lose their damn money. Yeah, always, A1, you just say the word, my guy. I got you.
Unified champion. All right. So obviously they just had a press conference, Bernie. What's your reaction to the press conference and now that the fight is official?
I seen a lot of animosity. I don't understand the animosity. I don't understand the animosity. I don't understand it for real. I don't understand why just because you about to fight this guy, everybody getting all tough with it. I don't understand disrespecting each other, and I don't understand that. If you look at the old time fighters, they never did that. They shook hands, they gave accurate assessment on their opponent, and the fight just went like that. I don't understand in this day and age right now where because we're fighting now, when every time I get up on you, I have to put my chest on you, I have to push my head on you, I have to put my hand in your face and talk stuff to you. I think the matchup is good enough, and I think the fighters should be who they are, should sell the fight, So I don't think, everybody's doing the same exact thing every time now, what is the animosity for? I signed up just to beat ass. I went into boxing just to whoop ass, You know what I'm saying? Now, if you disrespect me, that's extra fuel to the fire, but just to beat ass, And I don't mind certain things, like Ali, he plays psychological warfare with guys, he used that to fuel him and to try to, but this other stuff is kind of corny to me. But I think I'm looking forward for the fight. Boots Ennis is obviously favored. I just want to see the fight. I think it's a good fight for the division. Again, Fundora is the man, and so if I'm either one of them guys, I'm hoping that I get Fundora sometime soon.
I hear him. I don't know what he was speaking about as far as the animosity, or unless he talking about between the two fighters. But it's normal. It's a fight. You know what I mean? Boots is a guy that's been quiet, and I feel like anybody that's that quiet, when they finally start speaking up, is refreshing. I'm glad he was speaking up. I'm glad we seen some personality from Boots touching the belts, and even Xander was like, "All right, bro, you touch the belts one too many times." Like I like his energy too. So. That dude, that's one guy. That's a fighter that really believes in himself. I truly believe that, and I think that's what makes him dangerous. That's what gives him a chance in this fight outside of his actual skill and talent. I think the fact that he really believes that he can win. I wouldn't call Bernie a groupie, bro. Why I wouldn't? Because I mean, you got to be talking about when it comes to Crawford, right? That's really his man. Like that's really his guy. Like if it wasn't his guy and he was maybe carrying it the way he do, maybe I'll look at it like that. But when it's mutual respect between two men and you never hear him have to check Bernie for nothing that he say, I wouldn't call him a groupie. He seen that shit, that work being put in from the ground up, and he just feel the way he feel. Just like the people that seen Boots put his work in from the ground up. They feel like he would beat Crawford, and Bernie like, no the hell he won't. Shit, just like Tim Bradley just said it. He was just like, man, Crawford. I mean, Boots talking about knocking out Crawford. Man, he won't do shit to Crawford. Like, you know, different people feel differently. A1 was good.
What's good with it, bro? You beat me to right what I was getting ready to say. Whenever you was gonna stop cooking on it, is that Bernie got it out the mud with Bud, bro. When you look back when Bud made his first boxing appearance and he knocked out a dude that was 2-0. And who jumped in the ring with the little same peanut head, man? Bernie the boxer, bro. I was like, Bernie really was there.
Shooting in the gym with Bud. That's why I respect his loyalty to him. Like, I get it. Sometimes it can seem overboard, but the reason why I ain't tripping, because it's like Bud Crawford approves. It ain't like he like, man, nah, Bernie this, you got to chip. Nah, you don't see that. Bernie is in there. That's really his guy. So I get it, but man, look, everybody needs somebody that's going to be loyal like that. I'm just calling it what it is. I've interviewed the dude, so I got a chance to talk to him, man. You know, I was asking him some questions. You get to pick his brain a little bit. He's seen the work being put in. That's why he's confident. It don't come from like a place of, Shakur. Nah, the same difference though, bro. Like, I'll say this real quick, and I'm gonna pass it to my guy. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to Shakur, man, my guy be in the chat. He out there in Houston. I tell y'all this all the time. He was one of those people too. Like, he wasn't a detractor, but he wasn't sold. And he probably still in the chat. I don't know if he's still listening. And you ask him to tell you about the experiences. Bernie is talking from experience, man. It's one thing to see these guys how they fight, but when you seeing the work being put in from the ground up, it's a lot different, and the respect to grow differently. I think what Bernie is saying is what a lot of people been saying, and what Shakur keep proving. He really one of the best boxers in the game. When you a guy that get hit less than everybody else, and the game is hit and not get hit, I think it speaks volumes. When you number one in you know 4 or 5 major statistical categories, should speak volumes, man. It's way more of a case about Shakur being what Bernie say he is than the other way, and that's the part that trips me out. So I don't think, yeah, nah, he ain't have to come up with Shakur, but you know who Shakur, one of his, you know, brothers is, right? Bud Crawford, and he's seen them dudes work. I'm pretty sure he's seen it, yo. A lot of people that speak the opposite of what the media will say about Shakur, they all seen him personally work when the lights and the cameras is not rolling. And I think most fans, and it's not just Shakur, it's just boxers in general, whether it's think of a fighter that you don't really like too much, but if you had a chance to see him work, it probably changed your opinion. Yeah, that's Mo City. You already know that's Behind the Hands TV. He was one of them too, man. He got to see that dude work. Changed his opinion of him permanently. He's like, so if somebody comes to him and tell him what Shakur ain't, it would never, he ain't trying to hear this shit. He's seen it already. He like, nah, that shit different. And I'm telling you, man, sometimes it just take for you to see it. Be a fly on that wall. But A1 and McQueen was good with my guys, man. Y'all feel
Hey, and real quick before Ant get to cooking, you do realize a lot of these dudes that be saying these kind of wild comments and stuff, a lot of them ain't never really been either a part of something or built something from the ground up and established and got to see the framework that went into the foundation of something. When you build something up or you're a part of something from the ground up, bro, like it's a different type of feeling that goes into it because you take pride in it is your work, especially if you either at the top of your game or top of your pedigree and whatever field you in and shit like that. Like it's completely different, bro. It's a whole different level of confidence. It's a whole different level of value that you put into your work. And if you ain't never done something like that, you gonna you know what I'm saying, you're gonna have a difference of opinion. But for me, like I like having somebody like a Bernie and any of the rest of them that's been there since day one and they true day one supporters, and it's like, nah, we did this, we accomplished this, like I was a part of this. Like that shit hit different, bro. And a lot of people don't get that experience, whether it be as small as something as, you know what I'm saying, helping build a house or you know, so even a tree house, like just it's small things, bro. It's crazy.
It's different when you experiencing that work being put in and you share or be part of it. And I see what you're saying. All of them work hard to get where they at. That's like, see, that's not necessarily true. We would like to believe that, but they all don't work the same. Like I said, I've got multiple calls. Like there's levels to hard work. And I'll say this. You could watch a guy, I don't know, man, just dismantle his supposed to be his toughest opponent to date. And then a couple weeks later, you're right back in the gym. That's what I mean. That's not everybody don't do that. Notice some people will win a big fight and they'll fucking take a vacation. Dude, right back in the gym like he already got a fight lined up. Should be crazy. Like everybody don't work the same. You've heard it about multiple fighters. You've heard it about Belenga recently said it. You heard Richardson Hitchens say the same shit. Yeah, that dude ain't got no life. All he do is box, man. He don't even live a regular life. Like, go do something. Go spend some money or something. He live, eat, sleeping, boxing, you know. So they don't all work on the same level. Like, I'm telling you, bro, when you constantly putting yourself in a position to be a champion, no matter what class you in, I think your consistency and the hard work, it shines over a period of time. And that's what we seen. That's why I always say when it come to him, it's gonna be a matter of when the dust settles, people gonna have to look, and it's just like with Bud. You get Bud, you like, man, at this point to still try to argue him not being what he is just weird. And I think it's gonna be like that with Court. That's why he see the same thing. You hear this shit from these fighters, man. The trainers, not everybody work the same, man. He put that real work in. Building dogs for over 25 years. Yeah, that's dope, man. Yeah, you got dogs, Mike Kirkland? Damn, man, that's dope. That's the only kind of dog I really care for is pit bull. Pit bulls, for real, for real. But yeah, man, I respect boxers, period. All these dudes put in work, but it's just not the same level of work. Like, it might sound cliche, but that'd be like one of those first one in the gym, last one out type of people. Get what I'm saying? There's one of them. Everybody not like that.
Hell no, they ain't.
Boxing is one of those sports where your position can be bought and paid for.
Facts.
But no jokes. Like there's a documentary right now about this young lady who's, if I'm not mistaken, she's the WBC champion, and it was all kinds of funny business going on. If I'm not mistaken, she started out as like an OnlyFans model or something of the sort. She was connected to some guys who got some bread. There was some real funny business going on with one of her fights. Her opponent, mid-fight, the opponent's coach looks at his phone and then he just waves the fight off.
Wow.
And this is the fight. And the coach who waved it off, his fighter was the one that was actually winning the fight.
Facts.
So you already know what that's crazy. About. There's some bread being exchanged in the shadows.
Oh, so the one that waved the fight was the one that was winning the fight.
Yeah.
That's wow. Yeah.
And she was confused, bro. It was on
and McQueen. He looked at his phone. His Cash App just hit. his cell went off.
He got that little notification. It's like, all right.
I'm going the opposite way.
Just like Kurt Scooby, bro. Kurt Scooby was getting beat up by what was that? Adam Azim, right?
Yeah. Then you see his coach in the corner. He's looking at his phone.
And his coach winked the eye at him. I said, nah, bro, did you just tell that man to lay down and take the loss? Like, what's going on? Why did you wink at that man? And it's like, he looked, got confirmation. He said, all right, yeah, man. Like, dude had a parlay in. Like, man, you better go down this round. We ain't getting paid. You already losing. Look, we better get this money. That's what it looked like to me.
Jay, for what Ant said, old girl, no, there was somebody who was being held upside down off the balcony. They sent their ass a picture like you better
Vanilla
like
Ice style.
Yeah, they like, nah, you getting held upside down, bro. He was like, nah, He immediately stopped it, like, nah, they wasn't playing. They told me they was gonna do it. You didn't
got your
believe
brother
it.
at the Waldorf Astoria. If you want to see him again in one piece, you know what to do.
Yeah.
What's good with it,
know
Ant? It's been a minute,
what's
bro.
his name? Wax Domino or whatever your name is. Yeah, 80 Mexicans is insane, bro. That just tells me that you don't even really watch them. And I'm not the type of guy. I don't want to convince you to be impressed. I could care less. You're not impressed because you're a fan that don't have to do it. You don't have to put in the work. So you don't really have nothing to measure. You just looking, and it's easy to talk from the outside in. What he do is not regular. What you seeing from him is not regular. You talking about the fastest 4-division champion in boxing. Think about all the people that came before him. For him to do that speaks volumes. I think arguing his validity at this point is just ridiculous, man. That shit is for people that just don't like boxers. And I ain't trying to convince nobody to like no fighters. I support all these guys, man. You know, especially my guy. He do his thing. Got Pitbull next. To me, right
but if
now,
you looked at his last couple of opponents, you would see how much of a misnomer that is. Out of his last couple of opponents, how many of them been Mexican? Tio is Honduran.
Yeah.
What's my man's name? Artem is from Germany.
Right.
Goddamn, Nakatila's from like South Africa, or like Gambia or something like that. Nambia, like one of them African nations. Felix Caraballo was Puerto Rican.
Asian dude.
The Asian dude, Yoshino is from Japan.
That was Santos was Dominican.
He's Dominican. Like low key, Shakur is fighting the damn United Nations. Pally from the UK.
Jamel Herring is black, bro.
A black American. You know what I mean? So it's like,
y'all gotta stop. Why do it matter, bro?
You got like 2 Mexicans in the past like 10 fights. It was like Zepeda and Valdez. Everybody else is spread out. They from this place, that place.
Facts.
Giving out international and domestic. Yeah, international and domestic ass whoopings.
Just naming all those different nations, damn near sound like the amateurs. You know how it is with the amateurs; they travel all over the world and fight everybody.
And move the goalpost, bro. If your lie or your false narrative that you're pushing is he only fighting Latino fighters, and then we go on to name a couple of black fighters, then you say, oh, it's other harder fights. That's not the point. You didn't say nothing about harder fights. You said only Latinos, and then when we name non-Latinos, you move the goalpost. Y'all people are terrible at
it. Oh yeah, Robson Conceição from Brazil. Had to add Robson.
Bro, you could think what you want, like who you want, support who you want, fam. It's all good. I told you that from the start. I don't want to convince you to like nobody. I'm just telling you, me and you, 2 different people. I respect the sport on a different level. You just from the outside looking in, criticizing. It's very easy to do that. Could you box for 12 rounds right now? If you had to, could you box for 12 rounds? No. You probably should have a lot more respect for the sport than what you do. And that's most people that talk this shit. You can't do it. You get what I'm saying? Black, it don't matter, bro, what you trying to say. You ain't really making no point. You just wasting my time. At the end of the day, man, that man's successful, man. And you know who he is. He don't know who you are. That says everything. I'm going to end it there. Back to this, man. Let's play a little bit more of this. Let's hear what, Bernie had to say, man. I'm gonna pause it again. Let's see, because people was tripping about this. They said he was hating. I want to see what he said that was hating on Boots. Let me not get distracted. Like who you want, support who you want. It's all good, fam.
When you say that, the animosity that Boots was bringing into that press conference, do you feel like there's some type of nerves when it comes to that because it's not necessarily your character, or do you feel like this is an act? Do you feel like this is really what it is? I mean, what's your feeling on that?
An act on either one of their parts?
Yeah, I mean, you seen Xander very respectful when it came down to answering the questions that Boots was asking. So it was really one way.
Like I said, both of the guys seem to be kind of, I wouldn't say soft spoken, but they seem respectful. Bootsy always been kind of chill. I seen Xander being kind of chill. I could see, Xander putting a chip on his back because everybody counting him out. I could see him having a chip on his shoulder because everybody's counting him out. Everybody's just, so high on Boots. So I could see that fueling him. But as far as, Boots getting all tough with him, I don't understand that. I don't, he's the golden child. I don't understand what he got to feel like he got to do. I think his role is to just stay quiet and handle his business with his fists. That's it.
I mean, I get it, but I don't think Boots did nothing out the ordinary or too much out of character. I like to see more personality, more energy. We criticize Boots in the past for being too quiet, and now the minute a guy starts showing personality, talking, or like just showing who he is, I'm not gonna have a problem with it unless he was doing too much. And we all know Boots ain't gonna do too much. Like we see him do some shit, we'd be like, man, we wouldn't mind seeing him do a little more. So I think he touched the belt. He talked a little bit. I mean, I guess he been hearing some talk too, and I think it get like that too. The magnitude of the fight. It's the biggest fight of his life. Everybody watching, people been talking. This dude always quiet. Like he just now shot down the false narrative that we're gonna get back into that. We're gonna revisit that tomorrow about this 152 shit. They was saying, you was trying to fight at 152. Whole time this dude got a phone call and got asked, would you be willing to fight Devin at 52? He said, hell yeah, I ain't even fought at 54 yet. Yeah. And they treated it like, Boots was trying to fight him at 52. And what did we do? Is try to paint him out to be some type of duck. He didn't want to fight Debo, and that's why his name was on the list. BS. Nah. So I like what Boots is doing, man. I really do.
I don't necessarily feel like what Bernie said is hating though, because I understand where Bernie is coming from. Because we see a lot of these guys that are highly touted, right? And at times when they do a little bit of talking, it does feel like they're concerned with outside noise. But by the same token, it's like I'm not mad at Boots for talking either. I can understand it on both sides.
Yeah, I get it. But like you said, I like that. I like more Boots talking. I like Boots coming out, showing his personality, and it's good to see. And you can tell he stayed within himself. He ain't go too crazy. He ain't oversell it. He's like, look, I'm recognizing this is a big fight. You know what I mean? I've been quiet a lot. Let me start popping it just a little bit more. And I like it, man. Show your personality. Y'all about to get paid. Sell this shit a little bit. And that's what I see. And he ain't overdoing it. He giving us just enough energy to really want to see this shit.
I can see that as well, too. But, it's not like Bernie told him, oh, you need to shut the hell up. He was just like, nah, you the golden child. Go out there, basically be the guy that everybody expects you to be, and just handle business the way you handle business.
Right. Bernie do be hating. You know what? I've learned to not look at everything as just hate. Right. I'll try to listen to the tone and the real message. People just be having opinions, and I know sometimes those opinions be strong, right? Especially when you somebody in Bernie's shoes, and you got to think every time somebody say something to him, how often do you think somebody mentioned Boots to him, and how Boots would just do X, Y, and Z to Crawford, and and they make it seem like beating him is just some shit that's easy to do. So after a while, I think you get tired of hearing that shit. So anytime you get to speaking up, you're gonna speak honestly, and you're gonna be real blunt. And I think that's what he do sometimes, and people don't like it. You know what I mean? But hate.
And you mentioned the key component, bro. You mentioned the key component. It's his connection to Bud. So anytime he says anything about somebody, who has been linked to Bud, said something about Bud, or may potentially be linked to Bud in the future, folks are going to take it as, Bernie's just D-Rodding, or he's just, but as you pointed out before, he's being what all of us are, which is biased towards our friend. Like, if that's your man, you're going to rock with him before you rock with the next person. Like, who the hell ain't like that, though?
These delusional fans that don't see beyond what they want to see.
See, but the delusional fans, we get up here and we argue amongst each other about this one and that one, and we don't even know these people personally. At the very
Exactly.
least, Bernie knows this man for over 20 years. You know what I mean?
Right.
So naturally, he's going to be biased.
Or it seems that way, but I feel like firsthand experience is why he's feeling that. Like, it's not blind. It's not, he don't got the outside looking in view that we got. Well, we watching, we can see little clips of Bud Crawford leading up to a fight and then watch the fight. No, he's in the training camp with him, watching this shit be put together brick by brick. That's where a lot of his assessment come from. And I'm telling you, all people do all day is troll. Man, let's call it what it is, bro. The only reason they making all this Bud and Boots noise is because Bud has been so fucking dominant and successful. Just like anybody else that's in that position, we always find somebody that they didn't fight and say, hey, well, he should have fought this one. They did it to Floyd. They did it to Ward. They do it to everybody. Everybody, when you're that successful, they're going to find one and try to make it seem like that's the guy that just would have beat you because he got so much more than anybody else you ever fought. Look, man, beating Terence Crawford wouldn't have been no easy feat for no damn body. And the last thing you want to be is an inexperienced champion getting in the ring with that dude. You don't want that. You don't want you to have to rely on just sheer athleticism and shit like that, being twitchy. Nah, you're going to be smart. You got to approach a fight with him much different. And again, I can tell by the way a lot of fans talk about that shit. Y'all not recognizing Bud is Bud. Y'all just treating it like he just a regular, just a world champion, guy that won a belt. Nah, he been dominant from 2008, turned, and then he champion from 2014 till he retired. I think people need to understand that. Since he was fighting at the championship level, he never stopped. That's not fucking easy to do, and it's not regular. It's not some shit that you see every day. I hate that boxing fans are like that, bro. That shit rare, bro. You don't see watch before you see somebody else do it the way he just did. He separated himself with that undisputed shit, 5 division weight class. That shit's special, man. That's why I appreciate it for what it is. I know it's a couple of people that we wouldn't have mind seeing them fight, but I have no doubt that he wouldn't have beat these guys or did very well. Like, I don't know, man. That dude different, man. It's very easy to admit it. You know what I'm saying? Nothing personal. That dude could fight, but Boots look like he making his own name. And I like that because I'm telling you, they want us to cancel each other out. They want all our fight each other so they could sit here and say, see, I told you so. It's not going to be about us appreciating the fight. That whole Bud and Boots shit would have been about proving that Bud wasn't as good as what he obviously proved he was, and that Boots is the hype job that everybody, his fans think he not, right? That's all that would have been. It wouldn't have been about the best fighting the fucking best. Some of us would have been appreciating like, yes, we about to see a damn good fight. A lot of these goofies would have been waiting for an opportunity to see one or the other lose so they could say, I told you so. See, this dude was hype, but Boots lose, he hype job. I told you he was never that good. Bud lose, same difference. He fought all washed up people, nobody good. And then when he fought somebody, he lost. That's all that would be. You got certain guys that really, their margin for error for losing and being treated the right way after is so small, man. And he's one of them. Bud was one. He got up out of here without a loss. And look what these weird ass people are doing. Now that he gone, all that complaining and whining you did about who he fought, how he did it, how he did business, all this weird shit, he gone. Now you asking him to come back and fight Boots, but ain't nobody said shit about no money. He said it a long time ago. Y'all keep asking me about fighting this dude, and then when he say, show me the money or where that money at, either that or stop asking about it, everybody get quiet. Like, they make it seem like the reason they ain't fight is because Bud never wanted it. The same case can be made on the other side, man. I just hate it, bro. So that dude, man, he just 1-1, man. It's hard to say it. And Bernie recognized that because he know what the hell he been watching all these years he been supporting. One of the absolute best, easily proven it. Ain't even nothing to think about.
No, that dude is phenomenal, yo. Like phenomenal. Because not only can he do damn near everything, he's also very measured in the way in which he does it. It's like, yo, you look at the Postal fight, he could box on the move. The Jeff Horn fight, I'm looking at that fight, I'm like, damn, he could be like real physical if he need to. The Gamboa fight, he showed that he could recover in that fight. Sean Porter, it's like the moment he decided that the fight was over, the fight was over. What? I'm down? Go out the next round and drop this dude twice. Like that dude is
Hey,
different, bro.
and real quick to piggyback off that Gamboa thing, a lot of people talking about, bro, he got hurt by Gamboa Smiles. They got to understand, Bud was weight drained at that point, bro. Like I said, he was draining himself to fight at a lower weight class, which make you susceptible of you getting clipped and hurt easier because you're already dehydrated when you're making that type of weight or that fight at that weight class, bro. And I told that to a few people that kind of kept going over their head, like even when he was fighting EJ, I put my money on EJ to win that fight. I lost. And like the people were telling me, like, yeah, he gonna win because he got hurt by Gamboa. I was like, bro, that's not. I was like, that's not why. If EJ gonna beat him, that's not gonna be the reason. He got hurt by Gamboa because he was weight drained. Because he shouldn't have been fighting at that weight class, and he ran into something at a weight class he shouldn't have been in. That's why he got hurt. If they was fighting at a more natural class, that punch he would have ate that shit and kept moving.
Well, hell, maybe I definitely agree with you there because he looked a little bit emaciated. Like going back and looking at the weigh-in, hell, even around the time when he fought Ricky Burns, he looked a little drawn in. But I will say, in addition to that, Gamboa also possesses something that EJ just didn't have, not to that extent, which is speed. You know how fast Gamboa was? Sit at 126 and even at 135, like when he first got to 135. Like we be thinking about Gamboa in present tense, post Bud, post Tank, post Devin and Pitbull and all that other stuff. But when this dude was fighting like Jorge Solis and fucking Rogers and Tagua, like this dude, his speed was like ridiculous. Like so much so, bro used to be in there fighting with his hands down. Like Gamboa, they used to call him the Cyclone. You know what I mean? Of Guantanamo. Like this dude was fast. So if you're a guy like Bud, and you fight a guy that came up from 126 and he got that type of speed, bro, you gotta adjust. You gotta adjust to that too. But I do agree, like, yeah, he definitely should have moved up by then. And he moved up shortly after, moved up to 140.
Yep.
But I mean, that aside, Gamboa is like still was a damn Olympic gold medalist, bro.
Right.
And like a two-time champion at that point. But of course, we just look at the size, like it was Lil Gamboa. But to your point, folks make it seem like at that time Bud was 147 pounds already. Like he was already a welterweight and got cracked. Like, nah, he was 135 also.
Right. I remember that fight, being at my man's house watching it, and he was rooting for Gamboa, and me and my cousins was looking at him like, man, Crawford about to do this dude dirty. I remember he said he started after he got hurt, he started punching on this dude. I'm like, yo, he treating Gamboa ass, man. You ain't see nobody. Shit, I mean, after a while, Gamboa started getting dead, but it's still people that fought him well after Bud that didn't do Gamboa how Bud did him. Bud did him bad, bro.
Oh, because you don't think about Gamboa. Gamboa would get dropped a lot, but Bud was the first one who stopped him.
Facts.
Because he would get dropped and then come back and somehow win. It happened a couple of times with him because he was reckless as hell. He's out there fighting with his hands down, and you know how he is. Once he start going on the offensive, all that defense just goes straight out the window with Gamboa. He's like all gas. And he fight with his chin up in the air and everything.
Right.
But bro, and another thing that Bud showed in that fight was like being able to think under duress. Cause Bud was looking dead tired when he stopped him. That was one of the craziest traps I've seen from a guy that was like just spent like that. On the back foot, and you run this dude into a damn uppercut left hook.
Right. And that combination, the
Ridiculous,
way he
bro.
finished him was beautiful. Man, he did him
Nasty.
bad. He did him
Nasty.
filthy.
Some long ass arms. That was
Yeah, he
like
does.
They had
Fundora. That was like Fundora fighting somebody, tagging his ass from across the ring.
Like
they
Bud, man.
yeah, they had like identical records. They was like what 23-0 with like 16 knockouts apiece, both of them or some shit like that. I'll never forget that. Yeah, I think they had like identical records the day they fought. Man, he beat the hell out of Gamble.
I don't know what the hell Gamboa was thinking signing with SMS Promotions. He got down with 50 Cent, and then it was just like,
he got
it was rough from there.
He got a fight coming up.
Yeah, he's supposed to be fighting. I think he's supposed to be fighting. I thought he was supposed to be fighting Guillermo Rigondeaux or somebody like that.
I thought he was done. Do y'all remember about the accident? Wasn't it the car accident? Didn't somebody, die? Yeah, he's in some type of wild ass car accident. I thought Gamboa was finito, man. I know Phillies Verdejo did something wild and he cooked, but then I had heard Gamboa in this situation. Maybe it got worked out or something, but that it did sound wild initially hearing this story. That's why I ain't expect to ever see him fighting again. I was like, oh, he finished.
Bro, Gamboa like a damn roach. You can't get rid of him easily. He's built for it tough, yo. I was pissed when he got done like that by Pitbull, though. I was not pleased that night. You seen in the fight with Tank. Tank, it took 12 rounds to get him up out of there. And bro was out there fighting with like one Achilles or something like that. Or one ACL. Can't remember what exactly that he hurt or he tore, but messed his leg up in that fight. Dunked it out, made it to the 12th before getting stopped. Again, Bo is tough, bro. That dude does not quit.
No.
But yeah, I'm glad Boots and Bud did not happen. I did not see that one ending well at all. I just didn't, man. And I would hate to see him in like a Marvis Frazier type of situation. Like Marvis Frazier, Joe Frazier's son, he showed a lot of promise early on, but by his like 10th fight, they had him in there with Larry Holmes.
Yeah, that was wrong.
And it wouldn't have been Boots' 10th fight, but if you look at Boots' resume, to go from like fighting like Thomas Delerme and Sergey Lipinets when he fought him to a guy like Bud, man, that's a huge leap. That's a huge leap. And Boots is supremely talented, man. Like seeing him live and just seeing how he moves, I thought it was amazing. Like seeing his accuracy in particular. I'm never gonna shut up about that. Like just seeing how precise he looked with his punches.
Mm-hmm.
I just think
he's advertised like he really is who he looked like when you watch him. It's fun to watch in there and beat your ass, man.
I was more impressed with the precision than I was with the power. Because honestly, bro, with the power, I was more impressed with Stan Jonas. I ain't gonna lie to you, because Stan Jonas was landing some shots that was hard. Like he landed a couple that like Boots had to stop throwing for a little second and collect himself. But then just seeing how he was able to recover, I was like, damn, this dude, Boots got a nice little beard on him. Because there was some shit where he was getting hit. Like everybody in my section was like, no, Boots, don't let him land that. And just hearing the difference in how the punches sounded, like Stan Jonas' punches sounded heavier. But I keep saying, man, Boots, it was like a mercenary with a silencer on his weapon. Where you don't hear the bang, but it's like, and you just seeing the guy just reacting to it. You're like, what the hell? Like when he landed a couple of those uppercuts to the nose, it didn't even look like the hardest of shots. But the shit was right on the money. All you see is blood just start gushing out of Stan Jonas' his nose. Then he started playing them body shots. He looked like he was playing that game back in the day, Operation, where you got to take the little tweezers and pull out the appendix and all. That's how he looked going to this man's body. I was like, oh my goodness, this is surgical. But I just don't feel like he's got the maturity. Maybe he's got it now after the Karen fights, and that's what I'm most eager to see. It's just like how much his Boots matured. Because if he has, I think it could be a very long night for Xander. But if he hasn't, and he still allows himself to be frustrated, I would not be surprised if Xander was able to eke out a decision. Because the only concern that I really have for Xander right now, when it comes to Boots, is like how well is he gonna be able to take the power, the pace. I was a little bit concerned about that because I will say in the Jorge Perez fight when he turned it up a little bit, Xander was tying his ass up. But I'll also say this: I thought it was the smart thing to do. He fought beyond his years because you got some guys where they get enveloped and they succumb to the pressure because the pressure is too great and they don't know what the hell to do. Xander would tie his ass up. No, brother, I'm not letting you land nothing stupid, nothing crazy. He was like OD He was like too responsible at times.
He was. True indeed.
But with Boots, like again, it's like rewatching the Karen fights. I had never seen Boots get spun around like that. Like there were moments where he was trying to land like lead hooks, and what's name would just pull the chair on him, and like made a miss by a country mile. Like it was like some of the misses were bad misses, like misses that you typically don't see at like the world level. And Karen was the only one that was able to do that. So that's why I think people, they look at those fights. It's not so much a matter of, oh, Karen did this, that, and the third, but it's like looking at certain qualities that he was able to exhibit in that fight that made Boots glaringly uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because again, if you go back and rewatch that second fight, there was only one round that was really, really dominant for Boots, and I think it might have been like round 6 when Karen took the knee. Outside of that, bro, that thing was damn near nip and tuck. And there was some moments in that fight where I was like, damn, I've never seen anybody else do this to Boots. But then the question that I had is not so much a matter of Boots being leaky defensively, because I think that Boots has great reflexes, and I think that Boots has great eyes. What I think with him, what will take his defense to another level is consistent habits and being more multidimensional. You know how you got some guys where you might be able to land a shot on them, right? Like Shakur, for instance. Shakur, you might be able to land a single shot on him, but very seldom do you see him get hit with combinations. Like I've never seen what happened with Boots in the back half of that fight with Karen happen to a guy like Shakur. Like there were sequences where Karen would he landed 4 straight right hands just off of pivots.
Right.
But I'm looking at it, I'm like, damn, like if Boots were to just use his legs, and I'm not talking about being fleet-footed, get on some Guillermo Rigondeaux shit, be on the bike, but
intelligent foot movement.
Yes.
Right.
Like, bro, like if he hits you with that one shot, you got to anticipate another one is coming behind it. So step the hell off the line. Don't rely on your reflexes.
Exactly.
Just get the hell off the line.
Those mistakes that you so carefully breaking down is, I think, what cost him against a more cerebral, experienced fighter in Crawford. You can't those mistakes with Crawford. Crawford hits you with 2. That could really end the fight. And that's what people act like they didn't get. That dude really was punching. And it was sad to hear people trying to reduce his welterweight run to snack. I really don't like y'all. I gotta say it. I don't like y'all. No steroids whatsoever. Nah, so suspicious. How he moved up to 68. I was just hearing this shit as recently as yesterday. That shit was blowing my mind, bro.
It's all timing, bro. And that's the thing that gets so often overlooked with Bud, bro. Like, but yo, when the fuck we ever seen EJ get? We never seen EJ get dropped, so I can't even ask that question. But when the hell did we ever expect this man to get dropped by a damn jab, bro?
A jab. And they like, man,
and it wasn't even a big shot. It's just the timing was just spectacular, bro. He caught him while he was reaching.
Y'all say EJ wasn't good. Like far as like balance and stuff. Y'all say he was a little compromised. Then you surprised that a guy get knocked down with a well-placed, well-timed jab. It's like, bro, y'all just want to say the man on steroids is so bad. It's snapped. That's why he lost. He couldn't get more Victor Conte juice. I'm like, yo.
But ain't that dude where you could be reaching and your chin be way past your front foot? and you're not gonna pay for that shit. It's not gonna happen, bro. It's gonna be some hot. You reach like that, it's gonna be some hot shit coming right down the pike. And if you look at this one particular punch with Bud, right? One particular setup, I should say, he is very, very consistent with it. He'll hit you with the little foot feint and see how you react. If you jump out your skin like you want to do something, the next time he does it, he gonna hit you with the foot feint, take a half step back, you fall in, he catch your ass with an uppercut left hook. He did this shit to Gamboa. He caught Sean Porter the same way. And Sean Porter, if you look at Sean Porter's face when he got dropped the first time, bro looked so surprised, like, how the hell did I end up down here?
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
because he literally looked around like, what the, like, I'm sitting on my ass, like.
Yeah, he was like, how the hell I get here? It
looked like somebody pulled the canvas from under his feet the way he fell. Because it wasn't a monstrous shot, but the timing and the placement.
Right. Shout out to Jay,
like,
man. He said I'd never be able to ignore those hamburger helper gloves. What are you talking about with the Avanesian? Was it Avanesian fight? I think you're talking about. Which one? To me, even with the glove thing, I just think that's people reaching. Like, because when you look at the opposition that he's in there with, you get what I'm saying? They like, you think he'd really do something to his gloves for Avanesian, and then somebody said they didn't care that Everlast came out and took, credit for it and, owned up to it being their mistake.
Yeah, Everlast issued a report about there being like some type of malfunction.
It's Bud, and we seen it in another fight, and I'm like, bro, it's like it'd be too much. I ain't saying ignore it, but it's like, what do people think he's doing to get the upper hand in that way, and he's not getting caught? Like, think about it. Tyson Fury was doing funny shit with gloves. One of the times he did get caught and had to re-glove up. You know what I mean? Right before the fight with Christian Hammer. Now, we all know how the Wilder shit just floated under the radar. I mean, we seen it, but they sweat kicked it up under the rug. But I get it, bro. Like, you just see some things that make you say, damn, what's that? What's up with that? I get it. I promise you. But what the side that I stand on is suspicion. I understand, but without the facts or some real evidence, I can't really do that to him, man. What I be trying to avoid is wait till one of our fighters or one of us show us and our people how great we are, and then we spend hours and days, months, and weeks and on end trying to, knock them down the peg. And that's what they did to Bud. Is nasty, but we tend to do this with all our talent, with all our fighters. It's like, if we like one versus the other, we that's how we cover. We're gonna try our best to try to make it look like, yeah, this guy's not really that good. See, he's only really good because Victor Conte. And somebody was saying that to me it's a while back, the busted gloves. And, I'm just like, bro, y'all don't know what narrative. 1 minute is the gloves, then it's this snack, it's Victor Conte. How is he able to gain this weight? It's just like, man, damn, bro. Some people really just put in the work. And he was one of them. But I get it, man. Some stuff make you say, what's that? But I see him as a pretty solid guy, man. You know what I'm saying? His gloves stretch all the way out. It's tough, man. It's tough, man, because it's like those gloves be approved by the commission. So it's like, it's tough for us to see something, and then the powers that be and all the people that's involved see it and nobody say nothing. Like, I know they was complaining about the gloves with the Earl Spence fight, but they allowed to go in each other's dressing rooms and check the gloves. Nobody had an issue with it. But then it's like the fans like, but look at his gloves. It's got to be something wrong. Nah, he just whooped Earl ass.
And you seen Derrick James checked his gloves after the fight in the ring. He touched his gloves,
grabbed his hand,
and he was even looking surprised, like, damn,
what the hell?
So he just beat my guy ass like that, and the gloves ain't funny. That's how Derrick looked like. He looked like he expected the gloves to be funny, but there was nothing.
And I get you, Jay. You just, I ain't putting that on you. I don't see you do stuff like that. You just call it how you see it, and you don't spend exceptional amounts of time trying to tear that man down. I get it, but I'm just really big on giving our people the credit we deserve when we showed it, when we proved it in front of everybody. That's what the side I stand on. And it's like, I understand people's suspicion with Snack Victor Conte, but it's like, without no positive test, how much could I feed into that, right? Because it's like, we got people that's really running around here popping dirty. Like, think about it. Terence Crawford got criticized more for being on Snack than Ryan did for being on Adrien and beating Devin with it. Can't make this shit up. I swear, I seen people going harder to prove him being successful because of Snack and it being about steroids and undetectables more than the people that they know pop dirty. You know what I mean? And it's crazy. Like, we had a card, I was talking about it a while back. It was a card, it was like five fighters, and Jose Benavidez Jr. was one of them. Man, all these dudes have coke in their system, all types of PEDs. I'm talking about multiple cocktails and shit. Nobody reported on none of that stuff. So to me, that tells me directly, like, you're not talking about Crawford because you want the sport to be clean. You just want him to be dirty so you can taint everything that he's worked for. And that's why I stay very consistent in making sure I'm not ever being one of those people to do that. That's clown shit to me. It's like, it's the lamest shit to do. Sit up here and try to overanalyze why somebody's successful. That's what hating is. That's when you start being a fucking hater, or you can't just look at a guy. Like, you should be able to look at somebody and say, man, well, I don't like this about him, X, Y, and Z, but I respect X, Y, and Z about him as well. And no problem. But boxing would be like, nah, man, Bud he ain't this, he ain't that, he ain't that good, man. He only did this. He only fought 2 good people. Earl was damaged. Canelo was washed up. He ain't fight nobody. He struggled with Madrimal. Gamble almost knocked him out. It's like the Mean Machine dropped him. It's like, shut the fuck up, man. We watched him dominate from 08 to 26. I don't want to hear it. I ain't trying to overanalyze why he was that good with no reason to do it. Like, other than you hearing it consistently from everybody that come across him, man, that dude work hard, man. He good at everything, man. He's super competitive. I start looking at shit that logically makes sense as to why somebody would be this good at something. I start to draw back the conversations when his mom's sitting up there talking about how she paying people around the hood to beat her son up, and they can't do it. Do you know what kind of fucking beast that makes you? Like, seriously, he was a born fucking fighter. The fact that his mom was doing that, man, that man was going to be nothing more than a fighter. Man, that's when you know it's a problem. When you ain't even scared for your baby, you like, know what? Here, go ahead and take this $10. You could beat Bud ass. And they can't do it. That man was born to fight. So I keep this energy with any of our successful talent, because that's what's going to make people want to watch boxing more. Speak real on this shit, not from a personal or your feelings. You know, he did something, or he said something about a fighter, or he did something in an interview, or said something that you didn't like. Man, we ain't talking about that. We talking about X's and O's, belt to ass. When it comes to, from fight 1 to fight, 42? Man, he's beating the hell out of these people on the way. That shit was impressive. The first time I seen him, he knocked somebody out. Yo, he's been impressive ever since, Joe. I've never watched a boring Terence Crawford fight. Man, Aunt McQueen, remember the Adrien dude talking all crazy? He whooped his ass and asked him, did you get what you was looking for? Like, hey, did you get what you were looking for? Like, people don't remember that. They wasn't watching him then. When he got in there,
Jerry John was a damn good fighter, man. Like,
facts. He gets in there.
He was one of Pacquiao's sparring partners. Dude was 27-1 at the time.
Right.
From Canada.
He gets in there and beats who was Buddy? Who beats the shit out of Victor Postal. Like, boxing lesson. Like, bad, he dropping him to the point, he pointing to the ground, telling the ref, like, look, man, that's a knockdown. Like, he whooped his ass. You ain't never see nobody do him like that. You get what I'm saying? Like, that shit just impressive, man. And I remember talking that duck shit. I remember having Terence Crawford messed up, bro. I remember this shit, y'all. I do. I was up here talking this weird. I had to catch myself. I was bugging. I remember when people were saying, he too light in the ass to go to 47, man. He ain't gonna be good up there, man. Shit. Crawford said, hold my mouthpiece, G. I'm gonna hold these straps right here at 140. Hold my undisputed straps at 140. Let me go on up here 47. And then it's funny that he fights the guy that just roughhouse Manny Pacquiao to an ugly ass win in Jeff Horn, and he beats the absolute shit out of him. Seriously, stopped him and everything. Just disrespectful. Like, man, I had fun watching that dude. And I can't say nothing or see anything that he's ever done to me to make me see it any way, other way. Like, I just respect the craft, the talent. And if his name was anything else, it would be the same way. When you nice, you just nice. And that's all it is. Shout out to Mike Kirkland. Appreciate the love holding me down that super chat, man. He said, well said about Crawford. Sometimes people just put in the work. That's how I feel about it. I think he just put the work in. I think he was pushed in the right areas as a kid. I think he got the right kind of test coming up. Like I remember him telling the story about you know, how he lost the fight from being out of shape. And he said, man, he made sure that shit had never happened again. You know what I'm saying? Never. Like this guy has not always been the guy that we see him as. He worked himself into that. Andre Ward was rescued from a fucking trap house, smoking, drinking. I think he was hustling and everything. Seriously. And turned out to be one of the absolute best. Ain't that still our last American gold medalist? And look what people will do, man. I don't really like Andre Ward, man. All he do is grab and hold, and jab and hold, and right hand and hold. It's like, bro, what? That's why boxing be trash, because the absolute best of the sport gets shitted on. So it's like if we're tearing down the A plus level talent of the sport, what does that say about the rest of boxing? Terence Crawford ain't shit, right? If Boots is just hype. Think about how many people are lesser than both of them guys. What are we saying about boxing? Yeah, man. Only reason Boots winning these fights, man. It ain't skill, it ain't talent, it ain't none of that shit. It's just hype time. Like it's easy to win 30 plus fights straight in boxing. Like we ain't see, you get what I'm saying? Robeisy come in here and lose. Didn't he lose his pro debut? Like we ain't see Lomachenko lose what in his second fight? Like, bro, this shit ain't easy to win no 30 plus fights straight. Why being a world champion, being unified, but that's how I watch boxing. Like I look at this shit like this ain't regular. A lot of these, I ain't gonna say most. A lot of fans, they talk like what these dudes do is some shit that's just regular. Everybody could do it. Yeah, man. Anybody could box. Anybody could get in there and win 30 plus fights straight. Yeah, over a couple divisions. Yeah, anybody could do that. Anybody could, be a champion in 4 divisions in 25 fights. Yeah, we see this shit all the time. Anybody can be undisputed in 3 different weight classes and a champion in 5 and retire undefeated, making all his money and with his faculties at the top of his game. Yeah, we see this shit all the time. You get what I'm trying to say? That's how people treat it. I appreciate what we saying, man. I know we seeing a generational talent in Bud, bro, and it's okay to say that. You can say how you don't like him, but I just don't focus on that because I don't know people to sit up and not like him. Now, dude just said Devin Haney trash. I don't think that. The fuck? If Devin Haney is trash at, what is he, 33-0, 3 divisions? Okay, let's entertain it hypothetically. Let's say he trash. How many fighters that ain't even going to reach where he at? It's fighters that you think better than him that won't be as accomplished as he is. Won't have the kind of success, won't make the kind of money that he made. What is that saying about him? Speaking volumes. Think about it. I said it earlier. People make it like it's a bad thing when they say that he's been overpaid. If I'm overpaid, undefeated, and accomplished and still at the top of my game with my O intact, who the fuck winning? The people that overpaid me or me for being overpaid to do something I love to do at the highest level? That's how I look at it. I don't want to sit here and talk about how he trash. He ain't trash. It's one of the best fucking fighters in the world. It take an idiot to say anything less. You don't like him because something his father said? All right, well, he said something in an interview that didn't pan out and you pissed off. I don't care about none of that shit. I just want to see the kid fight. It's like we were saying earlier, man, 100 million or not, we just want to know who you fighting to make it, So, nah, man, these dudes ain't trash, bro. Our coverage of the sport is what needs improving. Real shit. It needs improving on all levels, from the women too. I'm starting to see people really shit on women's boxing. Women's boxing is a joke. I don't watch women's boxing. Like you said, like it's a flex, and you a fucking fool, and you missing out great fights, and you're not really a boxing fan. You can't dismiss the entirety of women's boxing and then be like, yeah, but I love boxing. Yeah, shut your goofy ass up. Just like people that complain about boxing matches, but they love boxing. Shut up. Talking about you wasn't entertained. Shut your ass up. Complaining about a fight going to decision. Knowing I don't know what the stats is, and maybe you got a better idea than me. But if you had to take a guess, what do you think you see? More decisions or knockouts? I don't know, man. I mean,
at the world class level, you're gonna see more. You're gonna see more decisions than anything,
right? More than anything. So it's like, why do we complain when you get one of the desired results? A knockout is part of it. Yeah, you can knock somebody out, but the goal is still to win. And nowadays in boxing, winning how you win is not enough. Ann McQueen doing what Ann McQueen doing is not enough. You got to do what Just Do was doing, what Behind the Hands is doing. You get what I'm saying? Like, you just doing you is not enough. Devin being Devin ain't enough. He got to start knocking people out. Bullshit. He don't got to start knocking people out. No, he don't. When has he ever been billed as the KO guy? Why would he have to start doing that? Nah, man, you see that, man. Core, he don't knock nobody out, man. It's like, what the hell are we talking about? Then you'll see a fucking knockout artist. Arthur better be with 100% KO artist, 100% KO, right? Percentage. And you got back-to-back fights with no knockouts and don't nobody bat a fucking eye or cry or whine or say anything about it. Nothing. Nobody whines and say how he had to be a boxer. The same shit y'all shit on. He had to be a boxer for his last 2 fights because he couldn't get a guy out of it. Shit is crazy to me, man. Boxing is weird, man. Getting what he's worth.
Well, that's why to me it's not necessarily boxing. It's the people observing the sport. You know, it's the attitude that many people have. That in my humble opinion, I feel like a lot of people are doing themselves a disservice. Right. Because if you had a broader perspective, then you can get more out of it. Like every fight to me is not super duper entertaining, right? There's some fights that are really entertaining, but then there are other fights that are really stimulating, right? It's like anything else, any other form of entertainment. Like let's use movies for example. A comedy is going to be structured different from a horror movie, structured different from a psychological thriller, structured different from a damn heist movie. Right? Some of them you need for the gaps to be missing in between, for you to kind of fill in the blanks. For example, with Inoue and Nakatani, that's one of those where you gotta fill in the blanks. Like, what the hell is this guy looking for? And if you open-minded enough, then that right there is intriguing enough. These guys don't even have to be throwing punches because you're fascinated and asking yourself, why the hell isn't he doing what he typically does? That's like, damn, he must be concerned with this. Or why is he over here stepping to his left? He must be looking to set this shot up. See, when you got the all-action fights, you don't have to ask those questions because you know what I mean, it's being answered for you. These guys just going at it, boom, 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 nonstop. But when you have those moments where you got the guys that are not looking to make mistakes, or they're not trying to tip their hand too soon, or they're waiting to see something that they saw on film, something that they've been drilling over and over and over again, and they just waiting for that moment in the fight for it to reveal itself so they could take advantage of it. Sometimes that's enough to be stimulated when you're asking more questions than you're trying to provide answers. And I think oftentimes as fans, we're trying to provide answers. And these answers are generally what these guys should be doing. Like, oh, you should be going for the knockout. You should be doing it. You should be doing that. It's like, no. Sometimes just watch and just allow it to unfold and just wait.
Anyway, versus Nagatani wasn't that entertaining, but it was a must. That's fighting the best. That's a fact. You see what I'm saying? And the people over there, they said that was like the 4th highest gate in history, I think they just said. You think any of their people over there complaining? Hell no. But let this shit happen over here on these American boxing, and we would have been whining and complaining, bro. It's all we do is complain. Like we don't watch boxing for the appreciation, right? We everything gotta be super entertaining. Every fight not gonna be like that. These dudes, especially when the higher you raise your competition level, sometimes that drama be removed because guys is fighting on such a high level that the fight don't warm up to like midway, and guys don't start making mistakes till very late in the fight, right? And very few of them. It's certain guys that know how to fight that way. But we'll sit here and complain. Oh man, it wasn't entertaining. I didn't see enough punches. He didn't knock him out. I need to see a knockout. Like, shut up, man. You seen a fight.
Another thing that plagues us too as fans, right, is the fact that we're all experts now. Like we're not even observers. Yeah. We're not willing to be open to any and all possibilities. Like no go into a fight. No yeah, but it's like if we go to a fight and we say to ourselves like Junto and Monster, like, damn, this could potentially be very cagey, and these guys might go out there and be going tit for tat mentally. It might not be the brawl that we expect. It might be extremely cagey. A feint here, a feint there, a jab there, couple of sequences like that one where both of them guys were thrown at each other, they both evaded each other, then they smile at each other. And Monster spoke on it. He was saying the reason why they smiled because he was like, man, like, you know how difficult that is, like at the top level, because both of them guys were so damn sharp that they're evading each other, almost to the point where it looks choreographed.
I swear, I said it looked like some bad choreography, man, right now. Or really good choreography, because this shit was like they was in sync, and I just knew it was two guys fighting at an extremely high level. Like that's what I mean when I be saying sometimes when you fight the right kind of opposition, you raise your level in the night. They did that for each other. They already was high level guys, but they was able to, bring the best out of each other on the night, and just Inoue was just better, and that's all good. But it was a lot of like those little stalemates, right, where not that much happened. Neither one of them was able to really get off on the other because nobody wanted to make a mistake, and it was a lot of respect coming from both sides.
Especially coming off of the heels of that Sebastian Hernandez fight, a lot of people thought that it was a foregone conclusion. Like, anyway, we was going to just walk him down and beat him up, and that it didn't happen that way.
I listen. I thought he was going to get touched up a lot more. I think I underrated his defense, and maybe
I didn't expect that because of his legs. You know what I'm saying? Like, I watched a lot of Nakatani fights and the way that he uses his legs. Now, one thing that he didn't do that I expected him to do a little bit more was to he does some really, really crafty things, like with his offense. His offense wasn't as creative as it generally is. Like, he'll do some shit like most guys will throw like a 1-2, right? Junto would throw a damn jab and then put the uppercut behind it. And then other times he'll reverse it where he'll throw a straight left hand and then throw the lead uppercut behind it. I thought he was going to do a little bit more of that and just like mixing up his punches a tad bit more. We've seen it in spots in a couple of rounds, like in round 8 and 9. But I thought he was going to be able to get to it a little bit sooner. But he looked like he was expecting Monster to do what Monster has done that got him dropped early on in fights. When he got dropped by Lucinari in the first round, he was pressing the issue, threw the damn left hand, dropped his right hand, and he was wide open for the left. Same thing in the Cardenas fight. He was throwing a combination on the inside, tried to throw an uppercut, dropped his backhand, got caught with the left hook. So it seemed like Nakatani was cognizant of that. Like, okay, if he tries to press me, there's a good chance he's going to leave some openings. So he looked like he was just waiting and hoping that Inoue would do something that Inoue didn't do this time.
Right.
Because, generally when Inoue gets his offense rolling, his combination punches is off the charts. And not just in terms of like landing punches. One thing that he's really, really good at, and he's super underrated at, is his punch sequencing. Like, he'll throw punches at the guard to kind of pry the guard open to create openings. He's not a guy that's just a flat out sharpshooter. So he has his own way of disrupting the other person's guard. Like, we see David Benavidez, his peel game is nasty. Like, you in close, he gonna peel your guard down, place a shot. Inoue, he does guard manipulation, but he's not as obvious, not as handsy as David. The way he does it is with punches. Like, he'll throw a jab at the other guy's lead hand. So then once the guy's lead hand is out the way, then he'll put the right hand behind it and it's coming right down the pipe. So he does little sneaky shit like that. But with Nakatani, he wasn't really doing that. Because it seemed like he was mindful, like, okay, if I open up too much, he can punch in between. Like we seen with the knockout of the year against the Maloney brother. Maloney was coming forward, letting his hands go.
Man.
Junto slipped that shit and dropped the damn overhand left on him.
Yeah, he almost sent that man to meet him, bro. I was like,
oh my goodness. And you know what was so bad about it, Just? What was so bad about it was in the round prior, his coach had the thought of stopping the fight. Like, him and the assistant coach, they were talking about whether or not they were gonna just end it.
Yeah.
Because remember, he got dropped early on in the fight. His face was all battered.
Yeah.
They was like, yo, we're thinking about stopping it. And credit to the Maloney brother, he was like, "Nah, don't stop it." And bro paid the price for it. But
yeah, them
both
some
of them,
scrappy brothers, bro. They got
both
heart.
of them, both of
Both
them
of
is
them brothers
always in
got a
some
lot of heart,
crazy
bro.
ass fights,
Swear they
bro.
do.
Because Monster stopped the other brother.
I know.
It's Jason and Andrew. Monster stopped the other brother in like round 6. It was like during COVID.
But both of them asses guys, they some tough brothers though, man, with a
Tough,
lot
bro.
of heart, man. And they can actually scrap. I just think they wasn't about avoiding challenges. So if it was a fight out there that was deemed tough and it was offered to them, it seemed like they both took it on either side. I respect them. Like we don't got enough respect for people that's willing to put it all on the line. Like a lot of times, a guy might not be as good as what you would want a fighter to be, but they'll be everything else, right? Like they'll be good, maybe just not the absolute best, but they'll be willing to fight any and everybody and give you good fights while doing so. And we'll kind of overlook it because guys got losses. Like I'm gonna keep saying it, man. I feel like I gotta do a fucking live stream about it. Like let's normalize losing in boxing. I know it's a ton of people that's gonna take that the wrong way, but I said what I said, man. I'm tired of people overreacting every time somebody lose a fight. This shit just be dumb. It's ridiculous. It's like, oh man, it's the end of the world. Oh, finish. It's over with. It's like, yo, what? Man, been fighting forever. Man, just lost one fight. We ready to. It's over with. Even a couple fights. I'm tired of that.
Yep.
Lose a couple
and
fights.
who the hell are you losing to? Who are you losing to? Right. And how did you lose? Because to me that matters sometimes too. Even when a guy takes a nasty loss, like he gets sparked out or something like that. Sometimes shit just happens, and things can happen to anybody. You know what I mean? Like boxing is one of the most volatile sports. It probably is the most volatile sport because literally anything can happen, bro. Like we've seen guys be losing and turn the tide with one shot. Then we seen guys be winning and be on the other end of that, but they outboxing guy handily. Like oh my goodness, my heart, man. I felt for my man Justice Huey when he was in there with Fabio Worley. He was boxing Fabio's ears off. I don't think I gave Fabio a single round going into the 10th. Fabio laying one clean right hand, and the whole everything that Justice Huey did got flushed right down the toilet with one shot. One shot. It just, bro, but boxing is like that. So you got to just, again, be open-minded. And I love what you said about the losses too. Because the Maloney brothers, if we looking at them, both of them guys got 2 horrible losses to Junto Nakatani and Nawaya Inoue respectively. But ain't no just run-of-the-mill, regular, no frills dude doing what those 2 gentlemen did to those brothers. Because them guys, they're in that position where like they're good enough on the world level. They can hang with just about anybody, but then there's that certain S-class guy that they just not going to be able to overcome. But it's always going to be scrappy. It's always going to be entertaining. And you ain't never going to be shortchanged watching either one of them dudes. And if I'm not mistaken, both of the brothers, they've been champions. So they ain't no slouches. Ain't no shame in losing the damn Monster Inoue. This dude, bro, the minute he retires, he's inducted into the International Boxing Hall of Fame. They might as well build a statue or get his plaque or his bust or whatever it is. Get that ready and throw him in the hall the moment he retires. And Junto was looking like he's trending in that direction as well. So ain't no shame in losing to them dudes. Hell no. And especially like the way that them guys punch. Both guys got over 75% KO ratio at the smaller weight classes. Like that shit ain't regular. Everybody ain't punching like that down there like 115, 118. So you get sparked out by some guys who happen to be anomalies and aberrations. Hell. I mean, it happens. It happens. And then you got some guys who take L's and then they come back and they go on nice runs. And you got to appreciate that as well, because that's where you really get to see somebody's character sometimes. Everybody look great when they winning, right? How many guys can take an L and come back, like a Tevin Farmer? That's why I've always been a huge fan of him. And I've always liked his slogan, that whole never too late. Tevin Farmer could do no wrong in my eyes. He could retire tomorrow, or he can come back and lose his next 5 fights. But you always know, like, he's not going to cheat himself, and he's not going to cheat the sport, and he ain't going to cheat the fans. Like, some dudes is just like that. And it's like, no matter what happens, they just going to keep on trying. They fall off the horse, they get right back on, get right back to it. And we need guys like that, you know what I mean? Because everybody's not going to be able to retire undefeated and multi-division champion and all this other stuff. And while we talking about that, right, like, it just makes me think about Mike Tyson and just like how much flack he's gotten over the years for being overrated. And recently I seen an old clipping from Ring Magazine, and it was the rankings from the 1980s with the heavyweights. And damn near everybody who was in the top 10, Mike Tyson got a win over. And guys who are an afterthought now, like, when was the last time we talked about Pinklin Thomas or like Trevor Burbitt or James Bone Crusher Smith? But these guys were legit players during their time. But because he lost to Holyfield, a Hall of Famer, because he lost to Lennox Lewis, another Hall of Famer, we just say, well, he lost every big fight that he was ever in. But, like, how the hell he lose every big fight that he was ever in if he's the youngest undisputed heavyweight champion of all time? So he clearly couldn't have lost every big fight that he had. But once again, it's like the losses get overstated.
Keep looking, bro. That's why I'm just sitting here listening.
The losses be getting overstated like a mug. It's like, bro, like, these dudes be accomplishing shit. And I also got to piggyback on what you said before about Boots, right? Like, yeah, it may not have been the most desirable opposition. We wanted to see him in there with this one and that one, but he can't help that he came to the party late. By the time he burst on the scene at 147, that shit was wrapping up. Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman, Amir Khan, Kell Brook, Errol Spence, like, all these guys is they at the twilight of their 147-pound career. Them guys is on the brink of, or the cusp of, moving up to 154 or retiring or doing some other shit. It ain't his fault that he was tardy to the party. Like, he just missed the era. You know what I mean? Like, of when the 147-pound division was glamorous. It's starting to heat back up now because we got some guys that have moved up. We got Dev, we got Ryan, we got shit. Even Rolly is a player. We can't discount him. Brian Norman Jr. So Africa just moved up there. So it's starting to heat back up again. But I can't knock Boots for not being able to secure the marquee opponents so we can justify the hype, air quotes. Because, you know, once again, this is why I went back to that. What you said about winning 30 some odd fights, right? Even if it's against veterans that we felt like he was supposed to dispatch, what the hell just happened with Tamir Smalls, like one of his proteges? He was in there with Abel Ramos. Abel Ramos got, what, 7 L's? That's supposed to be a showcase or a step up for Tamir Smalls. Because Tamir Smalls, he's got quite a bit of hype around him as a prospect. And understandably so, because he's a damn good fighter. But we just seen the unexperienced or inexperienced guy lose to a damn, what they call a wily veteran. We thinking because Abel Ramos got 7 L's that Tamir Small's supposed to just walk through him, is about to be belt to ass or whatever adjective you could think of. Nah, it didn't go like that. Abel Ramos was able to outlast the young man, and he took him to a place he ain't ever been taken to before. And guess what? Tamir Smalls, hell, he may be better for it, honestly. We used to watch those old ESPN fights with Teddy Atlas and Joe Tessitore. What they used to always say about the old timers. The old timers said that the guy shouldn't have even challenged for a title until he had taken a loss or two. Right? You gotta get them lessons in.
Right. Hen Dog was good with it, bro. Look, behind the hands, he's still in there creeping. And so they brought Tamir Smalls to Houston to promote him. They're definitely invested in him. I like that. That. Shout out to Tamir Smalls. And I hope people can still support him after a loss. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. I went back. I switched it to StreamYard to see if I was going to have the connection issues that we've been having, since I've been using Restream, and I ain't gonna lie to y'all, I ain't had the connection issue one time, bro. Like, we ain't cut off, notice, like Wi-Fi ain't cut out, like none of that. And it's smoother. I ain't gonna lie, Restream is slower at doing little stuff. Like, it's just little shit. But I gotta say, there's stuff about both of them that I like. I like the way, like, I can pull up something on the screen with Restream, right? Like, I can pull up a video, and I'm always playing these clips and interviews and stuff. I can pull that up, but then I can also reach down and just drag up a thumbnail and put that up, and all the other stuff would be like right up under the screen, so I could kind of interchange pictures. I can do that with this as well, but I just like the setup with Restream. But I like the layout of StreamYard better, I think, because I've been using it longer. So, and they constantly update it. They update StreamYard a lot. They make a lot of updates and little changes. So not all bad, but I might go back to paying for this because I'm using a free version because I'm paying for Restream. They ain't getting me for both, but
it's the smoother mobile experience too. I gotta say that. I'm talking about StreamYard because on what the hell is that? Damn it. Restream, right? Restream, sometimes if you're on mobile, because like right now I'm on the phone, on Restream, it'll just start getting all staticky and breaking up out of nowhere. The first 10, 15 minutes you on the panel is cool. And then out of nowhere, you just start getting issues with the sound. Then you got to come back, then you got to leave out and come back in. Like with this, it is pretty damn smooth. I can't front. But yeah, man, as fans, we just got to be better. Ultimately, because we only hurting ourselves. We ain't really hurting the sport for real, because the fighters, they still going to be getting paid. The promoters still going to be putting plays together. You know what I mean? It's like going to a show of any sort and then just always finding something wrong, something to complain about. So why the hell did you even go? Could have stayed home. So find more things to like about it than to dislike about it. That's the way I look at it. Hell, I even changed my my verbiage. Like, as far as like looking at fighters and analyzing them, I don't even like to say, well, this guy got all of these flaws. I'm just like, oh, that's just his technique.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he does. You know what I mean? I'm not like, oh, it's super flawed, because
you know what's funny? Sometimes something ain't a flaw until it get exploited
that's exactly where I'm about to go with it. It's like some guys get away with things, like Emmanuel Navarrete gets away with things that other guys just can't get away with, because his style is not pretty, but he's got a great handle on his style.
At all, bro.
It works for him.
I will never forget how disgusting I was when him and Barancic was fighting.
Yeah, that fight was nasty.
I probably sounded like a damn casual the way I was complaining. I was like, nah, man, this is not it. I kept saying, I was like, yo, who authorized this fight? Who put this? What the matchmakers was doing, man? But nah, you know what it is. Sometimes fights make sense for the position that you're in, and you just got to do them, man. How they play out is how they play out. I'm just really trying to get to the point in boxing where one thing you're going to know about me is I ain't complaining about this shit. I don't want to sit up and complain and talk negative all day. Bro, at McQueen, I've been getting messages since this morning about David Benavidez and his elbow. Like, people, just random people tagging me, talking crazy, saying wild shit. Bro, like, yo, how many people attach themselves to a negative narrative when it comes to boxing is utterly ridiculous. Bro, the person post that I'm on, it started off rocky with him, but then when he must have realized he was talking to somebody that do this shit too, so he kind of settled down. We end up following each other. You know how that goes. But everybody is tagging me. Ah, man, you didn't see the elbow? I counted 3. What are you talking about? Blah, blah, blah. You don't know nothing. He said, somebody told me, they say a lot of sus stuff, right? And then you gobbling this and God, I'm just like, yo, what? Because I stated facts.
Gobbling and glazing. Gobbling and glazing.
I said, what was it, Anne McQueen? What was it? The 150, the one elbow that y'all really talking about? Don't try to, I counted 2. I counted 3. Shut up. Copybox counted 151 landed punches with 53% of them being power shot connects. So you tell me again, what ended the fight? The elbow to the left jaw or the damn, or should I say the right side of his jaw or the constant punches that battered his orbital bone in on the left side with his nose battered and talking about he threw an elbow that broke his nose too. Shut up. Y'all people just be saying shit that you have no way of proving. Yeah, you see an elbow. You don't know at what point his nose was broke. If the elbow did it, then dude, I ain't gonna lie, dude did put together a little compilation. But I found the one little flaw in that little compilation that I was looking for.
And he kept rewinding the same elbow.
Yeah, and when it's a reach, he pulled up the Caleb Plant one. I was like, nah, like that sequence he kept showing. I was like, nah, that's not him landing no elbow. Nah, y'all reaching. And I felt like we would have been heard fighters coming out saying, yo, David Benavidez is dirty. Fighters do not bite their tongue, bro. If they think you juicing, they say it. They think you dirty, they say it. You fight a certain way, they think you say it. They think you scary, they say it. I ain't gonna say it never happened, but I just never heard nobody making that the focal point of his wins. And I'm like, why would we do it today? No, it's the elbow, man. He's endangering these fighters' career. Yo, it's a thread right now. The original comment that I just said to Anne McQueen about the 151 punches, that shit got over 100 likes. It just popped up. People still liking the comment. I'm a very simple dude to talk boxing with, but most people are always on the defensive because I gotta say it, lack of a better term, we got a pussy culture out here in boxing where a person can't even state the facts without having to argue with somebody. That's all I was trying to do. You know what I'm saying? I'm not arguing. I'm not refuting the dude. You talking about the elbows, but I'm just making a serious point. 151 punches in less than 6 full rounds. You give him 53% power shot connect. What do you think more than likely stopped the fight? A fucking elbow or all of them damn punches? That 8 to 10 piece he kept throwing at this dude, or them couple of elbows you seen land? Like, come on, at what point was this dude ever in control of the fight? You get what I'm saying? I'm like, bro, y'all just
I only seen one elbow, and if we keeping it a stack, he didn't throw an elbow. He threw a damn left hook and recoiled.
Mm-hmm.
He was bringing his hand. He was bringing his arm back. What was he supposed to do after he throw that hook? Leave his arm across his body?
And he's saying like, yo, I'm throwing combinations, and that's why I like what Greg Hackett was saying. He like, yo, when you in close and you in battle, it's boxing. That's gonna happen, bro. Like, what he supposed to do when he land the elbows? Oh, yo, my bad. I'm sorry, I elbowed you. Like, you get me? Like, what are you supposed to do? It's a fight. He said, yo, anybody doing that, you complaining, you a bitch. And I approved the matches. Shout out to GHB.
Yeah, because what G is saying is on point, because it's not like it was intentional. It's one thing to throw an elbow. It's another thing to follow through on a punch. And anybody who's not trying to be dense or argumentative could see that it was clear that the man was following through on a left hook.
Right.
What do you say to somebody who's on the bag, right? You got to punch through the target. That's all he was doing. Punching through the target. And unfortunately, Zotto happened to get clipped, and I think you made a fantastic point, bro. When have you ever seen a fight where somebody landed more than 50% of their power punches and the other opponent, the person who got that 50% landed on them, their ass wasn't tore up?
Right.
You either gonna be busted up or you gonna get knocked out. Ain't no way in hell you absorbing 53% of power punches.
Ryan made Haney famous. That's complete bullshit. Haney made Haney famous, man. Him and Bill did, yo. Him and Bill did. They blazed the trail through Mexico. A lot of people clowned him for it. Now you got to look back at it and just give credit where it's due. You know what I mean? That shit could have went bad for him, but they made it work. Ryan got his popularity. I mean, he got a following. We got a social media following, but Devin, I think that, uploading videos on YouTube, certain sparring shit, that started to gain the traction. Back when Devin still was running around with braces and stuff like that. You know what I mean? He started to gain his notoriety, and, you know, working with the Mayweathers and stuff like that. I don't think it worked like that. Ryan can't make nobody else popular. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about it. With all that social media success and following, you would think he would be a bigger star. But some of that is a little bit, it's not what people think it is. You know what I'm saying? But nah, he ain't make Devin Haney famous. Devin Haney made Devin Haney famous. Think about it. Without him winning fights, what the fuck would Ryan matter? Get what I'm saying? That's like people saying the reason we knew Brian Norman was because he was talking about fighting boots instead of the back-to-back knockouts, viral knockouts, and when people was picking against them. Like, that's the reason you get what I'm saying? Like, we be giving people too much credit. You know what I'm saying? I give Ryan a shit ton of credit because for being a guy that's popular, and he came from nothing. So sometimes he confused me as to how he take boxing for granted, it seems, but I respect it because through all his ups and downs, trials and tribulations, the inconsistency, he still found a way to be a champion, win a meaningful fight, and still be in the mix to make big fights with people if he just stand on what he said. You know what I mean? All these dudes got something to bring to the table. 618 said, what deal Devin got? I mean, it's everywhere now. Everybody's saying he's signed a Zuffa deal worth over $100 million. You know what I'm saying? And they saying Zuffa, his biggest fans are saying Zuffa. I guess it's Zuffa. You know, I would guess it. That's what it is. But you know, I'm here for it. You know, I just, like I said earlier, I wanted to see the man just get his coins, but people be so sensitive, man. Like we really explore. We gonna ask like, what fights you gonna fight? You know, so whether or not the deal is gonna turn out to be something or not, it remains to be seen. We don't know. We just don't know yet. So
yeah. And if it is, which I hope it is.
Me too.
Man, that is a legitimate question because we know one thing about business, right? Like these folks are about that ROI, return on investment.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, this is no disrespect to Devin Haney because he's a popular guy, but he ain't that damn popular. Like he ain't ubiquitous to where like you could just go outside and ask anybody, hey, do you know who Devin Haney is?
Right. He said your favorite fighter gonna be on Zuffa, Richardson Hitchens. Right. I like Hitchens, man. I hope he gets the shout out to No Evidence, my dog. I hope he gets to like write his shit, you know, write his story, rewrite his story to a degree. I hope he gets to rewrite his story where he could kind of shift the narrative a little bit, kind of how Shakur was able to do with some back-to-back fights where there's no conversation or interview that's gonna quite do it, right? Even though I think Behind the Hands got the best Richardson Hitchens interview out, and I'm standing on that, but it ain't gonna be. It's no conversation that could be had that's gonna change the narrative the way a good win or two will for him. And I just want to see that for him because I do think he's an underrated boxer. I do think he got a bit of a raw deal because of the decisions he made. And you know why? Shout out to No Evidence. You already know, my guy. You know why I always try to give people benefit of the doubt instead of just going super crazy on them with the criticism, because I don't know everything. So I can't be so permanent with my assessment or with my opinion with no breathing room, if you get what I'm saying. Like, I got to leave room for what really possibly happened or the real reason why he did it. We don't be knowing. But I'm saying this not just because, you know, that's my guy, but I'm saying it because it's true. He do got the best interview because you learned things about Richardson Hitchens. That wasn't just the same old questions and the same old answers. You learned some shit. I didn't know he'd been fighting at the same weight his whole career. Who the fuck knew that? And then he explained to you how he got a late start. He behind the game. He behind the 8 ball. So by the time you win the title, people, your body probably like, you should go up. But in your mind, you like, man, I just got this shit. And I'm behind. You get me? So you try to sacrifice as long as you can to maintain your championship status until you can no longer do it. And I think it went bad for him against the Duarte situation. And people, like we typically do, we tear our people down. Like, I don't know who the hell Duarte beat for Hitchens to have to be scared of, or to him to be some boogeyman. And he low-key got a gift, and he was getting cooked by Angel Fierro. Man, Hitchens would have boxed the hell out of that dude. I'm standing on, I ain't changing my opinion. He would have boxed the hell out of him and beat him soundly. That's what I believe. Man, Duarte. So, man, I hope to see.
I can only imagine how Richardson felt being in the mix, right? You know, like that infamous video with Tank and these guys and Adrien Broner dancing in Parkland. Richardson Hitchens is right there.
Yeah.
So it's like, imagine these guys being your contemporaries and you're with these guys on a regular basis, but you ain't getting that same push.
Right.
And you're around guys like Tank, like Arrow, the Charlos, and so on and so forth. And you right there. You so close, but so far at the same time.
Right.
So, I could only imagine what that must have been like for him. So he must have been elated to finally break through over at Matchroom. I personally, I would love to see him stay over there, but obviously Keith Connolly got a plan for him.
Right. That's how I say. I was like, he gotta have a plan. He seemed like he influencing his guys to go over there. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Or maybe he got a little check. You got a little wholesale going on. Like, hey, look, man, you give me X, Y, Z, I'll deliver the product. So maybe you got some type of relationship with them guys.
Right.
That influenced that move, which again, I wouldn't even be mad at because it's business. Hell, if I was Keith Connolly, I'd probably be doing the same thing if I was a manager.
Hitchens seemed like a solid dude. Yeah, it's just like Hitchens a beast. His style, Mary Floyd. He got some similarities because he a pure boxer, but it's like we guys get a raw deal. Like, think about it. He ain't even lose a fight, and we acting like he ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's mind-blowing to me. I don't care if we don't fully understand his moves. Yeah, we could critique him, but still leave room for the man to make sense out of his own career. Like, we really gotten to the point where we expect guys to do exactly what we expect them to do, what we want them to do, right? Then they wouldn't be them. They would be us, right? You know what I'm saying? These guys going to do what's best for them, and I always try to leave room for that. So although some of the moves he'd make it leave you scratching your head, or you'll be guessing and wondering like, damn, why he do that? But I'm not willing to get on the internet and talk about how he a bitch and Richardson bitchins and all that. Nah, dude, that dude, former world champion, and he only former because, he outgrew the weight class. Ain't nobody beat his ass to take it. And where was this energy? People forget. They moved the goalpost so fast. And where was all this energy with that Liam Parrell shit? They was talking about how he could lose that fight, and I was telling people he's gonna box that dude up. He gonna box him. I don't give a damn what Liam Parrell did to Matisse. He's gonna box him. The same thing I would have thought he could have did to Matisse too. But I always said I respected him being honest about not being willing to be under the IBF rehydration rule and fight that dude. I get it. At 140 pounds your whole career. That's
but here's the thing though. If we're being honest, we don't respect honesty.
Facts, true.
We really don't.
True indeed.
We say it. We say we want people to be honest with it, but when they are, we criticize them for it. So it's like with Richardson Hitchens, with him making that statement, I can understand how the perception of him can be, well, you were willing to make these concessions for this guy, but not for this guy. And this guy has a particular style. Like, for example, Liam Parrell, Cambosis, you made the 140-pound limit with the rehydration limit with the IBF. Then when it came to Matisse, you were vocal about not feeling comfortable doing it. Then you got Oscar Duarte, who, well, I don't think he's as good as Matisse, but he's similar in the regard that the pressure is relentless and you know that you can't be half-stepping with him. Not because he's that good, but because he's that consistent. And he got a high-ass work rate. So now it looks like you got your picks. So you'll take the IBF rehydration for this guy, but you won't do it for that guy. Now, me personally, I respect it because he let us know, like, listen, man, I wasn't really comfortable doing it against this guy. But other people, they going to look at it and be like, oh, well, he's soft. Well, he let you know.
Right.
Ain't that what we say we want from people? That, that they keep it real and they.
I just didn't think that meant soft. I think that's understanding what he feel like would be the challenge in front of him. And I know that sound like you explaining a lot for him, but no. Look, that dude comes forward nonstop, bringing pressure. I don't want to be a shell of myself in there against that. But some of these other guys don't bring that kind of style of pressure. So I might be able to get past not being 100%. I know it might sound crazy or you got picks, but I just think for me, you can say that and I'll acknowledge it. Maybe that you can say that. But for me, I think it's a bit deeper. It's just a realization as to who's who. that guy's dangerous. All he do is throw punches and come forward, and he has no problem fighting under the IBF rules. I do. He gonna be 100. I'm gonna be compromised. He gonna be coming like that? No. No. You want some of this too, Hitchens? No. You get me? That 140 smoke, so I get it, man. But again, I do think under the right situation, I mean, these fights can happen, you know, any of them. You know what I mean? Matias too. And I've seen him get boxed by a guy that I just don't think is as good as Hitchens. So I know that was a long time ago, but for that reason, I just can't feel like he's some type of boogeyman. Like, no, like, and I love when Dub be saying that. There's no boogeymans, because no, every time we build one up, they lose. Every fucking time, bro. Every time. They did it with Matias. He gets knocked out by Dalton Smith. They did it with Bakram. He get boxed down by Josh Kelly. Like, we do this shit all the time. There's no boogeyman. Yo, everybody will fight the boogeyman for the right amount of money. Shit, I get in there with Bakram and anybody else y'all think of boogeyman in boxing for one of them checks. And I'm not playing. I'm not joking. I'm dead serious. Get my goofy
the thing with those guys like Bakram, with Bakram is like, oftentimes the business ain't right. And I'm not even saying guys are looking to get paid astronomical amounts of money. It's like, who's really footing the bill for this fight? Because as dangerous as he is, you know, there's got to be some incentive in it for all parties. Not just, all right, the fans want to see this particular fight. Or a couple of people on Instagram or a couple of people on X think that this guy wouldn't be able to deal with this guy. Like, nah, it really got to make real sense.
Right.
And then you got to be able to meet somewhere. It's like, is the money there to be allocated for what this guy is asking for? And from my understanding, Bakram's team was doing him no favors.
Right.
Like, they just couldn't buy him a fight.
Yeah, they said his team, you know, he ain't got the best team. And I was Dub, but I love going over there to pick his brain from time to time. I ask certain questions in regards to these topics, and he was breaking it down. He was just like, yo, his team just not the best. He don't have the best team kind of trash. It was like breaking down. That's why you seen the fight fall out with him and Lubin. Then people was trying to make it seem like Lubin was ducking. But in reality, if we just listen to what the hell Lubin said, Lubin told you, hey, man, they had their business in order. Virgil and them, that fight materialized. They had their business in order. Bakram is having issues. And then when he does finally get in the ring, Mr. Boogeyman, he get outboxed by Josh Kelly. So, you know, it's crazy. Like, this shit, we build these guys up to be so spooky, and then they just go out there and get their ass beat. What happened to Lil B-Hop? Lil B-Hop struggled with mental health.
It hurts, man, because Chris was really looking dynamite at one point, man. Like, he was really prime time for a little second. Then it just went, to me, it felt like it went downhill after that damn Hector Luis Garcia fight. He looked shaken after that fight. Like, he just didn't have the same confidence. And you can tell for him that confidence is everything. Like, the way he talks shit, bro.
Yes. Talk about it. Yes. You know what? I think that shook him up. And I think when guys start to battle like that, I think the outside shit start to really creep into the boxing life. You get me? Now you done took the loss. Shit ain't looking the same. It just seemed like it's easier for shit to start happening after that. You know what I'm saying? It's like a chain effect. You lose a fight. Next thing you know, you inactive. Then you come back. You get a gift decision. Then you come back. Don't listen to your trainer and get slept in a rematch. Slept. So that shit had changed you, man. But I think he's still fighting. I think I gotta look. Some of these dudes be having fights coming up. You just gotta pay attention. Like, it's not going to be front and center. You're just gonna have to, really search. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he had that energy. I like him. I like, people didn't like him. I'm not a fan of like all the hair, color in the hair, but I get what he was doing. So I ain't knocking him for that. But listen. Before he lost, this is how I know people start catching on the fighters late. And the more I talk to people with these live streams, like somebody was talking the other day, he's like, yo, he just started watching boxing. Just somebody asked a question today, like, what fight should they go watch at Boots? I was like, damn, like some of y'all really ain't been watching. You know what I'm saying? But look, before he started took any loss, bro, please go watch him, the undefeated Chris Colbert. And he was getting tested. He was fighting some solid man. Yo, you talk about a dude that you don't think got crazy punching power, but he had like the heart and attitude to like match it, to like or make up for whatever he lacked in punching power, bro. I seen Chris Colbert beat the hell out of some people, man. And you just don't beat a guy like that if you can't fight. Get me? But I just think in sports, especially boxing, it's so hard to stay at the fucking top. It's so hard. It's hard getting there, and it's even harder to stay there. So, and I feel like, man, this is one of them sports, right, where, I mean, I feel like all sports could be hard, especially at a professional level. But boxing, you need so much shit to go right. People have no idea, and that's why I always give these dudes more grace than the average person. They fight so many battles before they even get into the ring. Just heard I had Ofacio up here. He was just talking, dropping some jewels about the shit that go on. People have no idea this dude fighting on all these platforms, winning, knocking guys out, outboxing guys. Then when he outbox guys, they say he don't got no power. He go back to knocking people out. And they make them empty promises. Oh, we're going to sign you here. We're going to sign you. Win this fight. And then don't sign him. Like, God's really, like, boxing really a sport. You can give it everything you got, and it still don't be enough, yo. That's saying something, bro. And it's still, you still won't get what you're supposed to get from it. Bro, yo, Aunt McQueen, I gotta say this to you because you still up here. You think I'm joking, bro, about this elbow shit? I gotta read you this. I gotta read you this most recent comment, bro. Boy, you're not about that life like me and my family. I got people that will kidnap someone. At least I don't hide behind a little picture, and my profile picture is really me. Scary ass little boy. All because this dude said something to me because I pointed out that such and such number of punches was landed at this clip was all power punch percentage connects. And this is what he talking about. People kidnapping. Yo. He said, yo, he got people that are kidnapping me, bro. This man, yo, you could tell by how he wear his hat. Yo, he got his hat from the fucking corner store bodega in somewhere. This man wears hats like Vanilla Ice. Bro look like Vanilla Ice, man. Oh, man, I'm going to have fun responding to this, man. Oh man, yo, this shit is crazy. Yeah, 130 was his peak for sure. 135 was too much for Chris Colbert, in my opinion. I don't think he should have ever been in there with Ryo after getting that first one. I think he was supposed to steal that win and keep it pushing. Say he was supposed to use that business decision. I got better shit, bigger and better. Try to run it back. Who the hell told you to do that? Run it back. I'm not running anything back. Nah, man, bigger and better shit coming up. Oh man. This man bought his hat from the bodega. Oh man.
Man, folks need to learn how to just be okay. with a different, you know what I mean, with different information, different opinion.
Say it again. He said, bro said folks need to just learn how to be okay.
Just be okay with that.
I'm telling you, man. Oh man.
Just be okay.
Hey, yo, I'm really crying because of my response, bro. Oh my God, yo! I once he said something about kidnapping, bro. We was talking about David Benavidez and the elbows. This man went from David Benavidez and the elbows to damn, he got family that had kidnapped me. Damn, all over the internet, bro. Oh man, yo! Oh my God, man. Kidnap. Oh man. Oh man, kidnap a grown man is insane, bro. In 2026, all because I don't want to paint David out to be a dirty fighter, bro. Look, I'm here to tell all y'all David Benavidez detractors, your favorite fighter would never. He would never. Nah. I don't care who they is. Your favorite fighter would never. We not trying to hear all of that. We ain't trying to hear, yeah, he might have landed an elbow or two. But again, logically, what stopped the fight, bro? What stopped the fight, man? You get me? The 151 punches, the combinations that he was landing. Like, seriously, the fact that Zordo don't get his head off the line, like, bro got hit with everything and the kitchen sink. He got hit with hands, feet, fingers, toes, knees, and elbows. Literally everything. Like, when I say that, I meant that he got hit with hands, feet, fingers, toes. Only thing he didn't do was kick him, bro. That's it. Bro, he whooped his ass. Yeah, kidnapping over boxing is insane, bro. And you gotta see where he wear his hat. He looked like Vanilla Ice, bro. God damn, I can't even take these people serious, man. I swear, man. I gotta say this. What blows my mind is how everybody on the internet is tough. They got all these connections. They all rich. They got these big ass houses. They make all this money. They got all these cars, bro. A dude just did that with me. I had to block him after a while. This man messaged me for more, probably 2 hours, half the lie, and still was messaging me. I was like, yeah, all right. Even I know when to call it quits. I just had to block him after a while. I said, he really gonna keep going. Nobody that's making no type of real money is arguing with somebody like that. Especially if your talking point is I'm broke and you got money, then why even argue with me? Better yet, why even listen to a broke person? Like, bro, the internet is flawed, bro. They get up here. Y'all supposed to go to the army and be all you could be, not the internet. They said, hell with the draft and the army. Y'all just started going, said the hell with that. We just gonna go on the internet and be all we could be. We're gonna just get up here and just start some lying. We're gonna lie, bro. We're gonna get up here and say anything. Yeah, we're gonna talk about how tough we are. Yeah, you can't beat me. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know Truck from Baltimore, dude's supposed to be next up. Y'all heard anything? Shout out to 618. Truck took some losses, bro. His last loss was to Jihad Tucker. I'm pretty sure you probably know that. But I've seen some posts from him. I don't have no actual update, but I've seen some posts from him. He seemed like he's still grinding. He seemed like he still believes in the mission. And I respect it. I'm more of a fan of him for sticking to the mission while taking losses than, you know what I'm saying? Because you see how everybody's willing to talk about him while he undefeated and it looked good, right? But then when you start losing, it's like, you know, and I'm not one of them. Nah, I rock with you, Truck. You fought a hell of a fighter, in my opinion, in Jihad Tucker.
Jihad can scrap, bro.
Get me? That was a fun fight to watch, yo. Dang, you know what? I want to watch this shit again.
I just got one wish, like fucking Ray J. I got one wish for Truck.
That's stupid.
that he could get his conditioning,
yeah,
like where it needs to be for him to be consistent throughout the fight, bro. Because I think he's got good technique. I think he's a solid fighter. It's just he be fighting in spurts.
Yeah,
I'm like, Truck, I need you to just keep putting them together.
Yeah, you right. You right. He do fight like you. Damn, you right, man. That's why I like talking to this dude. He do fight like a guy.
And it's like he got decent power, but it ain't to the point where he could be affording to just be
exactly
like that.
Exactly. It's not that. It's good pop, but it's not that. You know what I'm saying? Where he could, like you said, just be that economical. Like that shouldn't be the case with you. And I always question it. Look, I ain't trying to knock nobody, bro, but what kind of strength and conditioning guys be doing? Because I don't give a damn. All training camps ain't created equal. Nowhere near it. All hard work ain't good work. Some of it, you get what I'm saying? Some of these dudes, like why I'm saying this, because it's starting to become a common theme, and I'm starting to hear this more and more, bro. I seen a panel of some older people chopping it up, and it was like, yo, we ain't got no real coaches no more. You know what I'm saying? Like you got people that's trying to get money, you got yes men, you got people that's just trying to be a part of the movement. Like you don't got enough teachers, you know what I'm saying? That's really schooling and putting these kids through the right kind of training camp, making them do the right shit. Like I don't want to hear about you doing football drills that's counterproductive to your success in boxing. Like that's idiot shit. Like what are you doing? Just like when who just was doing something just now? Somebody was throwing like a bunch of punches real fast, and the boxer is like, man, that's dumb. But you ain't gonna do none of that shit.
Oh my goodness, bro. Speaking of which, you know what really pissed me off? Urslanbek Makhmudov, his coaches.
You said
Before the,
Makhmudov?
yes. Did you see the shit that they were doing with him?
My God, man.
Did you
Boxing
see
likes
that?
teachers and
Did you
students.
see that with him hitting him in the midsection with the sledgehammer?
Yeah.
Then he went out there against Agit Kabayel and got his ass broke down to the body.
Dumb. Facts. Dumb as hell. Dumb.
Why are you hitting him in the midsection with a damn sledgehammer? Then he gets stopped by the body. Gets stopped to the body.
Idiot.
That pissed me off.
Bro. Yeah, man. Dumb as hell. Sledgehammer to the body. If you can't break down to me scientifically how this is going to help me improve in any way, shape, or form, F you. And I might steal on you for hitting me in my midsection with a sledgehammer. Get the hell out of here. Some shit just don't need to be done. And I'm pretty sure that's one of them. You hit me with a sledgehammer for, bro. What you on?
They should have been having him working on tucking his damn elbows to protect his body.
Facts.
Or using his legs to get out of range. He's the bigger man. You in there, you 6'7", 6'8", take a step out of range. Yo, that man is cumbersome as hell. Like, you see his movement.
Right.
His feet are horrible.
Right.
And I guess for some time, because he was so big and strong, he was just mowing through guys. He was like 16-0, 15 knockouts. Something crazy like that. Then he fought against Makhmudov, got his ass broke down to the body. Then he was in there with the big Italian dude, Guido Vianello. Got his eye all busted up, got stopped in 7 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Then we seen him looking like he was in quicksand versus Tyson Fury.
Right.
Work on his damn footwork.
Right. I hate this.
How about getting your head off the line and not just eating punches with your face?
Right.
That sledgehammer, yo, bro, that shit pissed me off. I was like, why are you doing this?
Because that shit don't help, bro. Like, you're not about to tell me it do. You punching this dude. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, nothing is going to mimic a sledgehammer in the ring. I'm sorry. I don't care how much you want to try to say it's like it, bro. No. Nothing is going to mimic no sledgehammer. And like I said, if you couldn't explain to me why the hell you was doing it, man, we might get into it. You might have to run my feed, bro. Hell,
low key, he probably his coach probably gave him a damn hairline fracture on his ribs, like low key.
Goofy time. Right.
Probably cracked his damn ribs unknowingly.
Hell you on, bro? Like, yeah, man, what the hell type of shoe on, G? Like, you punching me in my damn body with a damn sledgehammer. Carlos Takam exposed him first. Sledgehammer punch.
I haven't heard that name in a minute, man. Shout out to Carlos Takam. Was good.
Yeah, it's conditioning 618, man. We like Truck, man. Win, lose, or draw. We still
man, I like Truck. I think he's a good fighter. But you just
we're gonna get to the 5-hour mark. I didn't even realize I was on this long, but we about 7 minutes away. Damn, this has been a good, dope build always.
Shout out to right about that.
To chop it up too.
We ain't got no Eddie Futches, no Emmanuel Stewarts, no Angelo Dundees. I think the closest thing we got to it is probably like Ronnie Shields, because Ronnie Shields is like he's a relic. He's a link to the past.
And then I hear people shit on Ronnie Shields.
Remember, for a minute, Ronnie was serving as the assistant to George Benton. When George Benton was the head coach for Sweet Pea, Ronnie was the assistant. We need more guys like that. That's going to be underneath the OGs, so they can soak up the game and then give it to the next generation. Because you see a lot of these fighters where they're really talented, but they be looking like a fish out of water when they got to do certain things.
That's a fact.
They got let's say if a guy is always moving to his left, the time you see a guy make a move to his right, like the way my man Tellers looked versus Abbas Barrow. When Barrow made him move the opposite direction, he looked like he didn't know what the hell to do.
Yeah, true indeed.
And I heard Bud speak about this recently. He said, some days sparring would be tougher, and because he would push himself to work on things that he wasn't comfortable with.
Right.
Like some days he would move exclusively to his left in the ring. Some days he would move exclusively to his right. Some days he would only be on defense. Some days he would only throw a jab. Some days he'd be in there working on combinations. So then by the time he gets into a fight, if he needs to call upon those things, he can do them quite comfortably. But you see a lot of guys where they get in the ring, like let's say they fighting against a guy that can get on the inside. We seen it with big strong dude. Last time I seen him was against Diego Pacheco. The one that Caleb Plant fought, the big dude, Trevor McCumbee. Remember Trevor McCumbee looked good the first 3 rounds. He even dropped Caleb Plant in that fight when it was like on the outside mid-range. He looked decent.
Yeah. They didn't
He
rule it,
looked
did
decent. What happened when they fought on the inside though? He looked like dog shit. He looked like he never fought on the inside a day in his life, bro.
Credit to Caleb, because that didn't seem like something that's typically his game, for noticing that and making an adjustment. But at that point, I started to feel like this is a different Caleb we talking about now, because they didn't count that knockdown, did they? I thought they didn't count it.
I think they didn't count it because maybe they said it was like a slip or something like that.
Yeah, but we was sitting here looking like, bro, that was a knockdown. He got away with one. You know what I'm saying? I think he got away with one. It wasn't an official knockdown, but we seen it. That it was, and I think that's why he made that adjustment. You know what I'm saying? Whoever that is, know what he talking about. That's my dog at McQueen.
And Caleb admitted to being he admitted to being a little bit hurt in that moment.
Right.
So Caleb is on record saying it, but you're absolutely right. Like once Caleb made that adjustment, it was like, nah, I can't be at the end of these punches. Let me get on the inside. And you would think that a guy that big like McCombie, because McCombie is a dude that fought as high as like 180 something, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
big strong dude.
Big strong motherfucker, man.
Big
like
strong guy. Yeah.
But he was terrible on the inside. He was in there getting framed up. He seemed like he didn't have a good handle on positioning. I was like, damn. And Caleb was breaking him. And I never seen Caleb fight that extensively on the inside. Generally, Caleb is on the outside. He looking smooth. He's slick.
Facts.
But nah, he was rugged in that fight.
Oh, you know what? What's the fight? What's dude that ended up beating him? Who was dude that beat him? That just beat him or upset him? Resendez,
yes.
Yeah, man. Breadman, did you hear the interview with Breadman talking about that?
Yeah, he was saying like he didn't really get to do what he wanted to do in camp.
Yeah, he said they had a terrible camp, like compared to any of the other ones. He was like, man, you probably got to ask Caleb in here to tell you. He's like, we had a terrible camp. Like we just didn't get to do the things we typically do. It was like a bad camp. And again, I know people will be like, oh, that's the excuse. Shut up, man. The camp it's excuses to why they win. It's a reason to me. It's the reason you win and it's reasons you lose. Excuses is really not holding yourself accountable, but being able to acknowledge, man, we had a shitty ass training camp. That makes it real, bro. I think it attributed to that. Now the other part was Resendez was on one. He fought that fight like he knew he was gonna fucking win.
Yep.
And I'm telling you, it's something about attitude that will take you a long way in sports, especially boxing. I watched over the years, a person having the right kind of attitude, the right balance of confidence, attitude, aggression, or mixed with a game plan, being in good shape, and it just being your night, man, you can see some special things. And that's what we got to see with Resendez. Now, look, we got boxed the hell up by Jaime Munguia, but you know, that's different.
And to that point, Just, I think the thing that separates the elite guys is that they're able to do that more consistently. These are the guys that are able to find the motivation that they need. These are the guys that are going to be prepared the way that they need to be prepared to carry out the mission.
Right.
But they just do it more frequently. Then you got these other guys where they're on the fringe. They're like on the cusp.
Yeah.
And when they put it all together, you like, damn, they really capable.
Right.
But they just don't put it together in consecutive fights. It's like they look really, really good. And you're like, damn. And I also got to give Manny Robles a lot of credit for that Caleb Plant fight, too. Because one thing that he peeped out was Caleb Plant, when he was disengaging, he was leaving his lead hand extended. So Manny Robles told him, listen, if he's going to leave the lead hand out like that, I need you to attack.
Yeah.
Come over the top or go underneath and go to the body. And if you've seen by like round 5, Caleb Plant's whole left side of his body was beat red from just straight right hands to the body, right hooks to the body. Because he was leaving the flank exposed by leaving his lead hand out there. And that was a good eye, good catch by Robles to point that out. And like you said about Resendez, he was so dialed in that anything Manny told him that night, he was able to go out there and execute.
Yeah, he was going to be able to go out there and do it. And that's what I mean about having that right energy and attitude and confidence, as well as being instructed to do the right things and your coach understanding the fighter and necessary adjustments that need to be made, all while you trying to win the biggest fight of your career. And he ended up doing it. That's why it's like, I know it's easy to look at Caleb and be all down on him, Man, he had his time. If he don't win no more fights, man, that man was world champion. He was at the top of his game. He was looked at as one of the best in his division, respectfully. But it's hard. It's hard to stay at that top, man, in boxing, and that's why we see it so often. That's why I say, man, for people to overlook what Bud did is just should be a fucking.
And for that man to transition too, right? Because you don't always have guys transition from other combat sports. Remember, Caleb was initially a kickboxer.
Kickboxer, facts.
So for him to be, I think like the two that come to mind in the modern era, I would say like him and Chris Algieri.
Yeah.
But I can't really think of too many people that have transitioned from kickboxing to boxing or from
Jarrell Miller.
Jarrell Miller. But see, like Big Baby's he's had a solid career, but he hadn't become a world champion.
Solid. Yeah, not world champ, but he's had
solid,
some really good success to be a damn kickboxer. Big ass kickboxer too, man. Imagine getting kicked by him.
Oh my goodness.
Like, bro, if you told me
I don't even want to imagine that.
When I kickbox, it'll be over that day. My career will be over.
I don't want to imagine that.
He is not kicking me. The way he punch on people, like he threw over 1,000 punches in his last fight, bro. Nah, he ain't about to kick me into submission.
That's incredible, isn't it? Like a guy that big. Like where the hell does he have the gas to do that? He must have gas on reserve.
Pounds. 305, they said, or something like that. It's crazy.
I agree with what Mo City said too, man, about Truck with the fluctuating weight. You right on that too, because one fight he 168, then he 160. It's like, bro, you gotta.
Oh, you said Truck?
Yeah, that's what Mo City said, and I agree with that. It's like, yo, bro, pick a place and kind of stay there, and then allow yourself to
grow and be good in that one space and see what you got.
Because he does fluctuate.
Prospect. But
I can't imagine that fluctuation being too good, because you don't know how you're gonna feel. And to go back to the camp thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what you said about Resendez with the confidence. What is confidence? Confidence is nothing but trust. Knowing that you can call upon something. So if you had a great camp, then hell, you know what it was like. Oh man, it was clicking on all cylinders.
Didn't Resendez fight like the more confident guy? He fought. He did. Caleb fought like it was some shit wrong, because we was sitting here looking like, why is this? Why is that? And we kind of got some answers from Breadman. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say, man, to me, that's not an excuse when I say somebody had a bad training camp that led to their performance. That's not the sole reason that they lost, but that's a big contributing factor as to why they looked the way they did. Like, that's where the work is done. That's where the mistakes are made. That's where the confidence and the trust is built in the training camp. Why else would you be there 8, 10, 12 weeks or however long your training camp is, right? Like, why else? That's what that's for. And when it goes to show you, if that process is not as smooth as what you're typically accustomed to it being, some shit can go terribly wrong for you, really. And that's what I think happened with Caleb. But he invited to any cookout, you know what I mean, permanently. I rock with Caleb.
But I mean, hell, your camp is where the fight begins. So if you ain't doing good there, how the hell you gonna do well in the fight?
Exactly. So that's why I be saying to people, before you call something an excuse, like, you know what I'm saying? Listen to what's actually being said. It's not an excuse, it's the reality, bro. Like, people, that's what your training camp is for, bro. Like, without a training camp, like, how could you be confident that you about to go in there and look like anything other than some stir-fry shit? You get me? Like, you supposed to have a bullshit training camp and still go out there and just look good automatically. Nah, don't go like that. It sound good, but that shit don't work that way. Shout out to
this shit is not undisputed, bro. It is not undisputed. It is not fight night. Like,
yeah, hell no. You get me? Or you can have a badass training camp, still go in there and knock your guy out. Now, I'm not saying there are not instances where that happened, but in the real world, more times than not, your training camp shitty, the fight going to reflect that. And you might not get the decision you're looking for, or the outcome. Some guys are able to overcome situations like that because we've seen it in the past. You know what I'm saying? But that's not something I would bet on. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Big Dry. Appreciate the color in the chat, man. We hit over the 5-hour mark, y'all. Shout out to everybody, man. It's been a fun conversation as always. I ain't even get to the Ray 4 Mr. Versace joint, but it's still Friday. And tomorrow's Friday, and we're going to get to that. We're going to cover it. We're going to get to, I like some of the stuff I was hearing them saying there. know what I mean? That's a good fight that's coming up on the way. You got 2 real ones. I hope we see one. I hope that'd be one of the fight of the year type candidate. I swear I want to see that type of fight from them dudes. For real, for real. Bounce back out to seeing Duarte fight. Do you think Hitchens would have beat him? Hell yeah. Yes. Even without seeing that bounce back, Hitchens would have beat him. Man, and when I ask people, what's Duarte best win? You get me? And is that guy better than Hitchens, you think? No, I don't. You know what I'm saying? I have to think and look and figure out what his best win is. But I'm not knocking Duarte.
His best win on paper would be Kenneth Sims.
Yeah. Damn, how did I forget that? Yeah, he beat my guy. He ain't gonna beat Hitchens. Hitchens won't be available.
I felt like Kenneth Sims should have got the edge in that fight. I felt like Duarte got a little favor because of, once again, when he's coming forward, it looks like he's making the fight, but he wasn't really too efficient in that fight.
I agree.
And Kenneth Sims was mixing it up on him. Like in spots he was boxing him, in spots he was banging with him. In spots he was getting the better of him in exchanges.
Right.
But Duarte is so relentless that it's like, even if you're a tad more efficient than he is, just like optically, it looks like he got you under duress. On paper, I definitely think that Richard Hitchens is undoubtedly better. Like, there's no question.
Yeah. And question. Yeah, he's better. He's the better.
No question. And I think that he should win the fight. But I ain't gonna lie to you. I just got a little reservation about just certain quality.
Yeah, I get it.
Because like Angel Fierro, like watching that dude.
Right.
When I seen him against that dude, Alberto Machado, I was like, yo, this dude is like,
right.
He just got that quality about him.
Right.
And just even seeing how he dealt with Pitbull, I'm like, he just got that quality about him. Like, he's not a phenomenal boxer. He's a good boxer. He's not a phenomenal boxer. But then he's also gritty as hell. And with Africa, I just think that there's certain things that he would have to do to really, really put the stamp on Duarte. And I'm just not certain if he'd be willing to do those things consistent enough to really give that guy any type of pause. Because like, if he don't, then you're just gonna get overwhelmed. And I could see it being one of those situations where Africa is looking really, really sharp early on, but then potentially just get worn down and outworked. I don't think that Duarte would stop him anything like that. But I just, that Lemos fight is like, I gotta see him fight another guy like that. A dude that's not gonna take no for an answer, a guy that's just dogged and determined. Because Lemos ain't as good as Africa. Hell no. But that fight was an extremely grueling fight because of the back half of the fight.
Yeah.
First couple of rounds, Africa was sharp. He was jabbing them, sticking and moving.
And then that weight cut shit kick in.
Then he start looking up at the clock and shit. And I'm like,
now you looking spent, and we know you to have good condition in this shit, but I think when you continue to get in there compromised, man, it's only a matter of time before it really catch up to you. Luckily for him, it really did catch up to him, and it cost him maybe a big payday, 7-figure payday, but not a loss. You know what I'm saying? So I think he could recover from this missed opportunity. But I got Duarte, man. You talking about Arnold Barboza? I don't believe in him.
And I appreciate that again, going back to the honesty of Africa, right? Like, I appreciate the fact that he pulled out. Because we don't see that enough. Because if he would have went out there and he would have got mollywopped because he was compromised, then we'd be saying, oh, he ain't that good look. He lost to Oscar, to Duarte. So I'm not even mad at the fight that he pulled out the fight. Was I a little bit disappointed for the card overall? Yeah, just a little bit. Because I felt like the card was actually pretty damn good from top to bottom. Thought it was pretty exciting. But I'm not mad at him for doing what he felt he needed to do for himself. I'm not mad at that. So, it's his life, it's his career. And you got plenty more fights to make, a lot more money to get. You know what I mean? God willing, win a belt at 147 and make even more fights. So I think he did the right thing by himself, which isn't always the easy thing to do because there's this pressure from the outside that like, yo, you supposed to just be a warrior and you got to just thug it out. And it's like, hell no. You know what I mean? Sometimes you're going to upset people when you do the right thing for yourself.
Right, especially when Richardson's
but you got to stay true to yourself, bro. And Africa did that. So I could appreciate that.
Caught up to him at the last minute, and that's why I respect the fact that he went up right after that. If he'd have spent one more fight trying to make it at 140, I would have been extremely annoyed with his decision to do so, because I think it would be a very stupid decision to do it. But shout out to everybody, man. Hit the like button if you haven't. We well over the 5 hour mark. Shout out to my brother and McQueen coming up here giving
yes, sir.
Quality.
Appreciate you having me as always.
Man, we gonna build some more tomorrow, man. If you here, be dropping a link and we build it, man. Shout out to everybody. Hit the like, sub to the channel. When the live over, make sure you hype the live, share the live, you know, all that good stuff. Hitch would have whooped on Duarte. He literally gripped Duarte's last fight. Yeah, I thought he lost. Yeah, and always cook, man. And always cook. Shout out to Big Drop Dre, man. Appreciate the love. Appreciate the support. Bounce back. Mind yours. Whooped on Duarte. Yeah. Man, but shout out to everybody, man. I'll see y'all all tomorrow, and we going to build like we always do. We come on early. We going to rock out, man. Peace to the fan.